Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Paul, and I'm joined by the whole gang today, so let's go around and do some introductions.
Hey y'all, it's David.
Hey, it's Morgana.
And this is John. How you guys doing?
Hey everybody, it's Jack.
Before we start today's video, I'd like to give a shout out to the sponsor of our podcast, Layton Gaming. Formerly known as Kaiju Gaming Lounge, Layton Gaming is located in Orlando, Florida. They supply all the prizes for the Stormkeep painting contest, and they carry our brand of dice and 7-inch measuring sticks. They are rebuilding their website right now and will be back online soon. Thank you again to Layton Gaming for sponsoring our podcast, and on to the show. All right, so today we are talking our first index review video. We're hoping to do a bunch of these. We'll see how time permits it. And of course, we got to start with the Stormcast, right? Stormcast are the army we play. That's what we have modeled our podcast after, so we got to talk about them first. We'll start out by discussing the allegiance abilities to give everybody some context on what the units do. Then we'll just go through all the units, give our quick thoughts on each one, and then we'll do like a tier list summary at the end, kind of ranking all the units against each other. For our ranking system here, we're changing things up a little bit in this edition. People who have been watching our channel for a while might be familiar with what we did before. Our ranking system is slightly different, and the main difference is that we felt there were just too many units in the S tier previously. We had like 5 to 10 units, and that's like too much. Like S tier should be like overpowered units almost, right? Like it's so good that it might be a problem for the army to have a unit this good. Like it's in every single list. That's how good an S tier unit should be. And we just had too many units cluttering this up, and that made the A tier through C tier a little difficult to really figure out what the difference between them was. So hopefully this new system will be a little bit clearer. So we're saying S tier are units that are going to be in every list. Like you need a really good reason not to use this unit. Maybe the unit's even a little bit too powerful. It could be, a problem internally or externally. A tier units are basically the old S tier. They're strong, efficient, versatile, impactful, popular choice for a lot of different lists. That scales down a little bit to B tier, which is like units that are just shy of being in the A tier. C tier is then our cutoff point for competitive play. We think units that are in C tier are still viable. They're just more situational. So you'll see things like, Praetors might be in here, or a Knight and Cantor. These might be, situationally useful units. They might not go into every single list, but in the right situation, in the right matchups, they are very much like contenders with A tier and B tier units. Then we have the D tier, which is a unit that is significantly flawed in some way. It could just be overcosted. We've got quite a few units in here that we feel like just cost too many points. There's not really an argument to use them when you could just use something else that does something better. And then F tier units are just like complete trash. Like it almost doesn't matter what point cost these will be. You just won't find a use for them. They're just fundamentally flawed in some way. Let's start out with the battle traits. We got them. There's nothing really to rank here. We have our reserves like we've always had, and then we have these two other fancy abilities here. Their Finest Hour and Heaven's Sent. I am a big fan of both of these abilities in terms of flavor and in terms of power. I think they're great. Finest Hour, I wish we could use it in the enemy turn. It's a bummer that we need to be... When you need to be the most defensive is usually during the enemy's turn, right? Being defensive on your turn is not terribly useful, and I usually just find myself using Finest Hour just to get the +1 to wound more often than not.
I agree. Finest Hour has pretty much turned into my Celestial Blades for a unit for one turn. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I sometimes forget it too. I'm like, God damn.
It's
there. It's there.
It's there. It's there. It's there for it, which is weird because we were just talking about how bad infantry is this like in our earlier videos, but it's mainly for cavalry because it helps you get into a combat, engage multiple things if you have to, helps you survive that, and then power through if you want. Like that's what it's for.
It certainly does make you feel heroic, and if that's the from a narrative perspective, I love it. I think maybe it doesn't need to be more powerful, like maybe we could find some other way if we feel like Stormcast are too vulnerable. There's other ways to buff that. Overall, it's a big flavor win and a huge improvement over the previous battle trait, which was literally nothing. So I'll take that as a win. This is way better than Blaze of Glory was. And Heaven's Sent, we can revive one of our units. Now, this used to be called Call for Aid, and it used to work on our, let's say, weakest, most disposable units. And now it's the exact opposite. It works on anything, which means we want to use it on our biggest, most expensive, most useful units. We want to trade them into the enemy and then revive them and get more value out of it. Sometimes, though, you just want to revive a unit of 5 models somewhere to steal an objective that the opponent left empty because they thought that you were out of resources. So fantastic ability, really fits the narrative, I think, as well, right? Like the idea that Stormcast are always just ready to send more troops down to reinforce, fantastic. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm also surprised too. Like, I can't always predict at the beginning of the game like what unit I'm actually going to use this on. It's always a situational choice, and I find that element of it like makes it even better.
Yep, just remember you can't use it on Gryph-hounds.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Looking at our heroic traits, this will give some context when we talk about heroes later, and for some units as well. Our first one here is Staunch Defender, which gives you +3 when you're contesting an objective just within your territory, not wholly within. And most objectives in the game are actually within your territory. Most battle plans, I think there's only one in this battle pack where there's no objectives in your territory, so it's almost always helpful. And the +3 per unit really adds up quickly, because the hero is going to be usually worth minimum 2. Sometimes it's like a Knight Vexillor or a monster, and they're worth 5, so this puts them up to 8 by themselves. And you just have that with a unit of like 5 Vanquishers that count as 6 because of their banner. You're just looking at a ton of control that some armies can't deal with. Stormcast can very, very quickly turn into the best control army in the game. Like I don't know any other army that can put this much control on objectives this quickly.
Yeah, there's a couple missions where like home objectives really matter. So being able to use it during that situation to really hold down something that your opponent thought they were going to take from you for like the extra VP can swing the entire game.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a deterrent. You know, your opponent knows I have to kill this hero and the unit or two that are guarding the objective, because even if there's one model left, that unit is +4 on that objective. It makes it really, really difficult to punch in and take home objectives from you, which is a place Stormcast are fine with playing, because we like sitting back and just taking shots and taking fights on our own terms. And when the opponent isn't able to, wipe you out fully and take the take the objective, like these little incremental advantages can swing the VP in the game and put you in a winning position. So I think this is a very, very strong heroic trait. The problem is it's not always useful, right? Like, you still need to be aggressive in this game. You can't win just by defending your own objectives. So it's just a matter of resource allocation.
Yeah. All right. Well, Shock and Awe is basically a trait that says if you deploy using Signs of the Storm, so it's not just any setup, has to be Signs of the Storm, around the hero with this heroic trait, then for the rest of the battle round, you are a -1 to hit in a wholly within 12-inch bubble. In terms of application, I can see what they were going for. Battle round is much better than it used to be in the last, I guess, sort of iteration of this command trait, which was until the end of turn, which is extremely useless.
Yeah.
But as with Stormcast, we're not allowed to have like full timing. We have some weird, awkward timings with our stuff. So this really only works if you're taking the top of the turn. And it doesn't do much if you're at the bottom, because unless you're making like Annihilator lists. So yeah, it's really good for like if your opponent gives you first turn because you have a 3-drop army and your opponent outdrops you, you can drop Raptors and a General around a point, and then your Raptors are -1 to hit for when your opponent inevitably responds with either something fast that charges or some shooters of their own. It can help protect your Annihilators from stuff like possible counter charges and attacking, out of sequence, either normal sequence fighting or out of sequence fighting. It could also help you survive it with melee units. Like you could pop this on a Terminus, maybe, with 6 Reclusians, top of the battle round, and basically for the rest of the battle round, they're a -1 to hit. So they can be pretty tanky given their defensive stats. So it's an alright trait. It's not great. It's got a very niche and very awkward timing. You'll likely never be taking this, even in an Annihilator list, in my opinion.
Yeah, even when you want to drop units in like long strikes, there's times where you want them on the table instead. So it's very, very list specific, but it is worth mentioning how strong -1 hit is as an effect, especially in this edition where command points come at a premium. People don't always want to use all-out attack, especially against Stormcast. They generally want to use all-out defense because we have a lot of like Rend 1 attackers and we shoot, and they want to redeploy, they want to countercharge. So people aren't always using all-out attack against us, and being -1 hit overall is a pretty big hit to your accuracy. Going from 4s to 3s is a 33% average damage loss, which is pretty huge. And when you stack that with how effective health scales, Stormcast being 3-up saves, easily going to 2-ups with all that defense and then wards on top of that, our effective health gets pretty crazy when we start hitting people with -1 hit and or -1 wound.
I agree. Yeah.
Envoy of the Heavens. Yeah, this is really great. Again, there is a timing sort of caveat to this. It essentially brings back a friendly unit that was destroyed. Sorry, you get to give a unit a 5-up ward if one of your friendly units was destroyed in the previous turn. The important part about this is it's not the previous like battle round. And there's often times where you might not have lost something in the enemy's turn, especially like, I don't know how you guys feel, but especially with Stormcast, like sometimes you're not losing anything. You're losing, 3 or 4 out of a unit of 5 and maybe a couple different units of 5 in a turn, especially an early turn, but you're not losing all 5 and you're not losing an entire unit. And so I do find early game, this isn't as reliable as I would really want it to be, which I think has been motivating some of us, and for other reasons, but to take units of Gryph-hounds and things that are like easily disposable that'll hopefully die. But you definitely want to remember that the unit has to be killed in the previous turn. So that's like pretty important. What's great about this ward though, is it can now go on anything as long as you're nearby the hero that you've given it to. I think it's a 12-inch range. Incredibly strong. A 5-up ward in 4th edition is incredibly strong right now, and it lasts until your next turn, which is so critical. There's a lot of ward effects that only last to the end of your turn, but having it last till your next turn covers you through the enemy's next turn and a double turn. Exactly. So it's super powerful.
Yeah, it's best used on reinforced units, but the thing is, when you start bringing a lot of reinforced units, you don't really have a lot of units that are going to die to trigger this. So there's definitely some timing issues. There's some list building issues. If there was any other trait, I probably wouldn't use Envoy so much, right? Like Staunch Defender and Shotgunner are so list specific. Envoy kind of becomes the default, but it still doesn't feel like, oh yeah, I gotta take Envoy in this list. It's not a build around. It's not terribly exciting. There's other ways to get wards, right? Like we have a lot of ways to get 5-up wards. Most of them suck, but they exist, right? So it's not doing anything unique. It's good, and I would say it's our default pick for most, just the way we're building lists these days. We'll have like a big dragon, or we'll have reinforced cavalry, and then we'll have Gryph-hounds go out, die at some point, and then trigger the ability. The hardest part of this for me is probably having to be wholly within 12 inches of the hero that is triggering it, because units like Krondus and Karazai can't take it, so they have to be really close to whatever hero is following them around and buffing them. Wholly within 12 inches with that big vase is pretty tough.
I pretty much use it as like my fail safe, my plan B. So like if my Praetors, because like Praetors, we're really only running them in three man now. Like I haven't ran 6 man or anything. So if like Praetors die like on my opponent's turn, like next turn, it buys me 1 more turn, right, with the 5+ ward. That's kind of the only reason I usually use Envoy in all my lists now. Is just that it's my failsafe. That's about it.
Yeah, it's good, but not amazing. Let's take a look at the artifacts. I will talk about the Null Pendant, and then David, I guess you can start us on the Quicksilver, and then whoever wants to talk about Mirror Shield. So the Null Pendant fits into that kind of playstyle with Staunch Defender and Knight Vexillor and all this control stuff that we have going on. And giving an enemy on-demand -5 control is really, really good, because if every hero in our book is at least 2 control, so you will always outnumber any other hero that's standing on an objective, unless they're like an ogre monster or like a gargant or something. Like most monsters and heroes cap out at 5 control, so giving them -5 is a critical breakpoint. You can just walk onto an objective, probably not in combat, because heroes like to tuck in on the edges of objectives, and you just well, I guess you have to charge to activate this, but yeah, zapping something with -5 is really good. It's not so good that you take it all the time, but it can swing a game, right? If it, just that one turn is enough to give you a VP swing, that can win the game on its own. So I don't want to ever call this bad or weak or anything. It's just extremely situational and probably not as useful as taking a mirror shield these days, which there's a lot of shooting out there, and protecting a hero seems really good.
So next one, Quicksilver. It pairs really well with our more smashy monster like Star Drake. That's probably the main instance you'll see it. It does combo really, it does combo really well with anything that like fights after. So Lord Terminos, Celestia, and Dracoth. It's also a really, like, to reiterate, a failsafe. It's really good to make up in case you do not roll the 3+ if you're running Lightning Echelon. This is like your extra save me type of artifact. It could potentially win you the game, but it's not like an auto pick. And I don't think any of our artifacts are auto pick, but it is still a very good artifact given our meta right now.
Yeah, if you slap this on a Star Drake, especially Lord Celestin on Star Drake, people can't just charge in with anything and kill it, right? They'll have to get through his fight first. They'll have to get through him just gobbling up models. All of that happens before your opponent rolls any dice. And that can be really tough. Another useful thing with this is it the combo you mentioned, David, is you can fight first with a hero, and then that hero, if they have an ability that allows them to pick a unit to fight, that basically allows them to fight first as well. So let's say there's a scenario where your opponent charges in into a Lord Terminos, and you have like 6 Reclusians standing nearby. The Terminos activates the Quicksilver Draft, he fights, and then he picks the 6 Reclusians, and then the Reclusians get to fight. And that's like once per game, you just can't be charged. And because it's done reactively, it's not like your opponent can wait, like you're playing against Ideneth or Fireslayers or anything. It's no, you have to charge me and burn this at some point. Like, you can't play around this.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this only works if you have no other units on the table with strike first, right? That's the caveat in the rules. It's a little complicated. It might get changed, but that is the way we've been playing it, and that's the way we understand it to work. Mergonk, tell us how good the Mirror Shield is.
Yeah, the Mirror Shield is probably... It's the one artifact that's remained unchanged from last edition, which is you give it to a hero, and you basically cannot be shot unless you're within 9 inches, I believe. It's really good for protecting cavalry heroes and monster heroes, things that don't receive the new lookouts or guardian hero as it goes. But sometimes it's also good for protecting those 6-wound heroes, because now you don't need to necessarily have a unit babysitting them. You can just have them out in the open, and you can be pretty much guaranteed that a deep striking unit even cannot shoot you, because they have to be outside of 9 when they deep strike. So it's pretty good, especially because a lot of the obscuring on the board is something that our flying units like Star Drakes and any flying monster or hero cannot benefit from. I believe Dice Arcanum gives you fly. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah, so if you give a Knight Arcanum a Dice Arcanum, then suddenly they can't benefit from scaring, but this helps them out. So this is probably going to be the most common pick, because it's like a really good tool against things that, weirdly enough, it's a really good tool in the mirror match. You don't want your Star Drake shot by -3 Vanguard Raptors, and so like this, you're probably going to take this a lot of times if you're expecting the Stormcast heavy meta. And once I guess people start pivoting into more shooting, it'll become more valuable. But this is probably your default pick. Quicksilver Drought if you're really going for that Terminos and Reclusians combo.
I like that you said when people pivot into more shooting. Like, it will happen. There's no doubt that it will happen. The game always devolves into more shooting. Yeah,
when they cannibalize melee or it becomes too degenerate, then shooting becomes the answer, for sure.
Yeah, it's just completely useless in some matchups. Like slaves, you don't have an artifact when you play against slaves. The other picks aren't super useful unless you happen to have a unit that can benefit from strike first with the draft, or I guess the null pendant is better than nothing. But yeah, Mirror Shield's so good in the matchups where it matters that it kind of does become the default pick.
I really wish null pendant was just like, it wasn't a pick an enemy unit. It was like pick an objective and everyone contesting it is subtracting 5. That would actually make it a lot more playable than that, whatever what I'm seeing now. So Pack 5 is like not even a big deal for a lot of like armies.
It can be. If you're like a Knight Vexillor and you have you're 8 control and you zap something with -5, just that.
That's assuming we're
yeah.
surviving. You know, we don't have
Yeah.
easy access to wards like that anymore. But yeah, I can see it. Sure.
All right, let's talk about our battle formations. I want to preface this with just saying they're all kind of bad, right? Like,
Yeah.
none of them are so good or
Too many
exciting.
dice rolling. I was just gonna say actually one thing, guys, just on the artifacts before we leave.
Oh yeah, sure.
None of them require a dice roll. And in this new edition, there's a lot of things that are bringing back those 3-ups and 4-ups. And so I don't know how many artifacts are doing that, but in our case, it's very nice that all these things just happen.
That's a
I
great
think in
point.
general artifacts aren't doing that. I think they've removed that from things that are, just like
I think
getting.
it's important.
Yeah.
So speaking of unnecessary dice rolls, our battle formations, all the ones that are like the weakest ones, ironically, don't use dice rolls, and all the best ones do use a dice roll, right? Like the Lightning Echelon is a 3+ after charging, so you don't know if you're going to have it before you're in combat, so it's a gamble as soon as you get in. Thunderhead Host is nice, but as we're going to talk about in this index review, there's not really a lot of units you want to use that benefit from that +1 hit. It can also be hard to trigger it, right? Gryph-hounds activate it, which is great. Prosecutors, which is great. Long strikes do as well. You kind of don't want them near the front lines too often.
Yeah.
Dracolines and Paladors activate it, but the problem is once you start bringing all these units, and these are good units, like these are the better units in our book, you don't really have anything you want to buff anymore at that point, you know?
Yeah.
I would maybe like Celestin Prime if he ever gets cheap enough. Bastion, no, Bastion doesn't have Warrior Chamber, does he?
But he has the all-out attacks, so he can
Yeah.
just do things for free.
Yeah.
The same.
This only also works on
It's
combat
essentially the
attacks.
same.
A lot of the best Warrior Chamber units are like Judicators and or Vigilors, shooting support units. This gives them nothing. It's it doesn't work on mounts either. So Vandus is crying.
Strange. I'm not really sure how this got written. Why? It's just weird.
It's fine. It's just not strong enough. Like, it needs to be pushed a little bit more. I understand the concept behind it, right? Mix your chambers together. Your warrior chambers empowered when they're fighting against near other guys. That's fine. It's just really restricted. Like, why does it a non-hero? Why can't I activate this with a hero? Why does it have to be wholly within 12? Why is it only combat? Why is it only +1 hit?
Make it all the chambers. Like, just open it up a bit.
Yeah, this could totally be a lot less restricted, and the power could be pushed a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's on a 3-up. Like, it's not even like that strong a buff. It's only for a certain chamber. Like, it's like jumping to 3 hoops to get like a it's
totally. You manage to set it up, and then you roll it too.
Yeah. Okay. So Lightning Echelon, right? We were super hyped on this when it was revealed, and it just turns out that they just nerfed Dracoths tremendously from the previous edition. So they're not like the super hype unit they used to be, and Storm Drakes aren't really either. And Karazai and Krondys don't have the Extremis keyword, although it is really nice with Star Drakes. I think Star Drakes are probably really good. Anytime you take Star Drakes or like Fulminators or Concussors, you're going to take this, right? It's actually one of the reasons you want to use those units as well, because Strike First is very powerful, even if it's on a 3+, even if it's only on specific units, even if you have to do it after charging.
A charge? That's so annoying. I don't like that part of it.
I wish it was done in the hero phase or even in the charge phase before you dedicate the unit to be in combat. But it's so strong when it goes off because all of the units that do it just do so much damage that it's a big swing. It's like a defensive ability, not really an offensive one, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've charged with 2 units, right?
Yeah, or if you're counter charging.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Great with counter charge.
It can also, if you have Strike First and Strike Last, they cancel out. So if there's a lot of Strike Last effects in the meta, this is a very useful tool against it that none of our other hammers can use, right? Paladors, Dracolines. I guess Dracolines can get Strike First, but Paladors can't get Strike First, whereas Fulminators and Concussors can.
I just think it would be more powerful, and I'd almost even not mind it on a 4-up if it didn't need the charge, if we could use it defensively. I think that would be amazing.
That would make Concussors a lot more interesting for sure.
Yeah, and like make it a 4 or whatever. Like make it a bit more difficult to hit, but you can use it both ways.
No, but having a 4-up fight first would be all the time. That would be too strong. Stormcast can't have that. Only Slaves of Darkness can have that.
Yeah, I was wondering where you're going with that.
But yeah, Lightning Echelon feels like one of our two not really good, but one of our two good sub-factions. Everything else is kind of meh. Like Sentinels, the Bleak Citadels. Have you guys tried this one yet?
I actually think this is the most powerful, but we're just not playing with Ruination.
We're just not playing with enough
Every
Ruination
turn.
units for this to be relevant. But I think it has the potential to be really good because it's not just you picking your hero phase and it lasts until your next turn. You get to pick every hero phase.
Exactly.
And it's like, so you can switch up defense. It's like, we were talking about what a defensive finest hour would look like. This is that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this
That's
is
what that is.
This is like the antithesis of everything in this index. It's it's got very low restrictions. The timing is great. It works off, like you can use it reactively. You can switch it every single turn, so it's easy to use. Like everything, like this is just a great designed ability. The problem is there's just nothing we want to put it on yet.
It's literally just prosecutors and reclusians is the best target for it.
Yeah, or like a
I was
vigilant.
honestly considering it, but you'd want reinforced prosecutors for it.
It's not even good on reinforced prosecutors because that's only 12 health. A 50% increase gets them up to 18, which is like, okay, I guess it could help survive, but not really. It's not. Yeah. It's not going to save prosecutors.
Reclusians, it actually might, because with the 3-up ignore for a non-core ability, I think it helps them survive.
And they're also more health, which is the key for wards. Wards are only as good as how much health you have, right? Like a 4-up ward on a 4 health model doesn't really matter that much, whereas on like a 10 health model, suddenly it becomes insane.
But if we get a Cav unit in the book, that's
hey, White Fang said we are.
So that's going to be the target.
Yeah, assuming this stays, right?
Do you think they'll take things away?
What do you mean?
Like, won't they just add stuff in the book?
They'll change stuff in the book. Like they've written an index and they have probably for the codex battle tome. I keep saying codex. Reiterated stuff and then either improved it or changed it somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, they probably wrote Stormcast first, since they knew it was coming out first. Then they didn't really. It feels like they didn't go back and do a second pass on the indexes, and but that means they have tons of time to expand on concepts and then write the battle tomes. But we'll see. We'll see. Vanguard Wing. I know David and John, you guys are hot on this one, right?
It's so good. When I tell people I have a 20-inch threat range plus 2d6 charge, they're like, "How is that possible?" I'm like, "Oh, watch this."
That's fair, but Vanguard Wing doesn't do that. That's not what that does.
No,
the battle formation.
Yeah, battle formation.
Yeah, it's it's funny. I was bringing it all the time, and I was finding like I'm rarely using it. It's complicated.
It makes non-crease list viable. That's what it does.
Yeah, exactly.
Previously, if you were playing with Raptors, or if you're playing with something fragile that you need to move around the board for battle tactic purposes, you could not do it without. You have to bring a Lord Relictor, or a Knight Relictor for translocation. This lets you play a decent Vanguard core, and by that I mean like a good number of like Vanguard units, without running a priest for translocation. Like being able to translocate Vanguard Raptors on a 3-up, basically, which is what it used to be.
Yeah.
Every single one of your movement phases is actually pretty good. It's not bad.
But if you miss the roll, it says it's core, then can we move, run, or retreat? And I know we can, like based on sort of the way it's worded, but there's been I don't know that that's how it was intended.
Yeah,
well, we'll find out if it gets FAQ'd, but right now it's not the unit using the ability. It's you.
Yeah, the way it's written, it does work that way, but we'll see if it gets changed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think your point about not using it is spot on. I've had that experience as well. Paladors just don't need it ever.
Totally.
There's no reason.
This gets better when hopefully our Vanguard chamber just gets significantly cheaper. Like if hunters are like 100 points, like now this actually kind of matters because it's a screen that on a 3+ could just teleport anywhere on the board. That's kind of how I look at this Vanguard Wing. Is like once Vanguard stuff starts getting cheaper, like the stuff that's bad right now that we're not using, once that gets cheaper, like this wing looks even way better.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't offer anything really, right? It's not for mobility tools, you don't want to have something like a teleport tied to a dice roll, right? Like even translocate tied to a dice roll is not ideal. We've been getting used to playing 2+ reroll with High Priest, and even then we didn't call that totally reliable, and we never ever relied on it. So you don't want to use that. It doesn't offer anything offensively or defensively, and the mobility is not reliable. So yeah, it's fine, I guess, right? Like you can put long strikes on the other side of the table where your priest isn't, and then they can teleport themselves, maybe, right? Like it's okay.
Yeah, I just find I'm not using it very much. Like it's rare that I end up using it in the game.
Yeah.
Thing is, this will probably be your best, given how good Vanguard Raptors are. This is probably your option if you don't have a lot of things to give out, the Lightning Echelon or Sentinels of the Bleak Citadel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
really weird.
That's the thing.
It's really
That's
weird.
the thing. I take it.
All right, and the last one, which is going to be Legends soon, so enjoy it while you can. This is the Sacrosanct Convocation, which I think is our strongest one overall, but because it only affects, like 2 or 3 units, and it has a very specific condition, I can't give it anything more than a B tier. Like, it's not so strong that you build your list around it. It's like with the Lightning Echelon, if you're using those units, you're going to use the associated battle formation. I would use it even if I had Paladors and Vanguard Vanguard Raptors in a list. I would still bring Dracolines and use this battle formation. Like it's good enough, right? Like anytime you use a Sacrosanct Chamber unit, you want to use it. Returning a model on your turn is very strong. Even if it is a model that had to die that turn, there's still enough times where you're losing models on your turn. It could just be you retreated and you took mortal wounds and you want to return a model, or maybe your opponent hit you with a countercast and you took damage, or a countercharge, or they fought you, or they covering fire. Like there's damage you're taking at all points of the game now, and this really helps to smooth it out. When you combine this ability with the Lord Arcanum on Gryph-Charger that is returning a model every turn, suddenly you're looking at, on your turn, returning potentially 2 Dracolines, and on the enemy turn, returning another Dracoline. And that's just like a level of recursion that Stormcast have never had before. It's so stupid. It's like, imagine if Flesh Eater Court's last edition had 3-up saves. That's what we're looking at with this ability.
Yeah, I haven't actually tried it in a game. Paul, you have, right?
Yeah, I'm doing quite well with it.
Sounds dirty.
It's filthy. Now, there's a lot of restrictions on it. It's only on your turn. It's only a model that was slain that turn. But otherwise, it's golden, It's such a strong one that I actually do think people are going to play Sacrosanct heavy list. They're going to bring in like Castigators and Foot Evocators. Foot Evocators especially look fun with a control style.
For sure. There's a play there.
Yeah. I haven't figured it out yet.
About other stuff, but there is a play there. There's going to be something.
Yeah, if the game ever gets too heavy into covering fire and things like that, stuff like this starts to look really good. Like, they'll do 5 or 6 damage with covering fire, and you're just, okay, it's back at the end of the turn. Thanks for that.
Totally. Well, being able to bring back a cav unit of 5 wounds... 5 wounds on a 3-up save is just insane.
Oh yeah, even better.
And you don't even have to heal. Like it's not like you have to heal up something before you can return it. It's like you just plop a model down and the unit still has the damage whatever taken on it.
Yeah.
Which I'm so glad that whole like taking damage on individual models is gone. That was so not fun to play against.
Not fun to learn when I learned.
All right, let's talk about our spell lore options. There's one. It's the Lore of the Storm. We get all these spells. There's no choices. So there's nothing to rank here. There's no opportunity cost, right? I guess we can just talk about how good our spell lore is, right? Some people think it's bad. I think they're wrong. I think they're quite wrong.
It's very good. It's good. It's not great.
A lot of... Usually when you see spells and you're like, oh, there's no buff spells, so this is a bad lore. I don't agree with that take at all. To me, that says my units don't need buff spells. I don't need to have my wizards on the table round 1 in order to buff my units so that they perform properly. I just have things that are reactive. My wizards are doing stuff in the opponent's turn. That's fine. It's not stronger or weaker. It's just different. And our spells are strong, right? An unlimited D3 mortal wound spell, just pinging damage anytime you're not in range of anything else. Thundershock giving -1 to wound is a huge debuff. Good lord, it's huge.
Thundershock is amazing.
Yeah, it works on companions too, right? Because it's an enemy spell, so it debuffs mounts instead of... Monsters are going to be wounding on 3s now. Most mounts are going to wound on 4s or 5s.
the one I use the most. It's great.
Yeah, it's so good. I want to bring a spell portal just to use it. And then Starfall's great. Like, reducing charge rolls is fantastic. I can't believe Stormcast got this ability out of every army. Like, it doesn't... I don't know if it feels like a Stormcast thing. It's so disruptive that it doesn't feel like it belongs in our army.
It's so good with Krondys on a countercast. It's really, really good.
Yeah, countercast and then redeploy, and all of a sudden they can't get to you.
Yeah, it's also the range. It's like 18. It's like you could hit you could hit a cavalry unit and make it impossible for them to get to you. You hit an infantry unit that moves 5 or 6, they're not going anywhere.
Well, it has to be infantry, right? Or no, cavalry.
It's cavalry. Infantry or cavalry.
You
It
just can't
only
do the
doesn't target monsters. Yeah.
Which is kind of disappointing, but that would be so strong.
But who cares? You know, we have like most monsters in this game are heroes. We have raptors for that. You know, raptors is the starfall for monsters. So, like, you cast this on. I actually cast this on Vanguard because they don't have run and charge anymore. They just have 3d6, and now they were forced to charge 2d6. And no, actually, they were forced to get their spell off, which I unbound, and then I starfalled them.
Yeah.
Like,
so the other thing about this with infantry that's really powerful, I did this to some Blight Kings recently, and they were basically like, it's not just about stopping them from being able to charge. They still got in the charge, but they charged Krondys so barely that even with their pile in, they were only able to get half of their units in. So it's also like taking away how much they're actually going to be able to fight with. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, combine this with redeploy, you're essentially just making their charge near impossible. If you redeploy like 3 inches, they can't literally, like, they have to roll 6 to charge you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if they end the move more than 3 inches away, a normal move, and you redeploy 4 inches, you're now more than 7 inches away, which means they literally can't charge you. So 50-50 off redeploy, you can't be charged. And even if it's still a hard charge.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. But also, even if they do get in, like, they're going to have a tail of units, so they're not going to be able to get very close to you, right? And sometimes they don't realize that when you roll a 2d6, that extra dice helps you really get in before your pile in. Without that, you're not getting nearly as many units into combat.
Yeah. Yeah, and because our spells don't buff our units, like I said, we're free to just spam manifestations as much as we want. There's, cool. There's no opportunity cost, really.
Yep. Morbid. Krondys and Morbid.
Prayers are in the same place. We just have the one prayer lore. It's Prayers of the Stormhost. And at first I thought it was really good. I thought it was a great lore. I actually think it's pretty bad now. It's just translocation, really.
Yeah,
it's translocation and blessed weapons, but like in very, very, very specific lists, basically.
Bless is so hard to find a target for, and then it's a super hard chant, right? Chanting on a 6 is tough.
Yeah, it's annoying, and like I've just never chanted it. And the heal is like kind of fun, but obviously situational.
This is an Ionis prayer, basically.
Yeah,
I wish we had like a auto 6 chant on some hero or something.
I wish the big thing, like the big bless weapons, was just how it was written. Like, just let me put any unit, just give them +1 attack. Like, I wish it was just that. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's other armies that essentially get that, and it's easier for them to cast or chant than we can.
Yeah, it's
a 6, and then it's limited to what it can go on.
Yeah, short range, specific units, hard chant. And then +1 attack is good. It's a solid buff, but it's just +1 attack. You still have to combo that with like all-out attack and finest hour. There's a lot, Yeah. So it's really just translocation, the lore, and translocation's great, but do we even need it right now? That's kind of a question we've been asking ourselves lately. It's not reliable, right? I think the best thing about our lore is being able to teleport after the enemy declares a battle tactic.
Exactly.
But that's super unreliable because unmodified ones fail and modified ones fail, which means unless you're using a Lord Relictor, it doesn't matter how much ritual points you've banked up. You could have 10 ritual points. If you roll a 2, that's still a modified 1 with counter chant, which is a modified 1 fails. So, yep, it's not reliable at all, but man, is it strong when it goes off. A 3+ to ruin a battle tactic is a strong trick.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty anti-priest when we started this edition, and I was saying recently on the Discord that like until I started playing with the Knight Relictor's like a -1 to ward ability, I wasn't taking priests, and now I'm like super pro priest if it's the Knight Relictor.
Yeah, if you have a priest that does something, then the prayers are a bonus. And that's the exact opposite of what we were last edition, which was we bring a priest for the priest and anything else is a bonus.
Yeah, totally.
Looking at our manifestation lore, it's okay, right? Like, the Celestian Vortex I haven't cast yet. I'm never in a situation where I feel like I want to cast it. Dais is fine. The fact that you can't move the unit that was put on the dais the turn after you summon it, that really sucks. So sometimes you're ruining your own movement, which is not good. But the Comet is fantastic. It's one of the best endless spells in the game.
It's one of our few hero sniping tools we have.
Yep. Huge range, right? Set up within 18 and then every unit within 6. And then 2 or 3 mortal wounds, usually, sometimes 0. And if the enemy doesn't banish it, it's -1 to cast the whole time.
It also stops them from countercasting effectively.
Yep, -2 to cast.
If you land this near... Yeah, they'll be at a -2, which is pretty bad for their spells. Like, a lot of spells go off on like 7s and 8s now.
Yeah, that's true. I will say, Paul, like, congratulations on figuring out how to design the Warscrolls with all the information on them.
I know, right? This was tough.
I can't stand that whole situation. Like, I don't know if you guys have figured out in the app, but like, you can look at the sort of hero phase chanting or casting information, and then if you click on the photo of the thing, then the Warscroll will come up. So they are accessible in the same place. It's just not very clear.
Yeah.
Well, they used to write the endless spells like this. The summoning spell would just be on the spell.
They just put it on the spell.
There is a reason to not do it, and I don't know if they're ever going to use it, but the reason would be like, if you want to have a different summoning spell for different manifestation lores. Like, let's say Summon Everblaze Comet might be easier to cast if you're playing a Stormcast Army of Renown than it would be if you're playing the regular Stormcast Army. If it was all in one Warscroll, it has to be the same, but it could be different. I don't know if it ever will be, but it could be different.
They should just give the regiment a +1 to casting manifestation.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
It's also confusing how the banishment amounts are different, like, across the board. They're not always one more or one less. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I only started figuring this out a couple weeks ago, and I was like, what? There's no standard between what the banishment is in relation to its casting value.
Yeah.
They've tried making most of them 7s, because, like, what's the chance of you rolling 2d6 on a 7? It's like slightly over 50.
63?
63, yeah. So it's like, it's a decent chance, you know? And then some spells that can get, like, super aggressive, I guess they're like, for some reason, Everblaze Comet is a 6, because I guess the -1 to cast is like a huge bubble. But most spells, I think, are banished in the 7 these days.
It's cool that they separated the banish value from the cast value so that they can balance these things differently, right? So they can make a spell really hard to cast, but then really easy to banish.
Mm-hmm.
Or vice versa. Like, they could have a spell that goes, like, you know, casting value of 4 or 5, but it needs a 7 to banish.
Yeah, and that's cool. They have the design space to do that. Section 2, Warscrolls. We've talked about the context surrounding the Warscrolls. Let's talk about each unit. We're going to use the same ranking system we did last time, and we're going to try not to spend 3 hours on this section, so we might be giving you guys some quick reviews here. So, first up, Liberators. They are... Oh, they're sad. There's just better choices. You know, if you need a 5 model screen, you should just use Vanquishers or Vindictors instead. They're 120 points, other units are 110. The Crit Mortals are nice, but with only 13 max damage, it's not really that significant. Crit Mortals are kind of just accuracy, they're not max damage, so Liberators aren't going to kill 20 Clan Rats, whereas Vanquishers will. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Liberators are worth their cost right now. If they were 110 points, same as Vanquishers, they will see play, but as long as they're more expensive, they will not see play.
Launch box syndrome.
Yeah, that passive sucks too. That whole objective is wholly within your territory. There's not many of those, unfortunately.
Vindictors, like not really great in comparison to the other 110 for 5 unit that we have. They have like an interesting shield wall ability. If you roll a 4+, you gain strike first. I guess you've got the extra Ren, so you're going to put in a little bit of damage, but 3s and 3s on 11 attacks, you're really not going to do all that much, and then you're probably going to die. But 3+ screen, you get to do a little bit of damage before you die, not bad, but still slow. They need to get charged, so you're kind of just like positioning them to be charged, and rolling that 4+, it's kind of just like in some ways kind of defeats the purpose of that ability. It's a big one to roll. It's like, why not just make it happen? They have all these spears that are they're going into a spear wall. I think they're going to do this kind of damage regardless.
Are the Lumineth Wardens, I know they have the similar ability. Are they the same 4-up? Because I feel like that's the only other pike unit I know.
They have anti-charge as well, but they're 2 attacks a model with 10 models, whereas Vindictors are 2 attacks with 5 models.
Oh, they add 1 to the roll if the enemy unit is cavalry, but on a 4-up they get strike first. Okay. Yeah, this unit is strictly a screen to die and generate some value, maybe. It should not be 110. It should be below Vanquishers at that 100. Because it's strictly a screen. You will not ever reinforce and play this.
Yeah. It should be anti-charge +1 damage, not +1 rend.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing versus Liberators, they do have a flag model.
Yes, that's true.
So
they get +1 control.
that's key.
But you know what else has a flag model?
Yeah, exactly.
The Vanquishers.
And the Hornblower.
Yep. Vergonk, you want to take Vanquishers? What makes them so good?
Okay, so this unit, man, y'all remember how much of a wild roller coaster ride this unit went through last edition? Well, it hasn't gotten off the ride. It's good again. So 110 points for 5 units. They finally, despite no shields or anything, they've given them a 3-up save. The Stormcast are all 3-up save. They come with a banner. They come with a Hornblower, which means they get an extra dice for rally and an extra control score. Normally they hit just like Vindictors do, 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1/1. But their special rule is they get an extra point of rend against infantry, and if they're attacking something that has 5 or more models, they get 2 damage. The thing to note is this is not just against infantry. The 2 damage counts against cavalry. It counts against like anything they could possibly reinforce that is more than 5 or more models. This is amazing. This is like one of our best. It can be a screen. It can suddenly turn into a hammer when it has to. It is tough. It has a good control score. It has a rally bonus. Just a complete all-rounder. This is the complete package for what we accept. Like, this is what a Redeemer should be like. Like, that they're generally a screen and they have like a decent attacks, but against the right target, their damage suddenly just starts spiking. So expect to see a lot of these. A lot of people will start bringing 10 of these because within +1 attack bonus with something like plus weapons, their damage just gets insane. So, yeah.
Yeah, when they're reinforced, you get 2 musicians. Don't forget that. So
and
2
2
extra
banners.
dice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
No, I think it's
really
one.
solid.
It's one if
stack.
any musicians. Passes don't stack. Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. No, I think the only thing stopping us from putting these guys into S tier is 2 other units exist that are kind of competing for a similar role. First up, if you just want a cheap screen, if you want the cheapest screen possible, Gryph-hounds are there, right? Gryph-hounds are 6 models. They're 80 points. They're cheaper, so that's a better screen by definition. And then if you want to use these guys reinforced at 220, they're competing with Quester Soulsworn, which are very similar in terms of damage output and models and health and everything. But Quester Soulsworn can teleport, and they don't have to fight infantry to have good damage, or 5 model units. Like, Questers are just a solid unit all around. So, yeah, Vanquishers are just short of being S tier. They will be in many, many lists. David, tell me about Vanguard Hunters. Why are we putting them in D tier?
Man, look how they destroyed our Hunters. So, they do have some cool gimmicks. The +2 movement's fine. With the Vanguard wing, they could teleport around. I don't like... I almost rather have... With the way battle attackers are in this game, I almost rather just have the automatic just come from edges again. Just because there's so many... There's so many battle tactics that are like, take the flanks. desecrate. Like, and there's even like some missions that have more outer-reaching objectives. So hunters would have been really good with their old rules. The problem is they're 130 points. I don't know what they did to justify 130 points, but if this unit was like 100 or like even 110, now they're competing with like our cheaper screens. And like you might actually be like, "Oh, you know what? I might just take them instead of hounds because if they live, well, they have cool utility that I might be able to teleport them somewhere else on a 3+. Right? They're not going to like they might not win you a game, but it's a screen plus. I just don't think a screen plus is worth 130 points. That's why they're D.
Yeah, the best thing I can say about this unit is the design is very confused. They're trying to, match the name Hunter, so hunters are hunting, but ultimately this is a Redeemer unit. It is not meant to do a lot of damage, so trying to lean into its damage is a mistake. So at best, you're just making, for 130 points, you're just making your chip damage more efficient. Which just seems weird to me. I don't know why you would ever do that, but I guess like if you're in a weird spot where you have you have a screen of 5 vanquishers, and you for some reason you need another target to teleport, a target that has like a 7-inch move, then I guess go ahead and upgrade to Vanguard Hunters. But I don't know why you would.
Prosecutors have gotten a new model and a brand new Warscroll. They went from maybe the most pathetic damage and health per point to still being the most pathetic health per point, but they are quite good damage now, which is a great niche to be. They're fast, they're flying, they're punchy, they have a decent shooting attack as well. All around solid unit. The fact that they get 3d6 charges all the time is great, whether you're bringing them in from reserve to get a 3d6 charge, or translocating them into a 3d6 charge, or just moving them 12 inches and then shooting and then charging. All of that is great. The fact that they also are Ruination Chamber and they get to use the 4-up resistance roll, that's just icing on the cake. That you typically don't bring a lot of Ruination units, so whenever you have Prosecutors in your list, they are the unit that's going to use that ability every turn. And it's not something you ever count on, but your opponent's going to hate it when you roll a 4+ to ignore a spell, or charge mortals, or something that they were hoping to wipe out this unit almost for free. Like they're just hoping that 2d3 mortals can kill a bunch of Prosecutors and get out of the way, and then they can go do something else. And sometimes you just like, no, 4-up, doesn't happen. Great unit. I will warn you guys that 10-inch range on shooting is not good. Enemies can very easily redeploy out of that range. It's just very possible to do that. So why are we not giving it anything higher than B tier? Well, it's expensive. 280 points for a reinforced unit is a lot of points, and when you don't reinforce the unit, it doesn't really accomplish much in terms of its damage. That's not to say it's bad damage, it's just the things it has to hit are very, very specific targets. They have to be very soft targets that will die and will not be able to punch back. So we're looking at things like faction terrain, which can't fight back, endless spells. They're really good at sniping off endless spells. They're good at playing the flanks and taking off units that opponents are using to take the flanks. Right, they're usually sending out softer chaff units to do that, and Prosecutors are really good at hunting those.
They're just mini missiles.
Yeah, it's a missile. You throw it out there, it dies. You're not too sad because you only wasted 140 points. I'm very torn on whether I want to reinforce these units or not. It always feels like a waste of points to reinforce them because they die so quickly, and they don't do enough damage for their cost. Like, their damage is fine, but 280 is like, oh, I could have had some cavalry for this instead, It's tough. It's tough to fit it.
Yeah, they're great as a replacement to maybe your third screen if you have 140 points, because they're just going to give you this utility that you keep up in the sky, kind of like intimidates your opponent a little bit. A single unit can take out a little hero if they get in. And worst case, they have to play a bit more cagey, and then you just drop them in and use them for some tactics later. So I think it's worth 140 for one unit. But yeah, anything further than that right now, I don't think there's play.
I think 130 puts them in that reinforced range where you can start thinking of them as like dedicated units that you would bring. But yeah, I think for now, one squad, I would say don't invest in more than one squad. So Sequitors, another unit dedicated for Legends until come next year. 170 for 5, 10 wounds for 170. So really, really expensive. And yeah, but weapons wise, I guess they finally went and standardized it. None of this like prime nonsense. 2 models have a great mace, and 3 models have just, you would say, like normal, Liberator weapons. They have basically 2 Grand Hammers, and instead of crit mortals, they get crit 2 hits on 6s, which is okay. The damage is like consistent, but not against specific targets. But it's like okay damage. It's not like mortals or anything like that. Their main draw is their ability. Much like before, they can channel themselves if they're contesting an objective you already control. So you cannot use this offensively to get onto an objective. You have to already be standing on an objective. They have a defensive stance and an offensive stance. You can choose one of them. For defensive stance, other than companion weapon abilities, no weapon abilities that target this unit have any effect. So this could mean any like rend increases, any crit mortals, any +1 damage increases, anything that gives them crit 2 hits. These don't work against Sequitors. Which means with an all-out defense, even if your opponent brings like dedicated anti-infantry unit and infantry units, and most anti-infantry units are like -1 rend base, like ogres for instance, this unit actually gets pretty survivable. And the offensive stance is obviously you start critting on unmodified hit rolls of 5s. So instead of 6s generating 2 hits, 5 any hit rolls of 5 or more generate 2 hits, which you probably will never use unless you're in a really good position. You can combo this with a Tolerant to give them a 5 ward if you want to reinforce them. Envoy can give them a 5 ward. It can be a pretty tanky unit, and the damage, if you correctly channel blessed weapons and the crit 5 hits, isn't actually too bad. It's just that ultimately it's a slow 5-inch moving unit and it's 10 health. If this was a paladin unit, like if this was 170 for 5 and then 3 health each, I would be taking this probably, but 10 health is just very, very inefficient, and you can start losing models so quickly. You pretty much have to deep strike this, and then even then, you can't give your opponent turn 1 and then deep strike this. You have to this has to be like there's an empty objective that you can walk on and take before your opponent can start contesting it kind of unit.
Yeah, the 170 is so much to ask for this unit. If it was 140, I think like a block of 10 of these guys could be used. There's just so many situations where shutting off enemy abilities does like actually nothing. You just get hit and you still die because you're so fragile. If this ability was on Evocators, that would be amazing. That would be an amazing ability.
Mm-hmm. I can talk about Ether Wings.
Go do it, man.
Sure. I wish there were not 90 points. This is like a 60-point unit, and I feel like it's being generous. I really hate that you have to be within 9, because I feel like the whole idea with the Ether Wings is you want them to kind of like deep strike and you get the bonus. I don't understand. I'm not sure if that was just like a balancing thing. So they kind of have to be in your opponent's face, so they're kind of easy to just kill because it's just 6 wounds out of 6 up. My other issue is with them, they just don't go into anything nicely. Like, you pretty much have to put them in your general's regiment, which is like Estrella, or another type of War Master that just could take everything, and that just never feels good because it's a free 4 points to your opponent. Because your opponent just like looks at Ether Wings, they're like, okay, I'm gonna do a slight entourage. Okay, I shot like just anything at them, or I just like poked them with like some chaff. Okay, they're dead. I got my 4 points, and it doesn't really affect my gameplay. I would like to see this unit at 60 points. I would also like to see this unit be able to take in by more things besides just like Vanguard heroes. I wish they could slot in easier like Griffhounds. Maybe that was just a fluff balancing thing, but I would really like them to be able to be into different regiments.
I don't understand the 90 points on this. Their damage is so bad. They're so fragile. Is it just 12-inch flying move cost this many points?
I honestly, if you don't understand the point, it's because formula. This is them applying a formula. It's a 12-inch flying move. This unit was probably 60 or 70 points, and then that taxed it to 90. That's what happened.
It must have been hit with like a 10% tax and then rounded up.
Yeah, sometimes that's all GW. They don't consider the impact or abilities. They literally just look at keywords, like base keywords, and then decide points. It's how some units can actually end up pointed really low. Like the entirety of Nighthawk, for instance.
Or Gits. Last
Yeah,
edition.
Gits, exactly.
But
Yeah.
the one thing that is like more frustrating in my opinion is like these were always a really nice buff unit, and especially now that it's for all Vanguard Chamber, like there is some use there. Yet you can't deep strike them into range because the range is no longer 12 inches; it's 9.
And it's really bad. Like 9 is so bad. I remember the Knight Azeroth being so bad last edition because of that 9-inch restriction. Or no, it was 10-inch and it was still pretty bad. Like I don't know why they do this.
But even
it's
now,
a
you could
shame.
drop them in and use them, but now you can't. So you're flying them up the board, hoping they survive to get the buff.
They didn't even bother giving it the Vanguard Chamber keyword, so it could like run and charge.
Oh no,
or
it does.
Like,
it has the keyword, just not the chamber ability.
Yeah. That's what I mean. The chamber ability to run and charge. Like, what is that?
Yeah, it's 90 is just a baffling cost for this unit. I really don't understand it. It could be 60, like David said. That would be, I'd like to see it at 40, like we had in second edition, but I don't think we're ever getting that again.
I think 50. I think no more than 50.
There's no problem with them being allies anymore, right? We can have cheap chaff in our army without it ruining Ideneth, for example.
And we're limited by regiments in terms of chaff, so it's like I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, there's just no case to be made for these guys. Just use Gryph-hounds instead, which we'll talk about now. They are a very good unit. They're B tier. Nothing on their Warscroll matters. Like, not one word on this Warscroll matters. In fact, it just makes it worse. Like, the more you look at it, the worse the unit gets because you start reading about, like, Beast and stuff like that. All that this unit is good for, really, is being a 9-inch move screen that is also 6 models wide, and it's only 80 points. Right? Like, the damage is irrelevant. It even, like, it fits into most hero regiments, too, which is another thing. Most heroes can just take Gryph-hounds, even though they're not tied to any chamber. Most heroes can take them. Yeah, that's really the good thing. Do we need to talk about Warning Cry? Like, I haven't used it yet. It hasn't come up in a single game.
It comes up against Soulblight Gravelords for me. That's about it, because they like to bring stuff back in my turn. So, like, if Gryph-hounds are there and Vanguard Paladors and Long Strikes are there, I just go, okay, you're going to take 2d3 across all these units that you're trying to bring back.
Yeah, but the thing is that's Soulblight, so 2d3 mortals doesn't matter. It's just
yeah,
not that significant.
no, exactly. I mean, yeah, with summoning gone, I guess, like, I don't know, would this count against endless spells?
No, because endless spells can be picked as the target of abilities, and this doesn't target the enemy unit. It targets the friendly units. So you cannot ever use Warning Cry on manifestations.
Okay. Well then, yeah, it's not super useful. It basically creates an anti-deep strike zone for some cheap, like, it's weird. If your opponent wants to deep strike some, like, Kinnerai or something that's, like, really cheap, you can have some shooting units close by and then sprinkle D3 mortals across them so they, are already weakened in their turn, basically.
Well, like, the D3 mortals won't do anything significant against any real unit. Like, maybe if against, like, Grandhammers, it might kill one, but who's using Grandhammers, right? People are teleporting big stuff. This whole meta right now is big, meaty blocks of dudes.
I think the idea is that mortals are a pretty rare resource. So even chip mortals these days are pretty valuable because things you don't just do mortal wounds like they used to.
This is making me want to make a Gryph-hound kill shot channel on our server, where if Warning Cry kills something, you gotta post a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're great. You keep them on the flanks, you keep them as screens. The only downside I have with these guys is they can't be revived with Heaven Sent. And that sucks. Because you really actually want to revive them because they're a screen. They're supposed to die.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about Annihilators. And we have Mr. Annihilator himself. So, Mergonk, I guess we could talk about Annihilators and Shield Annihilators kind of all at the same time. They kind of still fit in the same role. But yeah, take us away, man. What did they do to your boys?
Okay, so quickly, Annihilators with shields, they didn't change them at all. The stats are still the same. 4-inch move, 3 health, 2 up save, whatever. The attacks are still the same. Nothing changed. They have Blazing Impact, which I guess you could do. You could, instead of having to do it immediately as you land, you could, because it's a movement phase ability, you can structure it however you want. So you could technically do this, use the Lord Imperator ability and then move them up and then resolve Blazing Impact if you wanted to. Lord Imperator is still attacks on them. Nothing has changed about that. We were hoping they would get a 7-inch deep strike on their Warscroll. And instead of the charge mortals, which is like a huge part of their damage, because otherwise these things do like very little damage, instead they pick an enemy unit that charged them. So they're like a deep striking unit that is also an anvil. They roll a dice per model in their unit, and on a 6 give them strike less. This is bad. This is really bad. Like, this is only even remotely reliable if you have 6 models, and that means you have a 360 point unit of 18 wounds, 2 up save, no wards, just like that is only good at taking charges. I'll tell you this right now. I have rolled Blaze of Glory from last edition a lot of times on 6 dice, and I rolled no 6s. I've rolled 10 dice and rolled no 6s. I don't know why they tied it to this. I wish this was a 5-up. Yeah, or maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like a 5-up and then, or maybe it's a 6-up, and then if you have more models than 3, so if you have 4, 5, 6 models, it's a 5-up. Maybe, and then maybe it becomes slightly playable. But as it stands, it's not. And when we get to the Lord Imperator and explain why Annihilators in general aren't very playable, but this one is just like, yeah, if you're a Timmy and you like rolling 6s and seeing some strike last, like if you just want to have fun, play this. But this will never see any serious competitive play. Weirdly enough, Games Workshop wanted to. I played Annihilators in a more mixed arms style, whereas a lot of other people were playing them in a spammy way to bringing 10 of these units and just dropping mortal wounds. The changes to the Lord Imperator and Annihilators actually means that it's more people are now more incentivized to just spam them, as opposed for the mortal wound blazing impact, as opposed to playing them in a mixed arm style.
Yeah, spamming them for mortal wounds seems like their best case scenario right now. There's just the strike last ability has so many caveats and limitations. People can just charge other stuff and then pile into range of you. It's just so expensive for this, and they can't be any cheaper because as soon as they get cheaper, people will spam them for mortal wounds, right? Right now, the only thing holding this unit back is that it's 180 points to deal, let's say, D3 mortal wounds to 3 units, best case scenario. What if you could bring 10 of this unit and still have like 800 points left in your list? That all of a sudden is a good list. Well, not good, but it wins games.
Well, it's still not good because the healing in this game, and then things like anti-infantry, things like mortal wounds, things like endless spells are still there. So I think like this could probably get 20 points cheaper. Like maybe not 150, but it could probably still be 170, 160 and be okay. But I feel like they've completely killed this unit. They have no idea how to, like give them just like make a proper deep strike army. I feel like they haven't just. They just don't want us to be able to hit people from deep strike in charges unless we have 2 or more targets. But then your opponent sort of decides what you hit, which is also not ideal. So it's really weird.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning you can stack multiple Lord Imperators and stack that with Gardas and stack it with other charge bonuses like Gabriel Sherheart.
Gabriel.
Like all this stuff works. It's just so expensive. It's all so expensive, and you could just use Cavalry instead. Like we'll talk about how good our Cavalry is. You're spending similar points and then just having a much worse unit.
They'll be back.
Yeah, hopefully the Battle Tome makes them great again.
They'll be back.
For the first time. Shield Annihilators have never really been great.
Yeah, but I guess not, eh? Well, they're a box syndrome, right? Launch box.
Yeah, well, Grandhammer Annihilators were great. They were S tier for most of last edition, and they dropped down a bit, then they got buffed, and they were S tier again. Like, fantastic unit all around. This time around, though, I don't know. Their profile's the same, right? Same fantastic damage output. They always wound on 2, so they don't need Finest Hour. They're always Rend 2, and you can push that to Rend 3 if you have, like, anti-cavalry or something from Special Assignment. Always 3 damage apiece. Like, their damage still is there, even if the charge mortal wounds are gone.
We just can't get them anywhere.
Yeah, there's no reliable delivery mechanism, and then this, even if you do make the charge, what's this unit going to do for the rest of the game with a 4-inch move? Nothing. And that assumes you even play around your opponent's redeploying, which is like a huge problem with this whole deep strike thing.
Yeah. Like I said this earlier on when the index came out, I was like, all they had to do was maybe give these guys like a blazing impact that made it so the opponent couldn't redeploy.
like when they hit the ground, it stuns them or something. You know what I mean? I'm sure they could have figured out something in the lore.
Or like,
I mean, they could have done shock and awe. Like shock
Yeah.
and awe could have just stopped commands within 12
Exactly.
inches.
Stop commands.
when
It
the
was perfect.
the turn you land. Like that would have been
Perfect.
great.
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, this unit could honestly be 40 points cheaper with the current cost of the support package that you need to bring with it. 220 is absurd. But why is it C tier? Like I gave Annihilators with shields C tier as well. There is a use case for these units, right? Like charging it, like the use case for shield Annihilators is you keep them inside another unit, right? So imagine you have like a block of 4 concussors, and behind that you have a block of 6 Annihilators. Your opponent charges into the concussors, your Annihilators get to probably give them strike last. And that's really, really hard to beat for a lot of armies. Like if you're a pure melee army, you just lose 2/3 of the time, right?
Yeah.
So that is a use case. It's not great. It's not efficient. What's the use case for Grand Hammers? Well, it's specifically the combo with Quicksilver Draft. When you drop a Lord Celestant and he has the Quicksilver Draft, and then you have 6 Annihilators around him, nothing's charging into that Lord Celestant. That's not happening. Nothing survives combat with 6 Annihilators that get to fight first on 2s and 2s. It's just not happening.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a use case. The problem is it's a very expensive combo. You know, right now, especially, we want to use as many wizards and priests as possible. We don't want to bring heroes that aren't a wizard or priest unless they're really, really useful. The whole thing's very expensive. It's not useless. It's just really, really niche. They can also give a unit strike last if they get a charge roll of 8+, but again, you have to make charge rolls of 8+, which is not a reliable tactic.
The Gavriel combo for that McGonk brought up, I think, is interesting because you're rolling 3d6 and then picking the top 2, so you have a much better chance of rolling an 8. But it's just so many things that you need to stack just to sort of make these abilities work.
Yeah, and you could just use Cavalry. So, all that said, Decimators are B tier. Because their damage output is just so absurdly high, and because they have more health than Annihilators, they end up squeaking past. I think right now, especially, I think they squeak into the B tier. They have the same problems, honestly, that Annihilators do. They're slow, they connect and do lots of damage. They take damage a lot better. Instead of being, 18 wounds while reinforced, these guys are a meaty 30 wounds, which is a huge difference, especially when you start stacking a 5-up ward and -1 hit and all these things. And Decimators do the most damage, the absolute most damage in our army, if they're hitting the right target. And unfortunately, that target is a unit with 10 or more models, which means against some armies, you just won't activate this. Against other armies, you probably still won't activate it because they might have 10 models, but they might lose one on the way in or something, right? It's hard to activate this ability, but when you do, and I think there's enough targets for it right now, Chaos Chosen, Reinforced Chaos Knights would trigger it. Everything in Night Haunt basically would trigger it. There's lots of armies that are using big, high model count units, and Decimators do so much damage that even if you cut the unit down to half its size, it's still going to wipe the enemy unit. They're just so much damage. So I think they squeak by with a B tier. What do you guys think? Have you tried them?
No,
I want to.
Yeah, it's like a list you want to try because it just sounds fun.
It sounds fun. It's just like I wouldn't recommend buying this because it's gonna go out of style, be legends in a year. But it sounds fun. But it's like 240 points. Like, oh my god, those are like cavalry level points. No ward. Yeah, I get that their damage is insane, but at the same time, it is only against certain kind of targets. 10 or more models is very tough to find these days unless you're fighting Night Haunt. Most things that are doing damage and people are taking these days are either single models, 6 models. That's the more popular pick. So I don't think it's a target-rich environment for them right now.
I think I think it's going to be about as good as it gets, right? Lumineth are using 10-man Dawn Riders, Sentinels, Wardens. Slaves of Darkness are using... Soul Blight is using it. Night Haunt is out there. There's lots of armies that do this, and people generally want to reinforce units. The game is still very much a reinforcement-heavy game, so I think there's enough targets. But you know what? Even when you're not fighting enough targets, their damage is still good. Honestly, it's not great, but their damage is still good because the Thunder Axes have crit 2 hits. They are still a solid unit pick. So worst case scenario, they're just, more expensive than something like Protectors or Retributors would be. Best case scenario, they're the absolute highest damage in the game. Like it's really not that bad. The 240 I think is justified compared to our other units, but by itself I think it's too much. I think this should be like 210, given how much you have to invest in a delivery mechanism. I've been doing with them is I put them with Gavriel Sureheart. If they make the charge, cool. If they don't, cool. They're still 10 models and 30 health. Not the worst thing in the world if they fail the charge, because it's not that big of an investment for my army. There's other stuff going on that I can afford to fail this charge. If you're one of like 5 people out there who owns a block of reinforced decimators, make sure you give them a try. This, especially in this meta. All right, let's talk foot evocators. Who has had a chance to use foot evocators? And what makes them good? Because everybody, we just first look, just immediately passed over this unit. Yeah, it might be a typo.
Typo makes them good.
It's they're control 2, right? That's the secret here, is that for some reason each one of these guys counts as 2 models on objectives.
It's weird.
Yeah, their damage is not great. They're only 3 attacks apiece with 1 damage, so these guys are poor damage as far as Stormcast go. Crit mortals aren't that great when you have that few attacks. Bless Weapons doesn't scale very well, so even though they're infantry, they can't really benefit from that. They can unbind, which is cool. They can buff other units or themselves with +1 to wound, which is cool. It has to be infantry, though, right? It can't be like a cavalry unit. Their real thing here is that they're control 2. So when you start stacking this with Sacrosanct Convocation to return 1 every single one of your turns, Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger returns 1 every turn, your turn and the opponent's turn, you create this like grindy block that is control score 20, which can go up to control score 23 if you have a Vexilor.
Staunch Defender if you want.
Staunch Defender, yep. Like, this unit counts like a Mega Gargant. It's so silly.
They feel like our version of Nurgle Chaos Warriors. That's what they feel like.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy, actually.
They're actually, it's weird. It's like what they've imagined for this unit is, it's not great at fighting on its own. It is cheap. I want to say it's 170 or something, right?
180.
180, right. I think this is one of those things where it's you stick this behind a unit of 10 Sequitors, and suddenly that anvil becomes kind of good. Wounding on 2s, you get to add evocator attacks to it. This is adding its own control score to it. This is not. I don't think this is a reinforceable unit, unless you're running a super control list. But I think there are better units for that, that are cheaper, in my opinion. But as a 5-man squad, I think that's fine. You could run this along a lot of infantry. Getting an extra unbind and a free +1 to wound that isn't tied to a spell now is actually pretty good.
Yeah, they seem fine. They seem playable. I'm not terribly excited about them because I still view them as a hammer. I can't get that out of my head.
Mm-hmm.
But they seem fine. I haven't put the pieces together yet, but I am going to take a risk and I'm going to call them C tier.
I wish they had crit mortal and crit 2 hits. Sort of how to sort of give us a throwback to the Celestial Jazz Hands or whatever.
Oh, the Lightning Arc. That would have been cool.
Yeah, Lightning Arc. So crit 2 hits and crit mortal, so it's it expands upon their damage a little bit. Because right now their damage is about the equivalent of just 2 extra Liberators, I want to say. Because that's what it is. 3s and 3s, -1/1, and then
yeah, they're slightly
5
higher.
more attacks.
Slightly higher damage than libs. It's not good.
Yeah, so three more libs basically. That's what they're doing, which is not great. So
yeah, it's not exciting.
I feel like someone will spam these though at some point.
Oh no, there was that Tacoma list. Was it Tacoma?
Did someone do it?
Yeah. At Garrett's tournament, Old Town Throwdown, there was a Sacrosanct Convocation list that ran 6 Dracolines, 3 Dracolines, 5 Evocators, 5 Evocators. It was a purely Sacrosanct list. It was just control, and then Dracolines for strike first and damage. Lots of mortals, basically.
They're a solid unit, yeah. Even just a squad of 5 counting as 10. It's really hard to get that much control per point, especially in Stormcast.
Crazy.
Let's talk about Praetors. So they're basically the same unit they were before. It's
Yep.
They still need to be on the table in order to use Soul Bond. They still have to pick a unit that's on the table in order to use Soul Bond. But instead of being a 3+ ignore, now it's just a 5-up ward for both units, which makes them more durable if they get targeted directly, which is actually pretty cool.
It's nice.
Their damage is fine. It's the same as Shield Annihilator damage, which is not good, but it's not bad either. And yeah, that's all there is to say about them. If you want to give a big dragon a 5-up ward, this is probably the best way to do it.
Yep, I've been using them. Only need 3. Wish they weren't 150. Wish they were 120, 130. I feel way better. The fact that they get a 5+ ward too now is actually makes them a little bit more durable. I've noticed in my games. So it can matter, but yeah, 150 is just insane.
130, I think, is what they should be.
I've been really enjoying them. I find them easier to use. Their damage has always been okay, so it's nice to have. And then the 5-up ward, like, they don't. Like, the enemy has to really think about what they're going to try to do. It's not like they can just punch through them. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, giving the 5-up ward to Krondus or Stardrake or Karazai, it feels really good, especially when you stack it with a Knight constantly. That kind of effective health scaling really benefits healing. But that's it. That's the use case for them. Outside of buffing a big dragon, there's no reason to use them. Everything else already has a 5-up ward, or you don't want to spend points to give it a 5-up ward.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's talk about Protector. One of our last infantry units we're going to talk about here. Protectors are like Decimators, except they don't have crit 2 hits or the +1 damage, but instead they have a 5-up ward as long as they're near an infantry hero. So I said earlier that Decimator damage was fine. Like, it is fine, it's okay. But it's not a unit you want to use if you never activate the damage bonus, because it's so expensive. It's 240. Protectors are a little bit cheaper at 220. Their damage is lower than Decimators, even in their worst case scenario, but they are tough. They are just a brick house. 30 health in a reinforced unit that basically always has a 5-up ward. There are other ways to get 5-up wards, but this is like guaranteed. Like, you just put a hero near them, which you're going to do. So, do you need a big anvil? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Their damage is okay. It gets better if you give them blessed weapons and they have the Star Soul maces. Like, it starts to get a little bit better, but it's never good. So I don't know. Personally, I haven't found a use for them, but it's hard to call them D tier. They don't feel overpriced for what they do. This is not like a charge deep strike unit, so you don't care about the cost of the Lord Imperator and stuff like that. Like, this is a different kind of unit. I don't know when I'm gonna use it though.
Yeah.
Is there a fighting hero that you really need to protect?
That doesn't have a 5-up ward? I don't think so.
It has to be an infantry hero too. It can't even be like a Lord Celestin on Dragoth.
I guess a very small use case is like if you have a Terminus with a Quicksilver Drought and you didn't give it Mirror Shield. There are quite a few units like Giselles and like Kurnoth, I want to say, with the Great Bows that ignore Guardian Hero. And they might just shoot it off, so you could have some protectors there, and then both the protectors and the hero get 5 boards, and that makes them a little more survivable. That's like the only use case I can think of.
Not great.
Yeah, I can't think of any like foot heroes I would really want to protect. Because I'm generally either not putting them in danger of fighting, or if they're probably not getting shot anyway.
I don't view this unit as protecting a hero. I view it as the hero as protecting them by giving them a 5-up ward, because you want them to have the ward, right? The big brick house of 30 wounds.
It could be a playstyle around them, but I don't see it right now. Maybe a Knight Vexillor behind them, and it's like cool. It's a 5-up ward, what's increasing their control score block.
Yes, it just seems too expensive for that role.
220 is a lot, yeah. Now that they don't have a 2-up save, if Retributors are 180, I don't know why all these like other ones are like suddenly way more expensive than Retributors. These guys should be like 200.
Well, we will talk about Retributors shortly, my friend.
Yeah.
But I do think they're not D tier. I think they're C. Protectors are playable. Quester Soulsworn. Okay, finally, we're seeing some A tier units here again. It's been a while. What makes Quester so good is that they are just across the board efficient. You know, their max damage, their rend, their accuracy, model count, health count, everything is just above average for their cost. 6 models for 230 points, the exact same damage profile as 6 shield annihilators, right? 6 damage apiece, 3s, 3s, rend 1. It's like you're saving 70 points off that shield annihilator. Or no, more than 70. A lot. Like 130 points, right? They're so cheap. The fact that they also get to teleport once per game is great. They can get a 5-up ward and have +3 control if you get this quest marking thing going on. It's honestly just a bonus. Like, this unit is just so efficient and good at what it does that everything else is just a bonus, right? I really like this unit. I try to fit it in as a side hammer all the time. I have them just kind of bully other units off objectives on the flanks. Your opponent has to dedicate heavy damage in order to reliably wipe them out because they're 18 health on a 3-up save. And even if they do wipe them out, you can just revive them, and then the revived unit can use the teleport, and it can benefit from the quest marked objective. Like, just all around, it's easy to use. I never feel bad when I put it into lists. It's one of the few units I would consider using for the Thunderhead host to give them +1 hit. If I cared that much about their damage, I don't. But yeah, all around, just great unit.
They're awesome.
They can also teleport while they're in combat. So that's
No,
great.
that's huge. That's a huge thing. Huge benefit. Because they will survive most combats with 18 wounds, and then you just get them out of there.
Yeah, with a lot of other units, you'll stick them on a flank, and then sometimes they're just out of the game, right? You don't want to stick 230 points on one side of the battlefield, and then your opponent just heavily dedicates everything to the other side, and you're now fighting, 1750 against 2000. But the fact that this unit teleports means it's always relevant somewhere else on the battlefield. It's never a waste of points to stick it on the flank.
Yeah.
So A tier. I think these guys, along with Vanquishers, are the best infantry melee units that we've got. Okay, who wants to talk about Reclusians?
Has anyone played with them yet?
I know. What's his? Damn. Other guy has.
I mean, they're cheap points. 150 for 3, I think, keeps.
So I have seen them in
C tier.
I have seen them played. I don't think they're bad. They're just. I think they get better once we get the new tome, and I think they get better once the meta kind of fizzles. I feel like this unit is missing like a piece of the puzzle, and I feel like that piece of the puzzle is in the book. I feel like there's supposed to be more, which I think obviously there is going to be. The writing's on the wall. More Ruination Chamber coming. I just feel like this unit is like a piece or two away from being like amazing. And I think the heroes are just so overcosted that it makes Reclusians like look bad. When I don't think they're actually bad. I think the support around them is bad. They're just the Annihilator problem.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the unit itself is good. It's actually very aggressively costed. It's very reinforceable. It's Sentinels of the Bleak Citadels for a 5-up ward, 3-up save, a 3-up resistance roll against like rampages, spells, whatever your opponent has in their pocket to try and get rid of this thing or debuff them in some way. I think the only missing piece is, for some reason, Games Workshop thinks like non-wizard and priest heroes should be pointed way more. I don't know how they point these things, but like it's awkward that the Veritant is 140 and then Terminus is 170. And the Terminus is like the best hero for this unit. I would maybe think the Lord Vigilant, but paying 210 points for a fight twice once per game, it just feels weird. But this is a solid unit. It's missing something. Maybe lower points on some of the stuff surrounding it, or more heroes that are in the Ruination Chamber coming up. We'll see.
I also think that GHB doesn't do this unit justice. If you guys remember, I think it was early 2 years ago, like earlier 3rd edition, where it was a lot of like 3 to 5 objectives, but everything was like center. Like everything was like in the center. Like we were all just fighting everything in the center. And Gotrek was actually pretty good. That's where this unit would actually really shine, because they don't have to go far to fight for objectives or fight units. I feel like this GHB actually kind of spread out the objectives a little bit more. Not all the missions, but I feel like a lot of the missions are spread out. So it's like it's really hard to get these guys going where they need to go.
150 for this profile is the right cost. I wish more of our units were costing like this. Like, Shield Annihilators should be 150.
I mean, for a 2-up save, I can see like a 10-point increase on them.
Yeah,
But yeah,
160, sure.
they should not be more than 160 for
Yeah.
sure. Like, yeah, it's good to see units that are costed like this. Like, and maybe that's why like Annihilators under the Grand Hammer just seem so way too overcosted. That unit should never increase more than 200. Like, that's crazy for 9 wounds.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Retributors. So I think they're another infantry unit that manages to squeak into B tier, and it's purely based on just raw numbers, like the cost, the health, the damage.
Yeah, wounds.
It's all just fine. There's nothing exceptional here. They can do some really crazy damage. Like if you reinforce them and you give them blessed weapons, they can go up to 62 max on 3s Rend 1 with crit mortals. Like they can really pump out a lot of damage. It's really hard to give them blessed weapons because you want them coming out of reserve. So slow that you have to kind of play around that speed. It's like decimators, right? Except they don't have the crazy high damage swing. They're just fine damage all the time. Nothing exceptional. But they're also 60 points cheaper than decimators. So yeah, I think they're good. It's the kind of unit where you can even start to build around it a little bit. You want to give them a 5-up ward through like Envoy or a Toralon or something, and they become this like efficient hammer and anvil kind of unit that the speed suddenly doesn't matter as much because you still have so much other room in your list for stuff because these guys are so cheap that them being a 4-inch move doesn't really matter as much as it would for something like Annihilators or for Decimators. So I think they're good-ish, not exceptional. I don't even know if you can reduce their point cost, maybe 170, but I think they seem fine to me. Everything around them should get cheaper, right? Like Imperatant, Gardas, Gavriel, I guess Gavriel's fine.
Yeah.
Vandus, like all the stuff that supports them needs to get cheaper. Retributors themselves seem fine.
They're just older reclusions.
They're better reclusions.
Yeah.
Just more models.
Older and better.
Yeah. Don't have a 3-up ignore, but they have like double the health almost. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, you ignored D3 mortal wounds. Cool. Well, I just have 6 more health to begin with.
Exactly.
All right, so we are putting together these like mini tier lists because there's so many Stormcast units, it can be overwhelming. So here is just a quick reference for what we talked about when we discussed melee infantry. You can see in the A tier we've got Vanquishers and Questers. B tier we've got Decimators, Griffounds, Prosecutors, and Retributors. Then in the C tier we've got Protectors, Reclusians, Annihilators, Praetors, Grand Hammer Annihilators, and Evocators. And then in the D tier, which are, I think all of these are just a cost issue, really. Aether Wings, Liberators, Vindictors, Vanguard Hunters, and Sequitors. Just grouping these units up because they all kind of share the same role. I think it's fair to compare them against each other. It doesn't really make as much sense to compare like Vanquishers to Paladors. That's kind of a weird comparison to make. Evocators and Dracolines are back, and they're actually quite different than what they used to be. They looked like a strict downgrade from their previous edition where they had a higher move, they had a worse save, but they did way more damage, so they were like a fast flanking high damage unit, and if you ever got to like strike first with them somehow, you would have just obliterated the opponent. They're very, very different now. In fact, they're almost not even a hammer, they're more like an anvil unit, because they are still 15 health on a 3-up save, but they just tank so much damage between all the different healing and returning, and that they can get a strike first effect if they're contesting an objective they don't control. They really do feel more like an anvil unit than a hammer. One of my favorite tricks to do with these guys is to leave them just off an objective that I don't control, and as soon as my opponent gets anywhere near them to, declare a charge or anything, I just redeploy them 1 inch. I'm now on the objective. I'm contesting an objective I don't control, so I have strike first. So feel free to charge into me. I get to hit you first.
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty great. I often forget that they have an unbind, which is just icing on the cake. Their damage, I will say, is not spectacular. Unless you bring the Lord Arcanum on Dracoline, then their damage gets really good, because that's a huge pump up to their mount attacks, which makes them more significant in damage output. The key to using this unit really well is to not get stuck in combat with them. You want to be charging with them and then getting out of combat with stuff like Power Through, so that you can keep triggering the Lord Arcanum on Great Charger's healing. And if you're not returning models to this unit, you shouldn't be using this. It's just not worth the points at that point. You should use something more like Vanguard Paladors or Fulminators instead. But all that said, I think Dracolines are a fantastic unit. They are costed appropriately. Right now, there's not a lot of opportunity cost for using battle formation, so anytime you use Dracolines, you immediately switch over to the Sacrosanct Convocation, and they feel very good in that. The fact that they also combo with Estrella Soulbright, who is one of the best heroes in our army right now, because she can bring Vanguard Raptors, and she's also a wizard. All of this just works. They just feel good to put into lists.
Have you played around with actually doing that objective trick? Like, how are you finding that?
Oh, it's super reliable.
Yeah.
I'll even tell my opponent that I'm going to do it. What choice do they have?
So
it's such a huge unit. It takes up so much space.
It's so hard to, yeah, exactly.
You can't run through it. You can't ignore it. And if they do ignore it, you can countercharge.
Yeah, well, they could try and block it depending how you're set up. But if you have 6 of them, and yeah, it'd be really hard.
It is extremely.
I tell my opponents and it catches them off guard. They still charge into it. Like Paul said, they have no choice a lot of times. And sometimes they think they can tank the damage, but they forget that 6 Dracolines have 19 attacks with crit mortals, and like that will cut into them. Like people underestimate how much damage they can do.
It's not spectacular damage, but it is good damage.
It's enough to hurt, and then with Sacrosanct Convocation, whatever you do to me, if it's my turn, I'll just heal it back.
Yeah, the damage output feels like a non-Stormcast unit's hammer. Like other armies would love this unit. We love it for the defense.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Dracoths. I think the first 3 we can kind of lump together, right? Concussors, Desolators, and Fulminators. They're all basically the same unit. Very, very similar cost, similar role, similar everything. Who wants to be the one to complain about the nerfs to them? We should get that out of the way, right?
Yeah, it's just the
I'll
health
complain.
thing. Yeah,
I'll complain.
Go for it.
All right. Why you shouldn't play Dracoths? I'll put it this way. They're still good models. They're decent. They are mounted paladins, which is what they were supposed to be, and that's still their kind of job. And they all have some unique abilities, like Concussors here disable commands on a 3-up, so they essentially get like a roar. What doesn't work about them is this. The internal balancing of cavalry in our faction was dependent on Dracoths being this elite 3-up save unit, while Evocators and Vanguard Paladors were not 3-up saves, they were 4-up saves. So they had higher health. They had they had about the same health, because they used to be like, I think 5 wounds compared to 6 wounds. Paladors being 4. So Paladors had 12 wounds, Evocators had 15.
No, Paladors still had 5 each. They were just a 4-up save.
So they were 4-up saves and 15 health, and Dracoths were balanced by being more elite with 12 health on a 3-up save. Well, that health is now 10. They've retained the 3-up save, and everyone else has gotten upgraded to a 3-up save. So Evocators on Dracolines and Paladors are all 3-up. In terms of movement, Paladors have the upper hand. In terms of, I guess you could say abilities, Unbind and Strike First, like we just mentioned with the Dracoline Warscroll, is pretty useful. And this leaves all Dracothian Guard in a rather awkward spot, where their damage is slightly lower or comparable to that of the other cavalry, but their health, their control, and their movement specifically feels lacking. And you don't feel this as much if there was a rule across this game that said all cavalry cannot be reinforced, then Dracothian Guard could go toe-to-toe with a lot of cavalry in the game, because they still have the Azerite Halo on them as like the Extremis Chamber rule, the Thunderhead, the Dracothian, the Extremis Chamber battle formation helps them out a little bit. As it stands, reinforcing them feels really bad, because when you go up against 6 Vanguard, 6 Paladors, 6 Evocators on Dracolines, 10 Hex rates, that difference of health, of control, of number of attacks, of the number of attacks and health and control you lose as you start losing models is felt a lot more. So in an age of reinforced cavalry, Dracothian Guard fall behind sadly. Like they would need to be 20 points cheaper, in my opinion, across the board compared to like all the cavalry that's out there for them to be playable. And I know what they've tried to do in order to not make them power through other cavalry. They've made their health 5 and instead given them the Azerite Halo rule just as like a standard. But I feel like that's not enough, because any strategy that revolves around you constantly rolling 6s to make a unit's points back is not worth it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. That said, I still think they're playable. They're not so bad that they become unplayable. They're just in a weird spot, right? Like, we want to use reinforced cavalry so that we can buff it and then we can return it with Heaven Sent. Like, we are strongly encouraged to use reinforced cavalry. And Dracoths are kind of like a weird unit. That when they're reinforced, they don't feel efficient enough because they're not as high impact as other units. But when they're not reinforced, they don't do enough damage and they don't have enough health, so they end up just losing flanks. Compare this to like Questor Soulstorm, which are 18 health on a 3-up with actually better max damage than something like Concussors. So they don't play the flanks well, and in terms of reinforced hammer units, they're not ideal. Well, not to say they're not ideal, but they're not obviously good at what they do, right? They're comparable to other units, and you don't want to be comparable to other units. You want to be the best at something. You want to have a niche. Right? Like we talked about Evocators, they're a tank. They return models like crazy. They have this cool strike first mechanic. Nothing else does that, and that's why they're such a powerful and useful unit. The Dracoth niche is using the Lightning Echelon to get a 3+ strike first. And that is a very good niche, to be fair. A 3-up unrestricted, anytime you charge, you get to fight first. That's very, very powerful. They also combo with Lord's Lesson on Dracoth using Quicksilver Draft to fight first. Like they're like the fight first cavalry with good damage as opposed to Dracolines, which are just okay damage, right? And they also have this breath attack, which can spike. Like, especially if you have 4 of these guys in a squad, you get 4d3 on 3s, 3s, 2 with crit hits. It can spike and do a lot more damage out of the blue. It's never something you rely on, but it can happen. They definitely feel lacking in purpose compared to other cavalry, but that doesn't mean they're unplayable. So that's the general spiel. Let's talk about each unit individually. Concussors are the most expensive of all of them. That's because they do mortal wounds all the time, and they always wound on 2s with the lightning hammers, and they shut off enemy commands on a 3+. They have roar. They have like the dead ass best command thing or best monstrous rampage from last edition. They just have it all the time.
And they're the only ones that are on 2s to wound, right?
Yeah, they wound on 2s all the time. You never need to Finest Hour them for damage.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Now they're
just a little too expensive. 250 is oof. 240 is like what I call the Stormcast hammer price tag. Anything over that, like, I'm just so iffy on using something like that.
If Concussors if they had 6 health and Rend 2, they'd be worth 250 because they're everything else about them is great. It's just those things that are lacking. They should be the elite cavalry, and they don't feel like it.
Yeah, they just, in terms of elite, it's like, think about it. You're 60 points away from 3 Vanguard, and it's like you're nowhere near that damage potential, or health wise, or defense wise. It's just weird. And I hate to say this, but like, because Roar was really powerful last edition, and this edition it still is in a way.
It's less powerful
because
though, right?
It's less powerful. People aren't using all-out attack and all-out defense like they used to. It's still good for stopping something like power through. Like that's certainly a potential application of it. Or stopping like some weird command that someone might have in the combat phase that I don't know does what. But all-out I don't see people using all-out defense, all-out attack more. In fact, if people are doing that and they're not, if people are using those command abilities and not using the other ones, I usually find them easier to beat these days.
Yeah, usually people should be using a lot of defense against our shooting.
So
it's fine. I think Concussors are playable. You know, when you use them, you really need to use the Lightning Echelon, but that's not much of an opportunity cost like we've been discussing. They're pretty easy to fit into a lot of battalions. Regiments, they're called now. Star Drakes are pretty good. Lots of War Master heroes that we're bringing to bring long strikes anyway. So they're a pretty good fit. I wish they were just better as squads of 2, so that you didn't have to use them reinforced. You know, they're just not ideal for that purpose. All right, so we talked Concussors. We can talk briefly about Desolators. They wound on 3s. Instead of mortals, they do anti-infantry. And instead of shutting off commands on a 3-up, they get +1 damage. Only on the rider, though, if they're fighting something that's 10+ models. So that's fine, right? It's not quite like mounted Decimators, because Decimators have crit hits, which makes them better. They're just too expensive. 230. Just like look at Fulminators, right? Instead of having to fight something with 10+ models to get +1 damage, Fulminators just need to charge. And when Fulminators charge, they do a little bit of mortal wounds in, and their damage is just great, and they're cheaper, right, than Concussors. Yeah. So like, of these 3 units, Fulminators are definitely the best one, because their damage is what you would want a unit like this to do.
Mhm.
But unlike some of our other cavalry, they have issues with health, with movement speed, with lots of things. Despite all that, fulminators do so much damage, and especially when they're paired with the Star Drake, they do really, really good damage. I still think they're worthy of being called A tier. I think concussors feel like a B tier unit. They're short of being A tier. Desolators are overpriced, I think, and just too hard to use, and they're just outcompeted by fulminators, which are a solid unit.
Yeah, I think to properly internal balance these, I think Desolators would have to be cheaper than Fulminators, so like 210. And then Fulminators and Concussors would have to be the same price. So you can decide between utility of no commands and mortal wounds, or consistent damage, especially more damage on the charge.
Yeah, I hope they get a rework in the Battle Tome. This ain't it.
Mhm.
I don't want this unit balanced with points. They should be about 230. You don't want to see Dracoths go to like 190.
Mhm.
All right, so let's talk about the fourth kind of Dracoth, Tempestors. What used to be arguably the best unit in our book last edition has fallen very, very far. They took the same hits all the other Dracoths did, less damage, less health. But Tempestors really took it on both ends because their shooting got significantly worse. They've been reduced from 6 max damage down to 3 with crit 2 hits, which is huge reduction.
Yeah.
Especially when reinforced, you can really feel it that their shooting damage just isn't good enough. And their melee damage has just been gutted as well. Now, they used to be 3 attacks on 3s 4s. Now they're 2 attacks on 3s 3s. Like, it's a lot worse. A lot worse.
I used them in a tournament. I was not a huge fan. I also feel like, so if you all out attack them in the shooting phase and all out attack them in the combat phase, and you also stop all defense, they could pretty much put out as much damage as Paladors. The problem is, for 20 more points, I don't need to invest 2 command points. I don't need to take a unit that's 20 wounds compared to 30 wounds. I don't understand what they're trying to do with this unit.
They were trying to punish it for the sins of third edition.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was okay. So they do like transitions to new editions, and they'll like, okay, what does this unit with its rules do in the new edition? And then they'll do like a balance pass. And I don't know any of this. I'm just assuming, right? Just based on how they tend to do things. They'll do a balance pass on these units and be like, oh, well, this unit was bad before, so let's tweak it a little bit to make it better so that people can feel good about it. So it's not bad, 2 editions in a row. They don't always succeed at that goal, but that's probably what they do. And then they look at a unit that was like, well, everybody's using this unit, so let's not bother really touching it very much, right? Like let's leave it at that initial pass. Tempestors were definitely the latter, where it feels like, yes, this is what they'll look like in 4th edition, and that's it. We can just stop thinking about it. What made Tempestors really good before was their shooting damage was significant. It wasn't the best. All right, like crossbow adjudicators and long strikes were still doing way more damage at range than Tempestors. But Tempestors did significant damage where they didn't have to go into melee. They could sit back and be a shooting unit, and then as soon as you needed them to, they could flip the switch and go into melee and finish stuff off. And they were durable, and they had 6 health apiece, so they were 24 health on a 3-up save, which you stack that with cover, and now you're on a 2-up save, and defense for a 1-up save. They were just above average at every single thing they did, and that gave them a lot of versatility in how to actually play them. But now you can't just sit back and shoot with it, because the shooting damage is not very good. And if you charge in and fight with this unit after shooting with it, well, why didn't you just use a melee unit instead? And then there's other like usability issues, right? Like a 10-inch storm blast attack. On the other Dracoths, it doesn't matter so much that this is such a short range. On Tempestors, it matters a lot, because you want to drop this unit into play more than 9 from enemies with Scions. They just need to redeploy 1 inch, and all of the Storm Blast damage is gone. And if they get a higher redeploy, all the Volley Storm crossbow damage is gone as well. Right? Like, it's a big deal that this is such a short range. It's really hard to use. They feel overpriced to, like, especially compared to other shooting, right? They just feel too expensive compared to other shooting. Compared to Cavalry, they just don't do enough. So I don't know what the point of this unit is supposed to be anymore. It can't do what it used to do, and what it does now isn't very good. I was hoping I was wrong. I was really going back and forth on this one. I was trying it every which way I could, but I really can't see a use for them. Unfortunately, I think this unit has to be a lot cheaper to see play, and that would just be a shame. Like, they're supposed to be an elite unit. If this unit starts costing 180 points, it's just not going to feel good. It would be playable, but it wouldn't feel like a Stormcast unit.
Maybe 200 makes this playable. They could have given it Rend 2 on the Volley Storm crossbow, or like anti-infantry or something. I don't know. Doesn't even have shoot in combat. Like, what is that?
Yeah,
It's literally a pistol. It's a one-handed crossbow. Like, I don't even know. Yeah.
Or give them the treatment that they gave the Judicators with crossbows, like which was a similar profile before. But so they lost the double shots also. They got the double shots on crits only, but they got an extra shot. So give these guys an extra shot or an extra couple shots, like make up for it somehow.
Maybe, but the fact that it doesn't have shoot in combat is astounding to me. Like it's just like
Yeah,
it just
it's
looks like
crazy.
the kind of unit that should have it. If any unit should have it, this should have it.
Yeah, I agree.
moving on. Stormdrake Guard. They are different than they were in 3rd edition. They're despite almost being identical in stats, they feel like a different unit, right? Because they don't have the monster keyword. Well, they do, but it doesn't. Monster doesn't do what it used to do. Right? It doesn't give you roar. It doesn't give you stomp. Monster now is actually like a bad keyword to have because there's no benefit to being a monster. It's all downside. People just pick anti-monster and boom, now they're a +1. So there's no inherent benefit. They're still tanky. They're still good at shooting. I actually like their shooting a lot more rather than having potential D6 mortals. Having a flat 4 damage that always hits on 2s with Rend 2. That feels great. Much better design. Also worth noting that covering fire doesn't give -1 hit to companion weapons. So this always covering fires on a 2. I don't know if that's intended, but that's the way it works. Their melee damage is fine. For their cost, it's bad, but it's actually like really, really high impact, right? Like when you get 4 of these guys, 4 Stormdrake Guard charging with lances do a ton of damage. They do more damage than Fulminators, which I was saying are very good damage. These guys are even more. And if you pump it up even further with a Nitroconus, like they're really, really good damage output. The problem is it's like 720 points for this unit and another 250 for the Draconis. It's very, very expensive.
It's interesting. Like I played them a lot in 3rd edition, and they always felt expensive, but because of save stacking, that price went a really long way. And I find, they're a bit more expensive than before, but not that much more expensive. But because save stacking doesn't exist, just more fragile, and so the price feels way more expensive.
Yeah, we don't have the Lord Castellan to give them +1 save anymore. It's much harder to give them a 5-up ward.
Yeah. So the price matters more than it did before, because you could just kind of build into it before and beef them up and do strategies that allowed you to make sure that they were super tanky, and you can't really do that right now. So that's been a problem. I find them not worth the points, personally.
They're compared to other cavalry, I would agree. It's not my first choice, but they're such a powerful unit. You can't deny the impact they have on the board when they hit the table and they hit stuff and they like charge through screens with their Draconic Onslaught. Oh
great.
Man,
it's great.
You just got to roll a 3+ and then roll a 3+ to fight first. Like it's so easy. They can be really good, but their cost is so high. It's hard to give them A tier.
Yeah, it's not there right now. Maybe eventually, or price will go down. Maybe.
Stormstrike Chariots are another unit that has been, gutted by this new edition, because their stats just went down across the board. They went down -2 move, -2 health. Their cost went up. Their melee damage went about the same, honestly, right? Like the Griff Chargers aren't Rend 2 and they're hitting on 4s now, so it's like kind of a wash. But losing the charge mortals, having them converted into just D3 against 1 unit, that is really not ideal. The fact that you have to wait to use Celestial Blaze and you have to dedicate power through to this unit, which is a command point. Like, yeah, this unit can do 3D through mortals if it survives the combat phase, if it makes the charge, if you have command points to spare on it, if you have 170 points. It's also not infantry or cavalry, so it doesn't actually fit into a lot of heroes' regiments. It's a war machine, which is weird. Yeah, it's not exciting. I can't give it anything but D tier. There's just so many better choices for 10 health, 3-up save. You can even use Liberators. I think 5 Liberators probably do more for you than a Chariot does, and they're 50 points cheaper.
Such a great model too.
Yeah, I understand what they were trying to do with this unit. It's a cool concept. Just the points and the command like farming just isn't there right now, at least.
If you could power through for free rather than doing the D3 mortal, like additional D3 mortal wounds, like if every chariot could just get a free power through, oh yeah, I'd be all over it. But it's just there's other units we want to power through. Stormcast have really good power through. Talked about Dracolines, they're a fantastic power through unit. Stormdroid Guard are really good at that. But let's talk about the premier one, because you guys haven't lived until you've done a 14-inch power move after fighting and giving enemies -1 to wound, and then just running away 14 inches. Like, this is Sylvaneth levels of stupidity, right? This is Strike and Fade without a dice roll. It's so stupid.
It makes you want to tag like I played LOL in my GT, and I would purposely put like one model like as max 3 away as I can from like also from like another unit. Like I was trying to kill like one unit, but like one model just like max 3 inches away from a second unit just so I could power through and like get away. And then, like I did this like so many times over the GT, and I was like, this is so dumb. I don't know how this got through.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I one time went into combat with a very small unit that this unit would totally just destroy, but I basically just charged in so that only one of my guys would be able to attack that unit. And the guy I was playing is like, why aren't you just piling in and like devastating this thing? And I was like, no, I need to pile through after. And I just used them to like slingshot them to the sort of another position where there was an objective or whatever. But it's incredible. The movement with the run and then the power through is almost board wide movement.
Yeah, you can always run 6 this unit, so you can do a 20-inch run and then charge and shoot as well. You can shoot with the pistols. The fact that you also, on top of that, have good melee, like their damage in melee is good. It's not exceptional, but it's good, right? It's not Fulminator level, but it's up there with like Dracolines. And then -1 to wound from shock hand axes is a very strong effect. Very, very, very strong. Not only does it protect the Paladors and give them time to power through and just become a real menace, it can protect other units that you have in combat. So if you have like Krondys charging in, you can fight first with the Paladors, give an enemy unit -1 to wound. You know the Paladors aren't going to take any more damage because opponents aren't going to attack them when they can attack Krondys. And then Krondys, who is probably using Finest Hour that turn, has -1 to be wounded. So like his effective health through the roof, right? So all of this is just amazing. Like Vanguard Paladors got such a big glow up in this edition.
Yeah, and because their damage buff is on the charge, the retreat and charge just counts for so much more. You're pretty much doing it every turn, and because they have so many wounds, you're not really worried about the retreat.
Wounds
it take.
There's so few problems with this unit. You know, like the mounts aren't exceptional damage, right? They can't fly.
Lots of dice.
Lots of dice, yeah. They can't fly, which means if you're fully surrounded, you don't get to retreat and charge. Vanguard units are in particular hard to put into regiments, so it's kind of weird that 2 of our best units are Vanguard, really warping our list building. Yeah, there's minor problems with them, but they're a fantastic unit. I think 230 is the right cost for them. If they were like 250, 260, I don't know if I would play them anymore. Still high impact, but at that point you could just take other cavalry instead. Yeah, really, really good unit. Looking at their Javelin counterpart, it's basically the same unit, but instead of the -1 to wound and the higher melee, you get these Javelins, which are pretty good. And if you actually crunch the numbers, if you every time you charge, you get to shoot with them with both the pistols and the Javelins. And when you crunch the numbers, you find out that this actually does end up doing more damage than the charge bonus from the shock hand axes, but not that much more, right? If you have all-out attack in every phase, which means you're using something like Bastion, or you have Aether Wings in range to give you +1, or Vigilors. Vigilors are great for this. It does about 10% more damage than if you were to just charge with shock hand axes. And that's not that significant. Like 10% is within the area of like 1 or 2 dice rolls going differently. I'm not sure it's necessarily worth it, but the cool thing isn't that it's just doing more damage. It's that you're splitting the damage across phases. You're hitting them in the shooting phase, you're hitting them in the charge phase, then you're hitting them in the combat phase. Your opponent doesn't have enough command points to all-out defense all of this. And once you start adding in things like Krondys reducing saves or the Purple Sun reducing saves, all of this is now on Ren 2. And if you're all +1 hit, it's yeah, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, and it helps protect from like overkill. Like, because sometimes you'll just roll really hot and just completely decimate something before you even get to your, or they'll roll bad saves before you even get to your mount attacks. But with the javelins, you might get some of that done before before you do the combat attacks.
Yeah,
It can help a bit.
one of the problems, so I tried both variants out. I like the hand axes more because there are actually a lot of
Yeah, me
times
too.
where you're fighting during the enemy turn and you haven't had a chance to charge, and the javelins just do like almost nothing on that turn.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
overall, I do prefer the shock hand axes. But if you told me at the start, like, if you told me a few months ago that Vanguard Paladars would be A-tier units, I would not have believed you.
For real.
All right, so let's take a look at our cavalry tier list. Again, we're just comparing units across roles here. Both kinds of Vanguard Paladors are A tier. Evocators on Draculines are A tier. Fulminators are A tier. Then we've got Concussors and Stormdrakes in B tier. And then there's a power gap, and you'll see that Tempesters, Stormstrike Chariot, and Desolators are just a little overpriced for what right now. Who wants to talk about Castigators? Because I have not tried them yet.
They have a cool niche of like anti-cav because I really don't think there's much anti-cav in this game except like special assignment. But like I think Ogres is the only other unit, and Iron Jaws I think has anti-cav. So it's like anti-cav is like really really rare. I think that's probably the issue of this GHB. So Cascaders do have this niche of like being anti-cav, but the problem is they're 130 for 3 models. They're just so expensive for what they're trying to do.
Yeah, it really is just an efficiency thing, right? Like, if they were 110, they'd be a lot better. Still not really high impact, right? We're still looking at max than 19 damage, right? That's not spectacular by any means. It's cool to have an anti-cavalry ability, but it's not increasing your damage against them. It's just increasing your accuracy. It's just rend. So they're not ever going to do more. Like, they're not ever going to do 20 damage by themselves. You need to bring a lot of them. So it just becomes an efficiency thing. And 130 is... it's a lot. It's a lot to ask for that kind of profile.
And it went down to 15 as well, right? Is that right for range?
Yeah, 15-inch range. Now,
Yeah, and no shoot in combat.
they don't shoot in combat. They do have crit 2 hits, which is cool, right? Like that helps their max damage a little bit, unreliably. But the first time they shoot, they get +3 range and +1 hit. So that's kind of neat. But that's just for the first time they shoot. After that, they go down to 15 inches immediately. So, I don't know. It feels like an experimental Warscroll. They were trying to figure out, like, what can we do with this unit? I don't think it really got there. 10 points more, and you got Bow Judicators, which are a solid unit.
Totally.
The Ballista, it is the best version of the Ballista we've seen so far. Well, is it? I don't know. I said that, but now I regret it. Because it's only 18-inch range. Like, what kind of war machine has 18-inch range? That's so weird.
Our
the
ranges
size
for
of
some
the
reason
thing.
just aren't good. Our Heavenforged weapons can't see at 24, while other factions seem to be able to.
Yeah.
So.
The dragon could breathe at 24 inches though. Not the ballista.
What dragon? What are you talking about?
Star Drake.
Yeah, Star Drake does.
Oh. That's a rain of stars. That's not even a dragon breath. That's literally him calling in stars.
And even that's 24 inches. Yeah. Okay, so the Ballista is, instead of 2d6, it's d6 plus 6, which is like, cool. It's more reliable, right? But it's only rend 1. It's anti-monster, which is probably the worst anti-thing, especially in Stormcast, because we have long strikes, which are just, you guys are going to use them in every list, and they just obliterate monsters, especially hero monsters.
Yeah.
To make the Ballista good, you have to bring a Lord Ordinator, and the thing is, the Lord Ordinator can only buff one Ballista at a time. And that's an expensive combo, right? So just, no, I don't think so. Then there's all the other problems, right? It's only 6 health, it's only 3-inch move, it's only control 2, so it can't even hold an objective very well. Like, yeah, it can blast something for d6 mortals if it gets charged. It doesn't really matter, honestly.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's just not a good shooting unit, and we need better. And here's one of the better ones. Judicators with Skybolt bows are just all around solid. Their damage output is good, right? Not the best, but good. And they get to disable rampages until your next turn, not just this turn. So if you covering fire an enemy and they get a double turn, you can disable rampages for both of those turns. That's a really cool ability. Is there anything else that shuts off rampages right now?
Just the broad, yeah.
Yeah, it's really rare. And rampages are very good abilities.
I will say this finally feels like a rank and file shooter. Like, this was 200 points last edition for no fucking reason, and like they could not find in them themselves to reduce the points on it ever. I had no idea why, despite them changing Thunderbolt Volley. And now they're 140 for 5, which is what they always should have been. And they feel great. Like, this is like, I could see myself, if I ever make a list that doesn't have Raptors, because I can't find the requisite heroes in my list to, fill that out, I would totally take a unit of 10 of these.
They're not quite a replacement for long strikes, right? Nothing will be.
No.
And that's kind of
No.
That's obviously what's going to happen. But they're solid. They're not great, not bad. Yeah, they're just okay.
Just keep putting shots down range, disable range. Some of these rampages are also really, really good. Like, you don't want things, Tokyo drifting 2d6. You don't want things disabling commands if you can help it. You don't want things doing like Marathi doing d6 mortal wounds and handing out +1 attacks to everything. Yeah.
Yeah, if the game pivots into like ogres, Sons of Behemoth stuff, these guys become a solid like screen plus 140 points with good shooting damage. We're going to talk about another 140 point shooting unit that doesn't have good shooting damage shortly. So these guys are good. The Boltstorm crossbows, I was ready to call these guys A tier, but there's just such a power gap between long strikes and these guys that it's really hard to justify bringing them as like a reinforced hammer. Long strikes just do everything better. Crossbows have to worry about the fact that they're only a 15-inch range, so if you drop them more than 9 away from enemies, they can get a redeploy 6 and you just do no damage. It's crazy. They do get this cool ability to reduce enemy charge rolls by 1, but it has to be an infantry unit that lost models to this unit's shooting attacks. Like, it's really, really restricted. Right now, that's fine, right? Like, you can do that. Except against Nighthaunt, because they fly, and you can't pick a unit that flies.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you have to pick a visible infantry that does not fly.
That is such crap.
Yeah, it's really.
That's such crap. Oh, what a.
Yeah.
Man, I hate stuff like this.
There's also a really niche scenario where you may have shot a unit and then they pulled models out of range so that it's no longer visible. And then you can't use this ability on them anymore. Very restricted.
Luckily,
but
no one will do that. It's no to do that.
It's a very powerful ability. But it's not the reason you use this unit. The reason you use this unit is because it's 20 max damage with anti-infantry. Right? That's the reason you use it. It's a high volume shooting unit that has Warrior Chamber, which is very easy to slot into most lists. That's the reason to use it. If you start pumping this up with bonus rend from Krondus and Purple Sun, it gets really nasty. Like, really, really nasty. So that's the reason to use these guys.
It's just a babysitting problem, though. Again, it's like you need all this other stuff to make them better. You also want, like you said it before in the past, Paul, about like you want like a relictor with them because you can't have this unit just walking 5 inches up the board. They'll shoot one thing and then they can't do anything again.
Yeah, you don't want them getting into combat either, right? Translocate is still one of the few ways to get out of combat and then shoot immediately.
Yeah.
Not bad though. B tier feels good. B tier feels good.
Yeah, if they were
a good envoy trigger.
I'm liking them in squads of 5 right now. I think they're really good at like hunting down enemy spells, enemy endless manifestations or whatever. They just shoot those down every single turn. If they were Rend 1 all the time and didn't have anti-infantry, I would like them a lot more. But like, they don't do much into like Vanguard or Chaos Knights or other cavalry like that. Dawn Riders, they just don't do much.
Yeah, people just aren't, other than Nighthaunt, which doesn't even matter here, people just aren't running like infantry like that. Plus the fact that you have to lose a model makes this really, really hard, because it's not just targeted something with your shooting attacks. So infantry could mean like rats, or it could mean like 6-wound Kroxigor. Yeah, that don't lose a model, and then you're not doing much. So
yeah, it's like I said, the ability is not the reason you bring this unit. It's just the stats. That's why you're bringing this unit. 160 is a bit much. I'd prefer if these guys were 140, like the Skybolt Judicators. But hey, we'll see. I don't think we're getting many changes for Legends. All right, Hurricane Raptors are basically a worse version of Crossbow Judicators. Just lower damage altogether. They have the same anti-infantry requirement. They do have crit 2 hits, so I guess in theory they can spike up higher. Unlike Judicators, they can run, retreat, shoot, and charge because they're Vanguard Chamber. And they have this neat ability where they get to wound on 2s if the unit is targeting something that's in combat with a Vanguard Chamber. So if your Aether Wings are in combat with something, or Paladors, or Vanguard Hunters, or something, then Hurricanes get to wound on 2s, which is cool. No other shooting unit we have wounds on 2s. But it's just not that much damage, especially for their cost. Like, I think what keeps this unit relevant is the fact that they never get stuck in combat. And I'm kind of predicting that there's going to be a shift in the meta eventually where people will start ticking into these battle formations and abilities that are like at the end of the turn, make a pylon move and then do D3 mortal wounds, right? There's lots of those. And those are actually really, really good tactically because you can lock units into combat before their turn starts. And that's, I think, where a unit like Vanguard Raptors with Hurricanes start to shine because they can just retreat and still keep shooting. Even though when they retreat, usually lose a model on the way out, which sucks. Why does this ability not prevent the damage from retreat? Every other ability does.
I always thought about that, and I was like, man, I wish there was just something that says they don't take mortals for retreating because it just really sucks to retreat and lose a model. It's just really annoying.
Yeah, but they're not unplayably bad. I don't think they're castigators. The damage and everything for 130 points seems more gooder, for lack of a better term, but it's the fact that they're just so mobile. They're so hard to pin down. They're always shooting. There's not really a way to stop them unless you kill them. I don't know. C tier might be generous. I just didn't think they were D. I think they are playable.
I think this unit was just almost there. If they had 15-inch range at least, and their wound thing was just any Stormcast friendly unit in combat, I think this unit would be perfect.
I really hope that once Judicators with crossbows go, these guys just do the damage that crossbows do. Because we really need a high volume shooting hammer. Once all the legend stuff is gone, we won't have that anymore. And that's very concerning to me. These guys should be. I mean, look at that. They got 3 barrels on this gun. But they're shooting less shots than crossbows. Wild. All right, now let's talk about the only S tier unit in our book. And remember, S tier is not necessarily a good thing. S tier means it's so good that you have to use it in every list. It could even be a problem in terms of list building. Vanguard Raptors with long strikes. They're back. Every edition they get nerfed, and every edition they end up stronger. They're the best. They're the best unit in our book, right? Everything they do, they're the best at it. Just everything is good.
But the thing is,
so much easier to use too. They're just easy to use.
The thing is, you guys don't need to be told how good Vanguard Raptors are. They've done essentially the same thing. Their range changes, their hit wound changes, but they do the same thing, and that's what makes them good. And now it's even better because it just snipes hero monsters like nothing. And if you get lucky and get a double where they stay still, they can start sniping foot heroes. Yeah. My issue is they're always S tier because they never make our melee core a proper melee core. Our melee has no delivery. The only way this army can even survive is if it takes shooting at this caliber. Can you imagine a world where we did not have this unit? It'd be so difficult to play games. Yeah. Our melee core just doesn't cut it. It's overpointed. It hasn't got the defenses it needs. It's always slightly less efficient than just pure melee options that other armies have. This is the equalizer, and if they keep if this unit disappeared for some reason, we'd be in a terrible spot. And that's basically the gist of it.
Well, you could argue that if they got rid of these, they'd have to buff us in some other way. But, yeah. They're really good. I mean, right now especially, covering fire is just nuts with these guys. When you give them honor guard bonuses to give them +1/+1 against enemy units and enemy generals regiment, they are covering fire on a 3/2, Ren 2, sometimes Ren 3. Something hits don't even matter that much because you can just crit auto wound, right? Oh man, they're so good. They're just such a solid unit.
And the price point, is that the cheapest they've ever been? You guys would know, right?
I think it's equal to the cheapest they've ever been. Maybe they were cheaper in first edition. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Yeah, because the price point is just incredible.
Yeah, I like what you said, that they are just easy to use, right? They just work. You don't have to jump through
them
hoops.
Easier. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Best unit in the book. You will use 6 of these in every single list you make until the Battle Tome comes out, and then probably after that too, because there's no stopping this unit. Games Workshop is on a mission to sell some amount of these, and they haven't sold enough yet, and they'll keep pushing them until they do. I bet like somebody at the factory printed like 1 million boxes of them, and in first edition, and they just have to keep selling the molds, you know.
Yeah.
And rounding out our shooting units are Vigilors, the only Thunderstrike shooting unit we have, right? Like everything else we saw was the old style armor. So if all Thunderstrike units, all non-Thunderstrike units are gone, it's the only shooting unit we have left, and that terrifies me because they're not a good shooting unit. 11 max damage for 140 points. That I'm even hesitant to call them a shooting unit. They're more like a screen. They're a screen plus, and their plus is pretty good. But is it worth 30 points over Vanquishers? Maybe. The fact that it works on stuff like Krondys, I should explain what the plus is. The plus is you get +1 hit on something that they damaged. It has to be damaged, right? So that could fail. That's another problem with this unit. They could just miss, they could fail to wound, enemies could roll saves, enemies could roll wards. But let's say you get it off and you get the +1 hit. It's pretty good. It doesn't work on mounts, which is the big problem. But it does work on like Karazai, it works on Krondys, it works
in shooting,
works in all phases of the game.
Yeah.
Yep. Only for this turn. Doesn't last until the next turn, so it's pretty much useless as a covering fire. You don't want to waste a command point on that. You just all-out attack instead. It's okay. Like I had them in C tier for a while, but after building a few lists with some of the bigger dragons like Karazai and Krondys and feeling Vigilors fit pretty well into that package. They work pretty good with like Javelin Paladors. They're not a bad unit by any means, but don't get the impression that they're going to do a lot of damage. These guys sit on an objective and shoot stuff and give you +1 hit. And the damage that they do is not significant.
The Rend 1 is nice. And also, for whatever reason with the points, I find I often have 140 left over or 150. So I find that they're a great little flex for essentially a redeemer that shoots.
Yeah, I would definitely swap out. If I had 30 points, I would swap 5 Vanquishers for 5 Vigilors. I would do that.
I wish there were 120, 130. That feels a little bit better.
I think the command points you can save is it's worth too much.
If you wound stuff. You don't
But,
always.
Yeah, but the thing is like I don't know the last time that I wasn't able to wound what I was shooting at. If I put even just an MSU unit, because they're Rend 1 in this edition, I don't think that's ever happened.
It will eventually. Usually when you need it to matter the most.
Yeah, sure. But it's pretty reliable.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Rend 1, if it was Rend 0, that would be a huge different call.
Yeah, I don't think they know what they want out of this unit. You know, it seems like they're like Vanguard hunters, right? They shoot and they fight, but they're not good at either.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what exactly they're trying to do with the unit.
I think, though, changing them to, like, from the 4-up save to the 3-up save made them way more actually usable.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because when they do get into combat, they do last. It's nice.
All right, so here is our shooting unit tier list. In the S tier, we have long strikes, and then there is a power gap that is so big that nothing even compares to long strikes. But that doesn't mean our other shooting units are unplayable. Still find room in your list for bow adjudicators, crossbow adjudicators, and vigilors. They're solid picks. Hurricane Raptors are kind of skirting the edge of viability. I think they're not that bad. But then Castigators and Ballistas are just too expensive for what they do. Moving on to our heroes, I think the first heroes we want to talk about at Stormcast are the priests, right? During this review, we've been saying maybe we don't need a priest, but I think they're still a cornerstone of the army. They have been since first edition, and they're still a really important thing. Now, we have 3 foot priests, and we have 1 mounted priest who's very expensive, and the 3 foot priests are all reasonably close to each other in cost. They're very, very similar, right? They're all 1 prayer. Sometimes they have another ability, and they're very easy to compare because of that. Of those 3, I think the Knight Relictor is far and away the best, and I don't even think it's close how much better the Knight Relictor is than the rest. So what you're looking for with a priest is, first off, you want to be as cheap as possible, right? Unless you have multiple chants. If you're just a 1 chant priest, you want to be as cheap as possible, and you want to have some kind of bonus on top of that chant. You want to do something besides just praying, because if all you do is pray, well, at some point you're going to roll a 1, and then that hero just does literally nothing for a whole round. And that's just not ideal. So you want a priest with some secondary effect. And everything I'm describing is the Knight Relictor. He's cheap, he has the chant, he has a very, very strong effect, right? The Relic Sensor ability, being able to reduce wards by 1 is a huge damage increase. It may not seem like it, but it's about as big as giving a unit +1 to wound or +1 hit, especially if you go from a 5 to a 6. There's a typo on this sheet I need to fix. It should be reducing a 5+ to a 6+. But it's also easy to use, right? His ability happens in the shooting phase, which means he doesn't even have to be on the table. You can put him in Scions, and he can just drop into play within 12 inches of an enemy, and then hopefully roll a 2+. He also banishes every turn, like every priest does, but that becomes more relevant right now, given how manifestations are just, completely cracked. Yeah, I think the Knight Relictor is the one to go to. If in fact, I would even argue that if we weren't in this weird manifestation meta, I think he would be a contender for S tier. I think we would put him in every single list. His effect is that good, and even though the Translocate prayer lore isn't as good as it used to be relatively, it's still very good. You can do a lot of cool stuff with Translocate. What do you guys think about the Knight Relictor in particular before we move on to the others?
I think what makes him so strong, obviously, is his ability, but when you have played with priests in this edition, and when I first read, our prayer lore, I wasn't really very impressed, and I didn't love how, it's basically 2 prayers at 4 and then 1 at 6, and those are really hard to roll, right? So when you look at how you actually play with these things, you're usually taking a turn to stack some prayer points, and then on the next turn actually praying. So whether that's because you're doing it in their turn just to get some points, or in your first turn, you're just getting some points up, and then you'll have it handy to use, whether you want to counter pray in their next turn, or whether on your next turn you actually use a prayer. Because you're banking, at least for a pre-turn, it doesn't really matter what the Lord Relictor used to give, which is that buff. His ability is you get the +1 to pray, but really it's not reliable enough. You're most likely banking for a turn, and if that's the case, the thing that's going to push the best out of these 3-foot priests is what their ability is. And again, the Knight Relictor's ability is by far the best of the 3. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I've used all 3 priests, and I definitely agree that Knight Relictor has been the best one.
His ability is very strong, and it's actually quite unique and almost faction defining. There aren't many abilities in the game right now that reduce wards, and everything has a ward, right? Fyreslayers now just have wards instead of having saves. Daughters of Cain still have wards. Nighthaunt have wards. Ogres can even have wards. Every single army, I think, except Stormcast, pretty much has a ward, almost baked in or really easy to get. We have to work for it, but other armies just get them. And this is just always good value every single time you use it. Unless you roll a 1. Of course.
Yeah.
See, the trick is to roll your prayer first, because you're going to roll 1 then, and then you get reroll the 1 into the 2+.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you made a really good point, Corbs, that you are really, these days, you're banking points, and then you're hoping that your next prayer isn't a 1. And you're hoping your first prayer isn't a 1 either. So
Yeah.
praying is way worse than it used to be, right? You used to be able to do it on a 2+ with a reroll, or just guarantee it with Ionis, and now we're doing this multi-turn tracking, hoping you don't roll a 1 at any point in this long series of dice roll chains. Also worth noting, I don't know if this is going to change, but the way the rules are written, on a modified 1, you also fail your prayer, right? Because the prayer rules say on a roll of 2 or more. It doesn't say on an unmodified roll of 2 or more, which means if you have a -1 to pray, like if you're doing a magical intervention command, which gives you a -1 to pray, then a roll of 2 also fails, which means best case scenario, even if you have 50 ritual points, you're still only succeeding that translocate with magical intervention on a 3+, which it is so unreliable. I know it sounds good at a 3+. It is really powerful when it goes off. You can deny tactics, you can deny all this sorts of stuff, but there is just a reliability issue here. I don't know if that's an issue with the core rules, but I think that kind of is what keeps the Lord Relictor relevant in my mind, as his +1 gives you a 2+ translocate with a magical intervention rather than a 3+ like the other priest. And that's such a powerful trick that I think it keeps the Lord Relictor not only relevant, but also probably the second best priest. Like,
yeah, puts him second.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like right now, you could definitely argue that the Lord Veritant is second best. But once the manifestation nonsense is cleaned up, Lord Relictor looks really good just for that trick, the consistency.
And it's a great trick to, I've been dropping my long strikes into a position where they can early on take out a unit or put a bunch of damage and then bank some points and then translocate them back. Like make sure I'm within 12 of them and translocate them back in the opponent's turn. And it is quite reliable as long as you've banked something, but the Lord Relictor does make that trick way more reliable.
Yeah, I would never bank on a 2+ roll to do anything important, but if it ruins a battle tactic for your opponent, that could win you the game. So if you look at it as spend a command point and on a 2+ you win the game, I'll take that. It's not. Unfortunately, there's an opportunity cost here. You don't get the Knight Relictor's ability, which is unfortunate. So all he does is pray. So if you're not getting good value out of every hero phase, yeah, I don't know. That's all the Lord Relictor does. He doesn't fight, he doesn't move, he doesn't capture things. He just chants. So
I think banishes.
Yeah, but he doesn't even get a bonus to banish. If you want banishing, you bring a Knight Arcanum, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's also worth mentioning the Lord Relictor can bring an Exemplar in his regiment, so this could be, some godforsaken reason you want to bring a Knight Quester, but probably a Knight Vexillor, and he can bring Ruination units as well. So if you want to swing in some Prosecutors or a brick of 6 Reclusians without putting it in your War Master regiment, this is not a bad thing to have. What do you think about the Lord Relictor, David?
I've used him before. He's pretty cool. Again, the biggest downside is you roll 1 and then you have a 130 point model, doesn't do anything. But I think he'll see more use once a lot of the really strong armies that all have wards right now are kind of roped in, like Night Haunt. I'm assuming trolls have been devastating everybody listening to this. So there's all these top armies right now have so much wards that the Knight Relictor feels mandatory. But once balances happen and we start shifting away from that, I think that also makes the Lord Relictor a little bit better.
I just now noticed for the first time ever, there is a twin-tailed meteor insignia on the skull helmet. If you look at the art there on the Warscroll, it's just faded in there. But yeah, the mouth is like the bottom of the comet, and then the twin tails go up to his eyes. I've never noticed that before. Okay, and then the last of our foot priests, rounding out the trio, the most expensive of them, which, frankly, I don't know if they need to cost different point values. I think they could all be 120 points and be just fine, given that they're all 6 health. It doesn't need to be a difference in points. They're all just support heroes with nothing else going on. The Lord Veritant distinguishes herself, or himself if you use the old model, by debuffing wizards and other priests while also being a priest themselves. So they give -1 cast and chant to enemies within 12 inches, as long as you haven't made a save roll of 1 that game. Which, okay, that's so stupid. Oh, I hate these abilities. They can activate the Ruination Chamber, so maybe sometimes they get hit by a spell. Minor bonus, honestly, it's not the reason you take it. You take it because they unbind and they give -1 to cast, chant, and whatever. Combined with the fact that they unbind, it makes it easier. Honestly, in a magic meta, this isn't even your first pick, right? The first pick is the Knight Incantor, which we'll talk about later. But if it's a really magic-heavy meta, you pick Knight Incantor and the Lord Veritant. And that's enough to keep it viable as a C-tier pick. Priest is just useful in general. This is probably the least useful of all our priests, but that doesn't make it a bad pick.
But has anyone prayed Blessed Weapons?
I tried once. I over 2 turns with a Lord Relictor, I banked up what I needed for the big one, and then on the third turn, This was no round 2, because round 1 I banked, and then during my opponent's turn I banked, and then round 2 I went for the big bless and I rolled a 1.
Amazing.
It was great.
Yeah, it's a trap. Imagine building like a list around it, trying just waiting to get it off.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, it'd be great if Ionis Cryptborn could just guarantee a chant roll of 6 like he used to. That would automatically make blessed weapons and all of our infantry look a lot better. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability anymore. So yeah, what do you guys think about Ionis?
He's cool. I just feel he almost got like downgraded and shifted with the magic meta. Like I also think if they weren't gonna give him auto chance 6 prayer, why not at least give him like reroll prayers or like something, right? Because it's like he's supposed to be like this like super priest, but then you just roll 1 and like nothing happens. You just like it's so bad. I do think he's pretty cool. He does have Tempest and Soul Burning is nice. Yeah, I just think the magic is just so strong it kind of blows him out of the water, and him not having like Master Priest or something that lets him re-roll is just really bad.
He's not very tanky. 16 health on a 3-up is not good. You lost the -1 attack ability. Even if that ability never existed, like we're trying to compare it to what it is rather than what it was, he's still just not durable. 16 health just doesn't take very long, especially when you want to get it within 10 inches to use his shooting attack, which is, I think, his best feature now. It's not even the Priest 2, which turned out to be a trap, because Priest 2 is just another chance to roll a 1 and ruin whatever combo you had in mind. But the Soul Burn thing is very cool, right? The fact that it's you can burn a target and then activate Soul Burned, and then everything just takes D3 mortal wounds every single shooting phase, not just your own, but every shooting phase, including your opponent's, for the rest of the game, even if Ionis is dead or goes in reserve somehow. That's really, really cool. Just constant damage. And you can even spread it with covering fire. The problem is then you're not covering fire with long strikes, and what are you doing in that case, right? It only wounds on 4s, which gives it some consistency problems. He's just so expensive for what he does. The fact that he can bring any Stormcast, which is cool. This is the first hero we've seen that can bring any Stormcast, and that's a really, really useful thing right now because you can just stuff in all the best units. You can bring your long strikes and Paladors and your Dracolines and all this stuff. But none of that really matters because there's cheaper heroes that can do it. And Priest 2 isn't very good. And the Soulburn thing is cool, but it's super risky. And if he was more durable, then that would be cool. But it's just nothing works. Nothing here works. Nothing meshes together. There's no defined playstyle for this guy. He's just a monster priest that he doesn't even feel like a monster priest.
No, I'm not sure why we don't get wards on our big heroes, like hero monsters, when it seems like most other armies do. It's just odd. Like, all he needed was a 5-up ward, and he's getting play, and he's contributing, and he's doing medium amounts of damage, and Soulburn's great, and you're getting some prayers off, and he can hang around, not just get blown up. But like 16 wounds, no ward. Why? I don't get it.
Kind of cool, worth mentioning. Covering fire -1 hit doesn't work on companion weapons, so he will be using covering fire on a 2+ to hit, which is neat. Problem is, you'd always want a covering fire with long.
I also feel like finest hour or artifacts. Well, one of our artifacts. Like, we got some generic stuff like from 3rd edition, just as play into 4th edition. Like, couldn't they just give him High Priest as like a passive? Like,
they had to fill his Warscroll with 2 different rampages to make one ability work. Battle damage that does almost nothing, and a freaking prayer. Look at the size of the text on that prayer. Like, Lord. Now, they had to cram all that on, so they couldn't give him anything useful. But all that said, he's not bad, right? He's not bad.
He's not bad. But I don't think many people are finding ways to take him in competitive lists. That's which is the only unfortunate thing, because he's such a great model. I think we really hoped, he's a centerpiece, right? And I think there was some hope that he would be a bit better.
Yeah.
Well, right
Are
now,
we?
we're not building any list with him because he just doesn't do the magic thing. Once that's
Yeah.
over, though, I think he comes back in as a situational pick. He's like bottom of B tier, maybe top of C tier, something like that.
Do we know if War Scrolls are going to change in the book? And the reason I ask is like that you can buy the index War Scrolls in a little pack right now, can't you?
Yes.
So they're not actually going to reprint that for the book, are they?
No. There'll be a separate product. There's going to be a new pack of faction cards that you can buy.
Do you think so, or do you think they'll just leave the War Scrolls as is, and the book will just be other enhancements and other things we can do?
No, there's no chance everything stays exactly the same. There's going to be. I mean, why miss an opportunity to make people buy another pack of cards? Of course they're going to change it.
It just seems so soon, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
if you consider that they probably designed Stormcast first, and they've been playtesting this for a while, so Stormcast were probably designed like, I don't know, last summer, and that gives them more time to finish up writing the book. Actually, probably sooner than last summer. If I had to guess, I'd say probably like April last year. It would have been finalized sometime in the fall, and then they would have started, finalizing the battle tome because they would. You can't work on every army all at the same time. There's limited time and resources, so you work on one army at a time. You pack it up, you play test it, you make some changes, and then you ship it. Right? There's probably not that much time to do multiple rounds of playtesting and iteration when it comes to an index. But for the battle tome, you would have more time and you've learned lessons along the way. So I do think they're going to change up the war scrolls. I don't know how much. Maybe we get a lot of units that are identical. That would be sad for Ionis.
yes,
because
I really hope
he should have the Ruination key, right? He's a Ruination unit.
Yeah, because then we could give him a 5 aboard every turn.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. There it is. There's the answer.
All right, let's talk about wizards. This is, we thought Stormcast were going to be really bad at using wizards because they're getting rid of the Sacrosanct Chamber. Turns out we're one of the best magic armies in the game, surprisingly. And it's mostly on the back of this humble little hero that you can't even buy anymore. She's only available in the Dominion box. Good luck finding that. So hopefully this is the new Lord Relictor, right?
Here's the first model I was given, or I got the Dominion box, and it was one of the first ones I built.
Yeah, and what makes her so good is she gets +1 to summon and to banish, which is actually very rare. Almost nothing else in the game has a +1 to banish. +1 to summoning is insanely useful right now because manifestations are incredibly good, and she's only 120 points. And she can bring Gryph-hounds, which means you don't have to put the Gryph-hounds into your general's regiment. And there's also this ability that manifestations can't move within 3 inches of her, and she has a 4 board against manifestations. That stuff never comes up, right? Maybe like once in a blue moon, she'll get charged by Jaws or something. Probably doesn't matter though. All you're doing is you're just summoning and banishing every single time. And she's great. You could definitely make an argument that she, right now, could be considered S tier, right? Like I don't think I would make a competitive list without at least one Knight Arcanum. Probably 2. If you're not running Krondys, I would say probably 2 is a good starting point for a list. She's that good. But that's probably more a statement on how good manifestations are rather than how good she is.
Yeah.
It's funny, she went from a point save last edition to like being almost an auto take.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think after they tone down manifestations, she's still going to be good because +1 casting is very rare. Even the God of Death only has +2. Like a +1 is very good, especially for 120 points. And +1 to banish is also good because everybody's using endless spells now.
Yeah.
Only downside is I wish that she was an exemplar so you could stick her in another hero's regiment. It really sucks having to take another regiment just to bring her. I kind of just wish they would change that so that knights could all be exemplars.
Same.
Yeah, it is a bit strange that we only have 2.
Yeah, and one of them is the absolute worst trash garbage hero in the game. We'll get to him. Believe it.
That's great. It's like a meme now, isn't it, though? Isn't he always crap?
He is Pretty terrible.
Or
yeah.
no, he's new, right? He's new.
New
But
model,
he's,
same
like,
garbage.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's like the launch box, like little guy that you're not sure what to do with.
Yeah. Knight Incantor. When we saw the Knight Incantor was coming back, we were like, oh, there's no way that they get a Voidstorm scroll again, right? Absolutely no way. Turns out she does. She just keeps the best ability from 2nd and 3rd edition on her Warscroll, and she gets another ability that gives enemies -1 to summon, which is like, okay, you stack this with the Comet to give another -1, you stack it with the Lord Veritant, now you're giving enemies -3 to summon, and right now that's absolutely bonkers, right? Like, there's definitely an argument that Knight Incantor in the game right now is like an A tier model, but in general, I'd say she's C tier, and it's not because of her cost. I don't think it's the 140 points. I think it's that she doesn't have +1 to summon. Like, the +1 to summon is so good that it makes the Knight Arcanum better. Also, she might have the worst regiment options in our whole army. Bringing Sacrosanct Infantry is not good, like, at all. That's really, really bad.
She could bring 1 unit Griffhounds, which can be helpful.
Yeah, and if that's all you're bringing, like, the regiment thing isn't a big deal, but, like, I don't know. There's, like, you would run her in addition to a Knight Arcanum. You wouldn't just run the Incantor. In the state of the game right now. I think after manifestations go away, people won't be spam summoning them. They'll be casting spells from their lore instead, in which case the -1 to summon doesn't matter as much. I think once the dust settles, she's looking like a C tier unit. Situational, in the right meta, like if there's a lot of tech lists going around, then yeah, you can blast and get rid of 1 key spell per game. That's always going to be useful. But there's no more Mystic Shield, so it's not like you're trying to stop.
As useful.
It's less useful than it was before. It's still very good. There's less teleport spells. There's more teleport abilities, but there's less teleport spells, which is key. At the endless
Lots of movement spells, like run and charge spells, or extra movement things, or extra damage. So it is good.
Yep. But there's other ways to play around those things, though, right? Typically just screening, right? Whereas teleport shooting is a big threat that is very hard to play around with, especially like 24-inch range teleport shooting. That's a lot harder to play around than a run and charge on a unit which can only move a certain distance in a certain direction. But yeah, Knight Incantor is good. I think she's a situational pick. It's good to have her in our roster. Lord Exorcist continues to be a model not worth taking, which is very unfortunate because I'm a big fan of the Storm Pope. Just a cool looking model. His abilities are much better, right? The whole of 3rd edition, we were saying, oh, why can't the Redemptor Casket prevent models from being returned within 12 inches, so at least we can drop him into play, and then he prevents models from being returned. That's great. The problem is they pretty much gutted revivals across the board. A lot armies are just not reviving as much stuff as they used to. Some armies still are, right? Especially through Rally, you'll sometimes get like a block of Chaos Chosen brings back 1 or 2 models with a Rally, and you're like, oh, really wish I had the Lord Exorcist right now. No, you don't. You don't actually say that, because he's 150 points. He doesn't have any bonuses to casting. You'd much rather summon a manifestation that will kill a bunch of Chosen or block their movement or something, rather than stop them from coming back to life. His other effect, the Purifying Blast, sounds good, right? Because lots of armies have priests now. Even Ironjaws have priests. But this is very difficult to actually use. Like, best case scenario, you reduce 6 ritual points, which is like cool. But just because you reduced him by 6 ritual points doesn't mean they still can't pray. Most prayers require like a 4/5. They can still just roll that. They don't need to bank the ritual points. Usually what this means is you roll a 2+ to deal D3 mortal wounds to a priest. Or sometimes you just do nothing because they have so many ritual points it doesn't matter that you just reduce them by 6. Like, it sounds like a good ability, but in practice it's not. And then you're left wondering, why am I not taking another Knight Arcanum?
Use him as a Knight Arcanum. There you go. Found a use.
Yeah, he's a cool proxy. Terrible regiment too. Sacrosanct Infantry is not a good regiment. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually played the Lord Arcanum a little bit, if you want me to talk about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty close to writing him off as D just because the comparison to Knight Arcanum is so stark, but I think you could make a case that could make him a C tier unit.
So I played him a little bit, and his only niche is Kronspine, because Kronspine has 12 health. So when I was playing him, and also you need like a specific list that wants to really utilize Kronspine, mainly his big base. So I ran him with Karazai. So Karazai has that big base, Kronspine has a big base, and and with all the terrain on the board that you should be playing with, the GHB terrain, you could kind of create this nice little mobile castle for your Paladors and Long Strikes, so they can't be touched. And Crossbind is bad. Like 3D, just E manifestations is nice. If your opponent,
Get rid of it.
if your opponent like misplays his movement, like you could 3d6 charge manifestation to get within half an inch, and then you're within 3 inches of a unit, and you just bite that unit. Fours and twos aren't amazing, but it's one of our only sources of Ren 2, unless you run something else in our lists. So you could spike and do a good amount of damage to something. But the magical mending is what I've been really liking with him, because it was forcing my opponents to have to put more resources than they wanted to into the Kronspine. And now that doesn't matter because the Kronspine's free. So, so if you want to spend, if your opponent wants to spend all these resources, because the Kronspine has a 4+ save, to try to kill the Kronspine and also waste a cast potentially to banish it, well, they have to do it all 12 in one phase, or else I'm just going to heal D6 every turn to it. So Lord Arcanum does have play. The only problem is you pretty much gotta just take him by himself, because he again doesn't have any regiment options. But yeah, that'd be the only case right now, is because manifestations are so strong. Crossbine's pretty good. That I see him as more of a C tier, like niche pick.
Did you have trouble with the range? Like, it is wholly within, right?
Yeah, it's wholly within 12, but honestly, because he's usually like you're moving him up, and the long strikes, the Paladors all up with Karazai as well. Like the whole, like your army wants to like slam together. Like the Paladors are really the ones that like will be on their cells because they move 20 inches and charges 2d6. So like usually he's close by with the Kronspine. He kind of just like footsie with it.
Now, keep in mind this model is quite hard to find. However, you can proxy it with a Bastion model and Evocator bits. I did that in the last edition because I really wanted one.
Yeah, any Knight Arcanum would work as well. Nobody knows what that Lord Arcanum looks like.
Yeah,
exactly.
But it's the pose, the Bastion pose, and the big cape just works really well.
True.
Yeah. I wouldn't go out and like really try to get this model if you're running a Kronspine. I'm just saying, if you have 20 extra points in your list, like my Karazai usually list does right now, like he's not a bad upgrade.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you're trading banishing in the +1 to banish in for the heal.
I really, really like end of any turn effects that are defensive, like things that let you return models or heal stuff. These are very, very strong because it just snowballs really badly. If anybody ever low rolls, like if they don't wipe something out, then that effect gets really, really strong because they've dedicated all these resources and then it just gets negated. That's only good if they don't get wiped out. And I think what makes it work with the Kronspine is that the Kronspine can't be banished in a single go. With any other endless spell, your opponent will just, probably roll a 7+ to banish and get rid of your spell, and then this model will just do nothing except be a bad Knight Arcanum because he won't get the banish. So, in most cases, this guy's not worth using. There is a niche case for him summoning Jaws and Kronspine because they can't be banished, because your opponent has to actually hit them in order to destroy them. Then the healing comes in and them stick around longer. Having to dedicate real damage to kill a Kronspine, that is a big commitment for something that is you can just resummon.
Yeah, and 4-up save, right? It's the best save of all of them.
Yeah, and that just feels really bad if you're playing against it, because that's not what you want to be killing against Stormcast. You want to be killing our hammers. You want to be killing our long strikes or Paladors. In my case, like a Karazai, right? Like you don't want to waste time putting hammers into Kronspine.
Yeah, It's just so easy. All you have to do is summon a Kron Spine every turn. Game's so easy.
Yeah, it's almost like you need to combo it with Condis in some way.
Yeah, but at that point, you're better off with another lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Let's talk about the Arcanum on Dracoline. He can only bring Dracolines in his regiment, and all he does is buff Dracolines. But since Dracolines are a great unit, I actually found myself using this guy because what he does is he pumps up their damage enough that they become a significant hammer. Without the Lord Arcanum on Dracoline, the other Dracolines will kind of just hit like Palladors, maybe a little bit worse, which is to say not exceptional. But when you have the +1 attack from the claws, they turn into a real hammer threat. And that doesn't require charging either, like Fulminators do. These guys do, Dracolines with a Lord nearby do Fulminator level damage on the charge without having to charge, and still having all of the powerful defensive bonuses that you can bring with the Dracoline. He is competing against a Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, which I think is just better right now. And Estrella is also really, really easy to slot in because she's the one who brings your long strikes. So he kind of just gets out competed. He also has to bring like a mirror shield or something, otherwise he gets sniped out. You have to stay near stuff that you want to buff. He's tough to use, but I do think it is worth it sometimes. Like if your list needs more damage, he's not a bad pick by any means. I also like that the charge mortal wounds that he does or he gives to another unit are to every enemy unit, and it's every enemy within combat range. Most charge abilities now are, they require a 2+ and then deal D3 mortal wounds, and it's usually just one unit within 1 inch. This is just so much freer and less restricted, and I really like it.
Yeah, I played him this weekend. My 6 Dracolines lifted 10 Death Riders with a 5+ ward. So, to give you an idea how much damage they could put out. I don't like I hated the fact that he was 210, but he's also another wizard for your army. So like I ran him with Crondi, so I was throwing out 3 manifestations or just 3 spells a turn, which is really bonkers right now. So He's not a bad pick. He has a place. He can only take Dracolines, but that's honestly all you need.
It's crazy how expensive he is. A lot of our heroes are just way too expensive. Like, he's almost another unit of Dracolines by himself. Do other armies have to pay this much for support heroes?
Nope.
It's crazy. Like, I get he's a wizard, I get he has a good buff. 210 just feels like too much. Like, he should be like 180 at most.
Yeah, I would like him better 150, 180, but I think they just overprice our mobile heroes. I think that's just a Stormcast curse.
I do wish the cats kept their 12-inch move, but
yeah,
the damage situation in what you described is really, really solid.
The +2 charge from Estrella mostly makes up for it. Gives them some unique utility as like a deep strike charger, which we just didn't have before, which is.
And now you're telling me I need 6 cats. Or 8 cats.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well, if you do run that many, you should run the Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger. I was totally sleeping on this guy when we first saw Legends, the index for Legends. He is very good. He's very, very specific, right? You have to be running a block of 6 Dracolines. But once you start playing with that block, and you play with the Sacrosanct Convocation, you find that it just doesn't return enough models. Like, it's good, and it's the battle formation you should use anytime you have Dracolines in your list. But there's too many times where you can't return models because they didn't die on your turn, or your opponent gets a double turn, and this guy fixes all of that. Now, if they ever leave your Dracolines alone, you are just healing D6 all the time, right? As long as you're not in combat, you're healing D6 or returning a whole model, which is really, really good. If he just did that, I don't think he'd be worth playing. What makes him really good is that he just has an unrestricted non-core teleport ability that he can use anytime he's not in combat in your movement phase. Teleports this season, they're not as good as they were in 3rd edition at the end, but they are still very, very good, especially for battle tactics. You can score at least 3 tactics with this guy. You teleport to take the flanks, you teleport to reclaim the realms, teleport to take the land, and then you just use a 12-inch move in order to take the flanks. And the whole time, this guy's got the mirror shield, so he can't be shot. And if anybody tries to melee him and they don't finish him off, well, he's just going to retreat and then teleport away. and then heal himself. Because he can heal himself and Estrella and the Toralon and Evocators. This guy is just good. I was really surprised that they turned his Healing Light spell into a really, really powerful passive ability that he just gets to activate.
Yeah, it was a spell that was always really nice to have, like as someone who played him a lot. But you would maybe do it once per game. And this just opens it up to be really, really strong.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we build for a Ventus with this to have like Giga Healing. Or maybe we do like a Toralon with a 5-up ward and we just pump heals into that. Like, that heal is actually really good.
Yeah.
Still no excuse for him to be 220.
Again, yeah, he should be like 180, 190. He is really overcosted. But excellent choice. As long as Dracolines are good, he's good. He also has some play with regular Evocators on foot. I think there is a build. I don't know what it looks like yet, but the control build with foot Evocators does seem like he's going to be a crucial part of it.
Yes, and it's going to happen.
Yes, somebody will figure it out, and it will start doing very well at tournaments, and it will be very obnoxious to play against.
We're waiting for the book to make sure that 2 wasn't a typo.
It's not going to be in the book. It's the Legends document. Probably going to stay that way. I don't imagine, unless something is like grossly overpowered, I don't think they're making any changes to Legends units.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Lord Arcanum on Toralon. 280, again, overpriced, like all our other mounted wizards. For a 1-cast wizard, 280 points is too much. His lower damage looks better this edition, right? The fact that it's middling damage in melee, not great, but compared to everything else that's going on, everything else does lower damage, so it's not, the worst thing in the world. What makes the Toralon playable, let's say, not good, but playable, the +1 casting aura is great. We're bringing Knight Arcanum, sometimes we're bringing 2 Knight Arcanums. Having a +1 casting basically turns each Knight Arcanum into a mini Krondys, which is awesome. He gives himself +1 to cast, so that if you bring Lord Arcanum and 2 Knight Arcanums, then you've got 3 casts total, 2 of which are at +2 and 1 of which +1, which is better than Krondys would. You don't get the signature spell, obviously, but that's really good. He can also deal some light mortal wounds to wizards. This sounds really cool. You always think about like, oh, I can't wait to hit Nagash and roll a bunch of dice and do 2-up mortals to Nagash. That's going to be so cool. Most of the time, you're rolling 2 dice because you're targeting a wizard with 1 spell. Sometimes you target a wizard with 2 spells and you roll 3 dice. It's not going to matter. This ability really is not good. But his main feature, which I'm trying to make work right now, is that if he's in combat, then other Stormcast Eternal units in combat with him get a 5-up ward in the combat phase. At the price in exchange for the Toralon gaining Strike Last. Now, because the Toralon does such little damage, it doesn't matter that he has Strike Last. So effectively, you're just blanketing your units with a 5-up ward for almost no cost. This is the best, easiest ward that we have in our army. The main limitation is trying to get the Toralon in combat defensively, right? So what you want to do is like wrap him with other units, and the combat range is so specific at 3 inches. It can be tough to actually, put Storm Drakes around him and still have enemies be in combat with both of these. Offensively, it's very easy to use this. It's very easy to move the Toralon 14 inches up and then charge him in and then buff a unit with a 5-up ward. Worth noting that he also gets the 5-up ward, because it's each visible unit in combat range. He is in his own combat range. So it's great ward on the offense. The trick is making it work on the defense, and that's kind of what I'm workshopping right now. I think it'll work with something like 10 Retributors. That's where I'm starting, and we'll see where it goes. But I like the Toralon overall. I've been talking a lot about it for many, many years now. I feel like it's become a pet unit by accident. I didn't mean to focus so much on it. It's just always got interesting enough abilities that I care about it.
Yeah, it's good. I had been happy that, I never got one. It was one of the few models I don't have actually in the range. And then this came and I was like, am I going to have to get one of these now? But I'm going to pass. I'll just borrow yours, Paul.
Sure.
I do got one. It's just like stuffed away somewhere.
They're beautiful models. But yeah, I never bought one.
Face only a mother could love.
Right.
Well, let's look at the bigger Toralon, Aventus Firestrike. I didn't mention this when talking about the regular Toralon, but one of the best features is that you can take a mirror shield so you don't get shot. Aventus can't do that. And because he flies, he can't use obscuring or cover, so he usually just gets shot. But he has 310 points for a 2-cast wizard, which is not efficient, because you could just bring 2 Knight Arcanums, but when you get a 2-cast wizard for 310, and you can bring any Stormcast in your regiment, this guy brings Long Strikes, this guy brings Paladors, this guy brings Prosecutors, he brings whatever you need in your list, and I think that is just really, really good. His spell is decent, right? Being able to just deal flat 3 mortal wounds to an enemy within 12, and then ping stuff around it for 1, that's cool. It's cool enough that I might even consider a spell portal. Flat 3 is always interesting. Never count it out. He heals 3. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean 3 mortal wounds in this meta is significant.
Yeah, if you ever get a double, you have the potential to just kill a 6 health hero.
Yep.
And that just happens. Doubles still are a thing.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have the 5-up ward, which the regular Toralon gets, but he does get to heal 3 every single hero phase. Or sorry, in your hero phase, which is interesting. Even if he's in combat, he gets to heal 3. His melee damage it's trash, right? You don't bring him for the melee damage. But what you bring him for is that when he's in combat, all of your units get +1 to hit against that enemy unit at that combat phase. It's a all-out attack, like Bastion, combat only. He brings any Stormcast unit. He's a 2-cast wizard. He has all this good stuff going for him, but I can't put him into any list. I can't do it. Because I could just bring Estrella Soulbright instead, and she's a 1-cast for 220, and she is just better. She's just more efficient at the same role, basically.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys have success playing Aventus Firestrike, please let us know. I think I'm sleeping on this model. I could be wrong though.
I think it's just in comparison to the non-unique version. Like the abilities aren't even close to the same, to as good.
Just crazy. Like we want these War Master types. Like he's not even a War Master. He can bring any unit and he's not a War Master. We want that really badly, but he just can't compete with Estrella, who does it better.
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about Estrella. Why don't you guys start us off? What do you think about Estrella Soulbright, who can apparently now bring any Stormcast unit with her? I don't know why, but okay.
So not only does she have cool lore, she's also like, I'd argue, the best Swiss Army knife in our book right now, because she could bring everything. She's a wizard. She's not terribly expensive at 220. Her abilities aren't horrible. You could buff Dracolines. I've actually, because she does 14 max damage at 3s, and she can make one of them 3s, 2s. I've actually used her to snipe small heroes in tournaments before. Just heroes that are out of place because she moves 10 and then you charge 2d6 plus 2. Doesn't happen a lot of times, but when the opportunity is there, I'm like, I can actually do something. But yeah, no, she's probably up there with 6 long strikes, so she starts off at most of our lists. Just because we have to take long strikes, we have to take Paladors, and why are you going to take the Lord for 200 when she's 220? Doesn't make sense. 20 more points, you get a wizard.
Yeah, sorry, the Lord Aquiller. Yeah, let's not go there just yet. Estrella's like, really, if you're not taking Corondus, you're probably taking Estrella and the Knight Arcanum. Estrella has to come because you need a wizard. You need to unlock a regiment that allows for anything. And then, like David, you mentioned, and I've had experience with this as well, it's kind of nice having a fast-moving wizard that can keep up with things in order to use, like, most of our spell lore is like debuffs. So being able to keep closer to the front lines so that the 18-inch debuffs actually reach is really nice. And then also throwing her into combat, either just to support or maybe to kill a little hero or something is a lot better than throwing in any other wizard, because she has that extra plus to wound or whatever. She's got the charge, the extra amount for charging, so like she's pretty reliable, and she'll do 4 or 5, maybe 6 damage. So it's a nice little extra to have on your wizard for late game plays.
Yeah, most of her value doesn't even happen in the game. It's like list construction.
Hmm.
So if she dies in the middle of the game, you don't care. Like I've never, every time she dies in the game, I've won that game. People are wasting damage killing. All she does is cast a spell and have hidling attacks. The bonus, the wound on Dracolines doesn't matter. +2 charge is nice, but it's not anything you need in your list. Like the reason you bring her is because she's a wizard that can bring long strike and Paladors.
And she doesn't have to be your War Master.
Yes.
But usually she is, because you want long strikes for priority target or Paladors for special assignment. But that option is also nice.
Yeah, you don't have to do it. Feels good when you choose to do it. So what's stopping her from being S tier? We haven't said any negative thing about her. For me, the reason I wouldn't put her in S tier is because she doesn't feel mandatory as long as there are other heroes that can bring any unit that are also worth using. So for example, Bastion, sometimes Andrasta, but mostly Krondys and Karazai. And of those two, mostly Krondys. Like, because there's other choices to bring long strikes and Paladors that are good, Estrella is very good, but not mandatory.
Yeah, and again, like before the supplement came out, we didn't even know this was an option, and so we were like kind of stressing about building things with a wizard that wasn't Krondys and trying to figure that all out and how to bring the Vanguard stuff. But it's like she's more useful now. But when you look at that the supplement's going to go away, we do need to find a way to value her less. So I think that just brings her value down. And we only get a year out of her.
Yeah.
I think she would be higher in our minds if she was in the main book.
I'm going to toss this out there. I have a theory that Estrella Soulbright is going to be re-released as the head of the new Sacrosanct Chamber, either 5th edition or 6th edition. I just want to say I called it right now. We'll see if I'm right.
I will match that and say we're going to get Fallen Stormcast in 5th.
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Okay, Krondys. You guys have a lot more experience playing Krondys than I do. I don't like huge models, which is weird to say because I loved Krondys last edition. I really liked playing him, but I like playing him because I used blocks of Tempestors, which I don't use right now. So I find Krondys right now to be... how do I want to put this? In order to get the most of him, you have to put him in danger. And that's a lot of points to put in danger. And you could offset this by bringing a Vexillor and wards with like Praetors, but then you start doubling down. I feel like you're throwing good money after bad. No, sorry, you're throwing bad money after good, right? Like you're spending so much more to increase a portion of this model's power. Whereas I think you could just be okay with him dying. Like I don't think he needs to survive the whole game to be. But anyway, that's my take. Why don't you guys tell everybody why Krondys is amazing and why he's just shy of being an S tier?
You go first, Paul. Corpse.
Yeah, sure. I've been playing Krondys probably in 80% of the lists, maybe 70% of the lists that I've played so far, games. I think he's incredible. I think that having a wizard, with 20 wounds, fly, like that spell, it might be one of the best spells in the game utility-wise, especially in an edition where there's no save stacking anymore. That -1 to save or that -1 to rend that Krondys can issue is really powerful. And given that they actually backed his Warscroll up with relatively dangerous attacks, like I think we have written in cons here poor damage. I don't think I don't get a poor damage from him when I play him. I think it's mediocre, but it can be really effective. He managed to keep Roar as his monstrous rampage. Like everything on this war scroll is pretty amazing. He's really great. Like Paul mentioned, like you kind of have to put him in danger, and it's okay to let him die, but he will do a ton of damage for you. He has Ren 2 that can effectively be Ren 3 if you use his spell. Because you're close to the front line with him, you're more likely to get the range off for that spell anyways. You're not holding him back as much anymore. He's got the +2 to cast, so you can use him, for all these manifestations that you want to bring and you want to get out, like Purple Sun. Now you could be on Ren 4. I use him a lot for just fighting large enemies of infantry. And he just, just tears through them. His shooting is a bit fluky, but like when it goes off, it's 4 to 6 damage. It's quite good. Yeah, he's got the 20 health. You do absolutely like kind of need to consider like changing your approach. I had to change my approach a bit, and David, I don't know if you'll talk about this as well, but like I wasn't used to like throwing him into combat. I had to get much better at like not being concerned about either losing him or being more aggressive with him. I am tending to lean towards bringing Praetors with him, which is super expensive, but the Praetors, also hit decent, and they have their own 5-up board now. And when I do bring them, even being aggressive with Krondys, like he barely ever dies, and he contributes the entire game. So I think while it's expensive, the value you get all around with all the things he's doing, sending out Purple Sun, sending out extra spells, debuff spells, his spell, giving damage when he needs to, doing the roar, probably not dying with the 20 wounds in a 5-up ward if you bring Praetors. All in all, like I feel like you can build around him a quite strong unit, quite strong list.
Yeah, I agree with Corbs. I bring just a Vex. I don't bring Praetors. I just don't like investing that much defense into him. I felt he was actually taking enough with just a Vex and then Roar. Like Roar is, when you get it off, is really strong right now because everything got reduced. Like most of it got reduced hits and wound, like to hit and wound. So like making Trolls or Death Riders or these other cavalry units, like they can't get the extra +1 to hit is so significant. And also like you could, I've done their shocked units. I was going to charge, so he's taking even less damage. Also, because some people think it happens a lot, and it's a correct decision that people are keeping more hammer units outside of their general's regiment if they do enough damage, anyways. So in that case, like example, I played Korn this past weekend, and he just had like Chaff and some random heroes general's regiment, which is fine. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to take priority target on my long strikes. Instead, I gave honor guard to my Vex, and Krondy just face tanked like all this infantry because a -1 attack, and then on top of the roar was just so significant. And then Thundershock -1 to wound. Like you stack all these defensive buffs that I don't feel like I needed Praetors and Vex. Like the Vex was enough. And also, if you have Traff units, you just run Envoy. The Vexler is always running with Krondy, so you just throw a 5+ ward on him your next turn. And I always felt that was enough. I don't think he needs to stay alive the whole game. I think if he dies turn 4, turn 5, you should be in a position to finish out that game with your other hammers. I think Krondy is the distraction piece for your Paladors or Dracolines and your long strikes to just mop up everything else.
The other thing to mention about a combo with him that's really interesting, more interesting in this edition, is there's a lot of monsters that hit on a 4 or ogres or whatever. And if you can get into one of those and cast his spell, his -1 to hit spell, and then roar them, they're rolling for 5s, and it's just hilarious to watch that.
Yeah. I actually did that to Ironjaws. I watched a 10 block of brutes that were buffed up, hit on 5s and then wound on 3s, and it was so bad for him. He just like stood there the whole game, and Krondy was slowly just removing pieces of the army.
Exactly.
All right, so you guys have said a lot of good things. Why is he not in S tier? What's keeping him out? I know maybe you guys want him in S tier. Maybe I'm the only one holding him back. Try to make an argument to not make him like 100% mandatory like long strike. What's the difference?
Price.
Price. He's 540. If he dies like early, like you're kind of screwed. That's a quarter of your army that just disappears and that doesn't come back.
And you could just have Estrella in there instead and 300 points worth of whatever you want.
Price, and to be honest, base size. It's gonna sound funny because like there are some benefits to a large base, but I don't know. Sometimes he's annoying to move around certain things, and like you can fly, but when you have a base that big, you're not often jumping over large pieces of terrain or units and stuff. So like it's not really a plus necessarily.
Yeah, a base that big works when you have like an anvil type character, like a Karazai or even a Maw Crusher, let's say. Probably not the best example, but Karazai for sure, right? You want to capture as much stuff in combat. You want to make it difficult for your opponent to get around you. But when you have more of a support character that you want to keep around for as many rounds as possible, that base really hurts. It's hard to keep him protected. I want to say some positives about him. You're right, Corbs. I mentioned here it says poor damage and health force cost. His damage is actually good, right? He's like having like a non-reinforced hammer unit, but it's all going to be on 2s and 2s, so it's very reliable, high rend, high accuracy damage, but it's capped. It's not going to do the 30 health you need to kill 10 Dawn Riders. It's not going to do all the wounds you need to kill reinforced cavalry. He's really good at fighting smaller units. He's also really good at fighting other heroes, right? Or like hero monsters, I mean. He's very, very good at that because his damage is just so like pinpoint accurate and good enough that he'll take huge chunks out of heroes. In 2 rounds of combat with Krondus, most heroes won't survive. So he's got a lot going on, and I think what I'm going to do next with him is still try him with Tempesters. I know we talked about how they're not good, but maybe with additional rend they become good. I want to try him with crossbow adjudicators. I want to try him with hurricane raptors. I want to try his like the -1 save thing. I really want to just lean in and see how ridiculous we get with that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great with Paladors. It's obviously great with long strikes or anything like that. It's great with all our units that sort of went down from 2 to 1. It kind of brings them back to really punch through stuff.
Yeah, so Krondus is very, very good. He is as high as an A tier as you can get without crossing over into S tier. I think he is a very well-designed model. And the price point is just right. It's keeping him out of S tier. If he was like anything under 500, I think he would cross that threshold in S tier hero. Here's a quick slide just to visualize where we're comparing all the different heroes in our army, the priests and wizards. For priests, we have Knight Relictor standing on his own in A tier, followed by Ionis Lord Relictor, and then the Lord Veritan in C tier. For wizards, 3 best ones are the Knight Arcanum, Estrella, and Grondis. In B tier, we've got the Lord Arcanum on Griffcharger. In the viable C tier, we have the Knight Incantor, Arcanum on Dracoline, and Orlon. And then in D tier, I've put the Lord Arcanum, Lord Exorcist, and Avenged Airstrike. Knight Draconis, he's fast. He's not really that punchy, right? He lost his Rend 3 that he used to have. He's on 3s. He's going to be on 2s, 2s, 3s, 2s for a lot of his damage if you give him a lot of attack. His main features are just buffing Stormdrakes. So you have to be invested in Stormdrakes, and then you bring him on top of that. And he's almost the cost of another Stormdrake, right? He's only 80 points short of that. Giving them +1 attack is cool, but it can fail, and that's not great. And it's also not stackable, so you can't bring multiple Draconises, which would have been cool, right? +2 attacks.
It should never fail. That's the thing. Like, are you inspiring them or not?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't get that.
Yeah.
The 4-up spell ignore doesn't matter right now. I'm just going to flat out say it. It almost doesn't matter because most spells aren't being cast. The only spells that are being cast are manifestations, which don't have, like, there's no effect on this because manifestations are units. Their attacks are not spell abilities. So, yeah, this just doesn't matter. I don't know what the game would have to look like in order for this to start mattering. But I feel like a lot of his cost is baked in here, and 280 is just a lot. I think the reason you bring him is for the damage pump on Stormdrakes, and I'm not even sold on that. I think he's like
1,000 points.
Yeah, he's like circling the drain on C tier. I think he's pretty close to D. It's very, very hard to justify him in any ever.
Yeah, I tried him thinking that, oh, he will come because he can take Envoy, right? Because he's not unique. Or sorry, our 5+ ward enhancement.
Yeah, Envoy, that happens.
And oh yeah, Envoy, sorry. And so he can take that, which is great. So I was like, oh, I'll keep him with, reinforced unit Starter Guard. The issue is after those 1,000 points, once you build everything else out, you don't have a lot of things to just die and like give you that in the next turn because you're like low on units. And it's just so many points down the drain if you can't make that ward work and you can't and your army and maybe your enemy just kind of like moves to the different side of the board and ignores them. Like you've just put so much into it.
Yeah.
It's really not great.
And he has to follow Storm Drakes. He's not a viable model with no Storm Drakes in his combat range because his rampage requires a Storm Drake Guard unit in range.
Yeah.
So just not
and
good.
Talk about annoying models to keep in cohesion.
Yeah. That said, the buff on Storm Drakes is good, and Storm Drakes are good, so it's hard to give this guy a D. It's just really hard to justify him.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep them together for that buff, like, because you're bringing them in, and then you're gonna do their rampage, and probably end up somewhere else. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I only played it once, but I did find it a bit difficult to keep the range situation right with the way
with the rampage. You can activate his rampage first, and then activate the Storm Drake rampage, as you choose the order. Your abilities.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So you can give him Quicksilver Draw It, but I think he needs a Mirror Shield. He's just 11 health is not good. Knight Heraldor. How good is 3 extra dice on Rally? It's actually really good. I actually really, really like that effect. The problem is it costs 110 points, and it can only be used on Warrior Chamber. So which Warrior Chamber models do we want to revive? Maybe Judicators?
Maybe one of the
Questers?
Yeah, Questers, or even like Decimators or something. This would be amazing if it worked on any infantry, because imagine this with like 10 Advocators.
Yeah, it'd be dope. Imagine this on just any 5-wound cavalry. Like, you can reliably rally back a Dracoline or a Palador. Be sick. Thunderblast doesn't matter. Okay, you get to do D6 mortal wounds to a faction terrain feature. No, doesn't matter. It's like, it really just doesn't matter.
I wish I could live the dream of rolling 9 dice and try to get 9 4-ups to bring back a Storm Drake.
It could happen.
Go for it.
Yeah, not viable. Not terrible. Like, if it was cheaper, if he didn't have his own regiment, I think he could see play. If he was an Exemplar and 90 points, he would see play. Knight Judicator. He has a really, really complicated ability that effectively just means you get +1/+1 on something, unless you roll a 1. And his damage is okay, and that's all he has going for him, right? His regiment's nothing special. So 9 max damage on 3/3/2. Okay, it's accurate, especially if you get the +1/+1. He's on 2s. He doesn't need any outside support. It's not bad, honestly. 9 max is not great, but for 160 points, it's terrible. Just won't bring this guy. You'd rather bring an actual shooting unit. If this guy was cheaper, maybe 130, if he could be in an Exemplar situation where he didn't have to fill his own regiment, yeah, that's suddenly playable. So I don't think he's F tier. I think he's just really, really inefficient. Not just points, but also regiment.
Yeah, not great.
Worth noting, he is a shooting unit that can use Guarded Hero. That's a really, really cool niche. A shooting unit that can't be shot back should not be ever dismissed. It's a cool thing.
Give him 2 more attacks on that Great Bow.
Yeah, sure, that would work too.
Yeah, it's not enough. On 3s and 3s, it's not great.
Knight Quester. The worst unit in our book, without a doubt. He is he's 150 points, and he teleports around with Questers, which is kind of cool. I like that they have a combo built in there. But he does the exact same Ordained Quest ability, and you can only use 1 across your whole army. So you still only get to quest mark 1 unit. 1 objective, I should say. He does get to have +3 control and a 5 aboard. But you know who else has 5 control? A Knight Vexillor. And the Knight Vexillor gives more control and healing, and costs less. And can bring better units in his regiment. For some reason, the Night Quester can bring Ruination. Like, I don't understand why he brings Ruination units. His damage is nothing good. Like, he's got Anti-Hero and Crit Mortal, and cool. Put as many abilities there as you want, but the fact that it's max 10 damage is just doesn't matter how many abilities you stack in there.
It's weird that he got the Ruination thing. It's like because he's in the box.
I have no idea.
Really understand.
He gets to fight with the Quester, so he can do like a neat trick where you use the Quicksilver Draft to fight with him, and then if there's nothing else with Strike First, then you can pick the Questers to strike first immediately. But why would you do that when you can bring a Lord Celestant who does the same thing, cheaper, and also gives that unit +1 to wound?
Yeah.
He is like so, and 150 points. Like, why is this guy 150 points? It's unreal how overpriced he is. I don't know if there's a point value I would ever play him at. Maybe 80 points? Maybe. If there's like a seasonal rule for bringing more heroes, yeah, just F tier. I think he's just a design flaw, needs a complete rewrite, or it has to get so cheap that it's like half his cost, you know? Just terrible model, terrible rules. Knight Venator is the longest range shooting in our book, aside from the Star Drakes, which we'll talk about. He doesn't do a lot of damage, right? Max 6 with crit 2 hits, which is kind of neat. But still max 6, maybe 7 per turn from 24 inches. That's kind of neat. Once per battle, you can do d6 plus 3 mortal wounds to a monster. Okay. We don't have any problem killing monsters with long strikes in our army, right? This guy's also more expensive than long strikes, and he only does it once per game. Long strikes do it every single turn. It does get around Guarded Hero, which is kind of cool that you could just kill a low health hero if you roll like a 5 or 6, right? Once per battle, 190 points. No. And that got me thinking, how cheap does this guy have to be for me to want to use him?
Like, Knight Vexillor, like 120. Like, he'd be the new Vexillor bomb guy, is when I would use him.
He would have to get so cheap that we basically just revived Cometfall and we snipe a bunch of foot heroes. That's how cheap this guy has to get, which is not good. That's not good for the game if this guy gets cheap enough. So he never will, and I think he's F tier. I don't think he's going to see play ever. But of course, Andy 2d6 is going to prove me wrong. He's going to field like 3 of them in a.
Make him a prosecutor.
The Prosecutor Prime.
Yeah, there you go.
Knight Vexillor, here we go. Got a really, really good hero, and it's like there's so little written on this war scroll, but oh man, does this guy really just perform well. 5 control all the time, which is way better than it seems, right? You have to be a monster usually to get 5 control, and then this guy's a buff gives him or another unit +3 control, and it also heals that unit for D3, and you can also pick D3 units to do that too, and it's also any hero phase, not just your hero phase. Means you can drop him into play on an objective and then reactively choose which units you buff with this. The constant source of healing in the enemy turn is just so good. Like, oh man, this guy's amazing. And then he's an exemplar, so it always feels good to put him in your list, right? He's always going just nicely packaged in with a bunch of other heroes and lords. Oh, he just feels great. He's got great synergy in control builds. He's got great synergy with big builds like Star Drakes and Rondis. He's just great. This is a very well-designed model. Very good point cost at 120, and it's really cool to see a defensive-oriented model that's not just a stat boost, right? It's not like +1 save, it's not have a 5-up ward, it's a defensive model that sees play. We like never see these, right? Usually when it's something like this, it's like something grossly overpowered, like a Spirit Torment in 3rd edition, where it just returned models every single turn. This just feels good. I love this design.
Great. He's great to bring. He's great to play with. It's one of my favorite parts of my turn, or the turns when I have him, is rolling that D3. It's so fun. And you don't feel bad about rolling the D3 because you're always going to get at least like 1. It's not like on a 2-up or something, you know? So you're always getting at least 1 heal and a +3. It's really great.
Yeah. Now the +3 doesn't stack. Right, if you have multiple Knight Vexillors, you only get +3 to control, but the healing stacks. So if for some reason you played a Karazai with 2 Vexillors, you'd be healing 2d3 every single hero phase. Just fantastic. A tier.
Yeah, all big dragon lists, I think they need a Vex. I think Praetors are, you can run them if you want, but I feel like Vex swaying the big dragons is always going to feel good. And that +3 control can actually matter. It's mattered in a lot of my games.
Yeah, it can matter for sure.
If all it does is negate an enemy -3 control, that's already good. But then there's a lot of matchups where it'll get you over the threshold to make you outnumber other models that would be doing stuff like, you guys haven't lived until you've outnumbered Gargants as a Stormcast player. It just feels so good to outcontrol Gargants. Knight Zephyros. I had initially written her off because she's a Vanguard chamber unit, obviously, but she doesn't bring Vanguard chamber units. And if she did, I think she'd shoot up to like S tier, probably, right? Like, if she was the cheapest source of long strikes in the game, it'd be amazing. But she's also...
It's a bit odd, and like we played, like, there's a lot of value to what she can bring, and it is a bit odd that she's the, I guess, the only Vanguard hero we have.
The Aquilor.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's her regiment sucks, but she has 130 points for a teleport every single turn. And like I talked about the Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, teleports are still good. They're not as good as they were, because you can't directly score tank the flanks with it the turn you teleport. But if you just bring a Knight Zephyros and hide her around the edges of the board, she will score you, reclaim the realms, and then take the flanks, and then take their land. And then maybe even, charge and do some damage. Probably not, but yeah. She's great. A cheap hero to teleport. You don't care what happens to her. Nobody's going to bother firing anything at her. She doesn't do anything except score you 3 tactics, which means the rest of your list, like the 1800 points, 1870 you're bringing, just has to win the game with only scoring 2 tactics. And that is not that hard to do, honestly.
Imagine if she was an exemplar.
Oh yeah, she'd be at least A tier if she was exemplar. If you could just slot her into lists, 130 points to teleport every turn, it's
I would
like...
take it every list.
Yep, every single list would have her almost. She'd be so good. But yeah, give her a try. She's honestly a good value proposition. It's hard to really understand how good she is until you play her and you realize that you don't have to worry about your battle tactics anymore. You just have to find, 2 of the remaining 5 at some point in your game. She's going to score the rest. Lord Aquilor. We thought with long strikes and Palladors being exceptionally good, Lord Aquilor would see play. Especially because he teleports, and we're just talking about how good teleports are, and he moves 14 inches. All of this stuff sounds good, but it just turns out that for 20 more points, you get Estrella, and that is always, always, always a better value proposition. So, yep, I don't think Lord Aquilor is good enough. I think he'd be very, very good at 160 points or like 170, something like that. All of a sudden, he's now a significant cut to bring the Vanguard units that we want to bring without having to bring Estrella for...
Yeah, he needs to be like 150.
It is really cool that he can just teleport himself all the time. He doesn't have to pick Vanguard Palladors. If you're bringing him, you will be bringing Palladors. Like, I don't see a world where you bring the Aquilor just for long strikes. If you're bringing him, you've got the Palladors in your list as well. So situationally, you can teleport Palladors as well. Would that ever matter? Have you guys ever thought of a scenario where you wished you could teleport your Palladors? They're so fast, like, I don't think it matters.
They're so fast. Never even. And also, they can use the Vanguard ability too. So
yeah, they can Vanguard wing.
They have chances to get across the table if they need to.
Yeah, he's with a point cut. He'll see play and he'll feel good for the same reason that the Arcanum on Griff Charger feels good. He's a unit that is making your list run smoothly while also scoring you 3 tactics. But at 200 points, he's just not worth it.
Next year we'll be playing him.
Yeah, we will. Lord Castellant. So for some reason he has a big Warscroll. I don't know why he's the only model that got a Warscroll this size. It does okay. He's 150 points, and he does one thing that you care about, and that is buffing or debuffing an objective. When you target an objective with him, when you target an objective with him, all of your units get a 6-up ward while they're contesting that objective, which is actually surprisingly good because Stormcast have no other source of a 6-up ward. This is the only way to get a 6-up ward, and it's guaranteed. There's no dice roll. You just have to be within 3 of the objective. One model in the unit has to be within 3 of the objective, and you get that ward. 6-up wards aren't, the best, but very, very good still. Like, it's better than having no ward. But the real reason you're using him is because that same objective, you strip the ward from your opponent. And when you strip a 4-up ward or a 5-up ward, like, a lot of people are running Callous and Toll these days, and when they don't have a 4-up ward, they're just paper thin and they die to anything. It's so funny when you see the look on their face when you do. You could also translocate him in range to do this, which is cool. But he's 150 points, and that's all he does. If you can't get within range of an objective that matters that you're fighting over, then he does nothing all game long. Could just be bringing a Knight Relictor instead, who is a priest, so at least they're doing something. And the priest, Knight Relictor is also reducing wards by 1, so it's not like this is a totally unique effect. But as we see more and more 5-up wards, my eye just keeps looking at the Lord Castellan and thinking, ooh, it might be the time. I'm going to fail those prayers anyway, right? So I might as well bring this guy in. Have you guys tried the Castellan yet?
No, he's been. I used him in almost every list last edition. He's been collecting dust for me lately, him and his doggo. But I think he will see play. I think he has some use. Maybe getting another Warscroll with the book. He seems to be in a bit of a weird place. I don't know.
He's Legends. I don't think he's getting a new scroll. We'll see, though.
Is he Legends? I
Yep.
thought there was like a mention about, I don't know, like a new model of his was getting put out or something.
Celestant. The rumor is a Lord Celestant is getting a
Lord
new
Celestant.
Yeah.
Right. This guy's just done. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find it good enough to bring, again, like all of these little foot heroes. I know he's a lord and not a knight, so this isn't as relevant, but a lot of these guys, like, I would really consider in certain niche builds or certain lists if I could bring them as an exemplar, like in someone else's regimen.
I think what would benefit this guy is just a slight point cut. If he was 130, I think it would be a lot better.
Yeah.
Lord Celestant on foot. I was ready to write this guy off as F tier until we saw this combo Quicksilver Draft. It's not to say we didn't, the combo's there, it's obvious. But we didn't think it worked because we thought the core rules prevented it specifically from working. But after reading the core rules again and digging into it, it turns out that you can actually combo Quicksilver Draft with Furious Retribution. So how that works is if the Lord Celestant is in combat, he can activate the Quicksilver Draft, gain strike first, he can fight. Then, as a reaction to him fighting, he can pick another unit, and that unit fights immediately. So what you can do is, let's say somebody charges into a Lord Celestant with 6 Grandhammer Annihilators around him. Your Celestant fights first, then he picks the Grandhammers fight first, and then nothing else fights because everything's dead, because nothing survives combat with 6 Grandhammers.
Yeah. So
we're not sure if this is 100% intended. It might get changed. This is the only reason he is being used, by the way, right? Like, that's it. That's his niche. It's not good. He's not a good regiment bringer. But it is a powerful combo. It's powerful enough that it gets a C tier. I don't think it's very efficient. I think right now, especially with all the magic that's going on, he's not going to see play. But it is worth. I think we owe it to him. The power of this combo. I think we owe it to the power of this combo to give it here. Celestant on Dracoth, pretty much the same thing, except instead of using a warrior infantry unit, he does it with a cavalry unit. So you can do the same combo, but with like 4 concussors or 4 tempesters. I don't know why that. Probably it's concussors, right? You're going to do it with concussors. So is that good? Yeah, maybe. Right? Probably as good as the Celestant on foot. The units are easier to use, right? Like this guy's more impactful than a Celestant on foot. He's not great. Not, spectacular, but he's more impactful than a foot hero that's only being brought for a single combo. As an Extremis unit, he can just trigger Lightning Echelon to gain fight first, and every time he does that, he effectively gives another unit fight first. So he's better than the Celestant on foot, but the units he's buffing are worse. Because it has to be a cavalry unit, he can't do this to Storm Drakes. It's really just the Dracoths, and none of them are they're not as good as they used to be. And they're not as good as you'd want them to be to pull this combo off. But overall, still C tier. I think, you slot this guy into a list with 4 concussors, use them as a durable block. If your opponent tries to charge into them, you get to fight first, which is devastating. It's really hard to come back from that.
Yeah,
And
I think if you have a lot of Jack-Oths and you want to play them, try this out.
yeah, and the problem with the Celestant and Annihilator version of that combo, or whatever infantry you want to use, is that unit doesn't do anything except sit in that area, because everything will have a 4 or 5 inch move. Whereas if you bring a cavalry version of that, at least that unit can go out and do something somewhere else on the battlefield. So it's just tactically more. Celestant on Stardrake. It's finally happening. Stardrakes are finally good in this edition. I am so happy to say that. And they're not good because they buff wizards, and they're not good because they have like a mortal wound spray or whatever nonsense they used to. They're good because they're punchy monsters and they're tanky, and that's all I've ever wanted for this model, and it's finally happening. The shooting is also surprisingly relevant.
Great.
Yeah,
Totally.
like
Rain of Stars has always been a really fun shooting stat, and I was really happy that stayed, given that like a lot of other shooting really changed significantly in this edition.
Yeah, it is really hard to stay out of the threat range of the 12-inch move and then 24-inch Rain of Stars, and then he's going to charge and eat a bunch of stuff and then fight. Yeah, Lord Celestin is great. The fact that he's Extremis is really good. He gets to benefit from the Lightning Echelon battle formation to get a 3-up fight first, which he can do after countercharging as well. If anybody tries to not fight him directly, they'll have to deal with him countercharging and potentially fighting anyway. He can also just use the Quicksilver Draft to guarantee it. If you give him Praetors or Envoy of the Heavens or Honor Guard or Healing, he becomes really, really durable. He's also a giant model, and he blocks line of sight really well. The way the wings are positioned, and I love that the core rules now actually have an example of this. You can block line of sight with him. If you hide stuff behind his wing, if you turn him the right way, put things behind his wings, your opponent can't see them.
Long strikes.
Exactly.
And they see through, just to be clear. So
I don't know about that. I'll have to check.
Yeah, you see through your own units to shoot.
No, I don't. No. You see through models in the unit that's shooting. You don't see through other models.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then not as good.
Yeah, but if you want to hide like a foot hero there, that's a good thing to do. I used to do that with Gardas all the time.
Yes.
His Cavernous Jaws is also really good. It just looks better and better every edition as infantry just gets tankier. Right now we're dealing with like 3 or 4 health models with a 2 or 3 up save and a 5 up ward, and he just rolls in and just chomp, 3 models dead. Like before any dice are rolled, if you stay in combat with this guy, you're losing potentially 3 models. He could also sometimes spike and kill like Croxagors or small foot heroes, or he just auto kills 3 Nighthaunt ghosts every single time he fights. God, I love this ability. It's so good.
Yeah, and for those who may or may not have played with him last edition, this ability changed. You used to have to roll above the health characteristic. And, that might seem like only a small change, but it's actually massive. So, rolling a 4 up or even a 5 up is like relatively likely, certainly with the 3 dice. So, yeah, you're just eating basically everything. Maybe with Cavalry, you're only getting like 1 or 2. But those are like huge, expensive units with a lot of wounds that you're just eating.
Oh, gobbling up Dawn Riders feels amazing right now.
Yeah.
He's also got this cool once per battle +1 attack for other Extremis Chamber units. I don't think I'd ever lean into a full Extremis Chamber list. It's cool that it works on Storm Drakes, but it's just the Riders. I think the best case for this is like Fulminators the turn they're about to charge something that gets buffed up and you can't stop all that defense, something like that. And it's okay. It's a fine ability. It's not the main reason I'd use him even, but it's good to have. Wish it worked on him. Weird that it's other friendly unit, not him. Overall, yeah, B tier. Star Drakes are good. That's maybe not the most efficient choice at 490 points. You could just be bringing, reinforced cavalry as a hammer. Could bring reinforced concussors almost for the exact same cost, and they'll do really well for you as well. But he is just fun and good, and all of our enhancements make him feel better. And then the Drakesword Templar. We are not so hot on this one. There's a few reasons. I don't think it's bad by any means, right? It's cheaper than the Star Drake, and really
all other options.
Yeah, you give up the +1 attack buff, which, like I said, that's not mandatory by any means. It's not the reason you bring it. And you trade out the Rampage for an anti-hero or anti-monster Rampage specifically. And that makes him really hit hard against monsters, like Andrasta level hard. You still get all the body of a Star Drake, so you don't have this like weak, 8 health model that Andrasta is. You actually have something durable that can take a hit, take up a lot of space, but you still just murder monsters all the same. So, is that good though? I don't know. Right now, I feel like we're not having any problems killing monsters. We really want to kill infantry and knights and cavalry. Reinforced cavalry is a big deal. The fact that his rampage can fail is really unfortunate. If you're just fighting regular monsters and not hero monsters, it's not the best. So, like, if you're fighting Gargants every single game, the Templar's amazing. Like, really, really good. But we really don't have a problem killing monsters. So I don't see a reason to play him. Find the 30 points in your list and use the Lord Celestin on Star Drake instead. Any thoughts? Any dissenting opinions on that? I know you guys are big on the Drakesworn Templar. I feel like I don't want to paint a picture that it's a bad model.
No. I think I've played with both now, and it's like I think if the Drakesworn had also the ability to eat, then there could be a conversation about it. But that ability is just so strong; it outweighs the monster hunting of the Drakesworn. So I don't think there's really much discussion about it. I think you got to get the extra points and take the Celestin on Star Drake.
Yeah. Lord Imperaton. He gets to move 3 units that were set up with Scions of the Storm D3 inches once per battle in your movement phase. And that's all he does. There's like literally nothing else. He doesn't even have a cool regiment. How good is that ability, though? Well, actually really good, right? For deep strike charges, it is very, very good to move 3 units D3 inches. And then you roll a bunch of 1s and your opponent rolls a 6 on redeploy.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's okay. He's viable. This is how you get your infantry into combat from reserve, your 4-inch move infantry. This is how they get in. You bring him along with Gavriel Sureheart. You combo the 2 together. I don't think... Or you bring 2 Lord Imperatons. Like, you never just bring 1 of him. As long as redeploy exists and the possibility of rolling a 1 on that D3 exists, this is just not reliable enough. And then you look at the fact that he's 160 points. God. And he doesn't do anything. He does literally nothing except this buff. And it's once per battle. Like, so disappointing.
I kind of wish that the ability was like, I don't know, like if it was going to be D3, then it needed to have some sort of passive effect that was like, the turn this unit lands, units within 12 inches can't redeploy or something, some sort of stun effect. I think that would solve this problem.
Yeah, and then make it once per battle army. That way you can't stack it.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's a problem.
We talked about infantry being inefficient compared to cavalry. This is one of the reasons all the delivery mechanisms for infantry are so expensive in this army. I don't know why. Like, this isn't even the most expensive one we're going to talk about. There's some that are even more expensive than this. It's crazy to think about. But despite all that, infantry is not unplayably bad. It's just inefficient. And this guy is key to making it work. So I think he's C tier. I don't think he's any better than that. Lord Ordinator is bad. Ballistas aren't good. He can only buff 1 ballista. You can't even bring multiples of this guy and buff multiple to ballistas. Just way too expensive. Whole combos just doesn't work. No. Lord Terminos. So this guy's like a Lord Celestin in that he can use a Quicksilver Draft combo to make a unit of Ruination Chamber infantry fight first, which is cool. Gives them +1 to hit the turn they fight first, which is really cool. So if you have like 6 prosecutors with a Quicksilver Draft combo, they can hit first, which is it's not the best use. I think Reclusians obviously are what your mind goes to, right? And then while you're doing that, he also gives those Reclusians +3 control, which is okay, yeah, because they're only control 1 and they're 6 models, so all of a sudden now they count as 9, and that helps. That helps keep objectives even while you're taking losses. He's honestly not bad. The Reclusians are not a bad unit, and this guy, I think, is the best support you can bring for Reclusians. But why is he 170 points? Like, why is he so expensive?
Because they made Reclusians 150.
That's what it is, right? Like, they just assumed you're bringing these two units together.
Yeah.
His damage is fine, accurate, but it's, max 12. You're not going to do... He's not like a hammer. Just a support hero that fights okay.
Beautiful model.
Yes. Very, very good looking model. Lord Vigilant on Griffstalker. I think this is another one of those, bring him to support Reclusian pieces like the Terminos. But his buff is bigger, right? Deliver Judgment, doubling your fights once per game. That's really, really good. Like, really good. It actually makes Reclusians an explosively good unit when you combo that with Finest Hour. And the problem with this guy is that he's way too expensive, 210. And Terminos is just a better pick, right? You'd rather gain the fight first once per game than fight twice once per game, because hitting stuff before it hits you is just way more valuable than fighting again, especially because you gain strike last the next time you fight, so you're gonna get hit. Would you guys ever use this with like 6 prosecutors?
Yeah, I mean, if you had the 3d6 charge.
Yeah, he's not keeping up with them. Having to be wholly within
Yeah.
12 of that unit is not easy.
So that's the thing, right? But I mean, it's still possible, maybe. Depends how you're playing with your prosecutors. What can he bring? Extremis? Or no, Ruination only?
Ruination, Warrior, and Exemplar, and Gryph-hounds.
Yeah, the prosecutor thing could be interesting. But it gives them a double fight in the second one's fight last.
Yeah.
Strike last, so they're dead.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you kill something, which is why strike first is just better.
Yes.
Because then when your opponent fights you, if they survived, they're at way less than their full strength. It's just unfortunate. I think if this guy was cheaper, if the Turbinos was cheaper, then you could bring both of them and you bring the Reclusians, and that would be a really cool combo. And then you don't really care what this guy does for the rest of the battle because he's used his once per battle ability, and you're good. He can just run around doing tactics, maybe killing small heroes. Yeah, not great. D tier. I think he's just overpriced. I'm never excited about putting him in a... Speaking of not being excited about putting them in your list, Celestin Prime. So let's get the pros out of the way first, right? He hits pretty good.
Laps.
24 max on, which it will be 2s, Ren 2 with crit mortals. This guy pumps. He does a lot of damage. And he can bring any unit in his regiment, which is something we're talking about how good that is, right? He is also able to benefit from Guarded Hero. He's one of these 10 health models that's not a monster for some reason. 10 health and a 5 up board is not bad. It's not durable, but it's not bad. That's the end of my list of good things to say about him.
Yeah, it's like they gave us what we wanted, but took away the rest of him.
He always does the same good damage. He doesn't have to power up to do it,
right,
which is great.
Which is great.
Unfortunately, it came at the cost of making the Comet Strike Scepter way worse. Like, so much worse. 2+ to deal D3, and the fact that it's a missile weapon means you can't get through Guarded Hero with it to snipe small heroes, so it's like, when does just doing D3 mortal wounds to one enemy matter? It doesn't, really. Like, unless you have follow-up damage, it doesn't matter.
No, it's terrible.
If Celestin Prime was 280 points, he'd be playable. But 360 is way too much. Just way too much.
Yeah. Disappointing.
And where's the rest of his Warscroll? Like, there's so much space on the Warscroll, and there's just no abilities there. This guy is the first Stormcast ever made. He had an entire campaign book about him. 2 campaign books, because he was in Forbidden Power as well. He's a really important character, and he has 2 abilities. One of them is just a +1 charge bonus from reserves. Like, what the hell?
So this is what it's going to be when the book comes out. Maybe he's going to be like Ruination, Celestin Prime, and he'll get his Warscroll filled in.
Yeah, with a bunch of junk like Ionis.
yeah, exactly.
Gardas Steel Soul. So this is the other model I was talking about when I said we have very expensive delivery mechanisms for infantry. Gardas does 2 things. He gives you a ward when he charges, which is actually really strong if you manage to charge him and stay in range of him and keep him alive long enough for the ward to matter. because you're not going to countercharge him. So this is pretty much only on your turn. And the other thing he does is he gives 3 infantry units +1 to charge and +1 attacks. And what I like about this ability is that it doesn't require being used in the hero phase. You don't have to buff anything, so it can be used coming out of reserve. It can be it can also target any infantry. It doesn't have to be warrior chamber like some other abilities in the game. So he can buff reclusians, he can buff prosecutors. That's a really, really powerful buff. +1 charge and +1 attack. Very good. But the problem is he's 200 points for basically once per battle.
One trick pony, yeah.
Yeah, the +1 attack and charge thing, once per battle. And it only works on infantry, which again, that's the worst of our units right now. Okay, best case scenario. You get what? Reclusians, questers, like annihilators, prosecutors maybe, just to have something easy to charge with, you know. And then how much damage can those 3 units really do in melee? And you're not giving any of them strike first, which means that means your opponent will get a chance to fight you and maybe kill you before you have a chance to do that damage.
Well, that's what the ward's for.
Well, he has to charge to get the ward, right?
Yeah. Everyone has to make their charge, which is annoying.
I would love it if this was just an aura, rather than picking 3 units wholly within 6. If it was just an aura, and it gave them the ward for the turn instead of the bonus attacks. Or something. I don't know. It's so hard to use this guy for 200 points.
Finally, he's not tied down to, like, you know, annoying battle line limitations, and then they basically nerf his ability.
Yeah, and they got rid of his cloak. He just doesn't have a hammer cloak anymore. What's the theory here? Lord Celestins are getting a new model with Thunderstrike armor, and Gardas will be either an optional build from that new kit, or we're getting Gardas riding a monster of some kind.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah. 200 points. I can't believe it. So ridiculous. Like, it's not unplayable. It's a very strong effect, but it's just so inefficient. It's hard to make it work. Gavriel Sureheart. So this is like the opposite of every... Like, the Lord Imperator and Gardas are so expensive. And then along comes Gavriel, who can bring any infantry from any chamber. So he can bring long strikes, he can bring reclusians, he can bring annihilators, all in one little chamber for himself. He's only 140 points, which is a much more reasonable price point for a delivery mechanism. His ability also stacks with the other ones, right? Because if you have a roll 3, pick 2, and then you have the Lord Imperator and or Gardas on top of that, all of these buffs make the charge more and more reliable. Like, this guy's just designed perfectly, right? Like, everything about him is just well designed, and the price point is perfect. This is how much the Imperator should be. This is how much Gardas should be. This is great. Why can't Gardas bring any unit? He's the head of his chamber. He's almost the head of the Storm Host. You know, he's basically the Lord Commander, and he can't bring anything but, like, basic warrior chamber dudes. It's so frustrating.
I feel like these 3 should be put together in a regiment of renown. So you get all 3 of their abilities. They could do this one trick thing, and sure, it would be all order, but, like, maybe that would be fine. I don't know. Make it cheap. Make it 230. I'd take it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, for sure.
That'd be awesome.
But Gavriel is great. I'd say of all 3 delivery mechanism heroes, like him, Gardas, and Imperator, Gavriel's my favorite. Partly because he brings long strikes, but also his buff is like, it's good. He's so cheap that if you just have his buff, you don't feel bad if you fail it. You know, if you bring him and you bring a Lord Imperator and you invest those 300 points and then you fail that charge, you feel so awful, because you still will fail charges. It's not guaranteed, even if you stack all these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The fact that him on his own, a 9-inch charge is a 77% on a reroll, like, yeah, okay, that's good. Just because he's so cheap, you don't really mind that if it fails, right? Like, him with 10 Retributors is not an expensive package. And if it fails to do anything for the turn you need it to, well, you've got other stuff in your list that's doing things. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and Mergog brought up a really interesting thing about, like, because obviously we're not really teching into Grand Hammer Annihilators right now, because, like, getting them is so much more difficult. But if you use his ability to roll 3 dice to charge, you're way more likely to hit that 8+, which gives the enemy strike last, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that is an interesting combo because you're giving yourself a much better chance of having that. And for like a multi-charge situation, bringing Grand Hammer Annihilator and sort of hoping that you're able to give out that strike last or multiple strike lasts could be pretty strong. And I'd say this is the easiest way to kind of hope that you're going to roll an 8.
Yeah. With Annihilators in particular, they're so fragile and slow. You really need to make the charge. You know, you can't afford to let them take a whole turn of damage. I mentioned 10 Retributors, like it wouldn't be the end of the world if they failed to charge, because they're only 180, and they're 15 wounds per squad.
Yeah.
Whereas Annihilators, they're all in. You have to make the charge.
Yes. But like you really want to try and give the strike last out if you can.
Yeah, if you can. It's cool. Like the index stuff just pales in comparison to how much more creative they were with the legend stuff. Like this effect doesn't exist anywhere else in the index, and it's just cool. Why isn't this in the index? Why do we have to go to legends units to get this?
Give this to the Aquilor, like as a Vanguard ability or something. Like
Yeah.
Just even better, you know.
Or the Imperatant. Just give it to the Imperatant.
Yeah.
Let the Imperatant give our units 3d6 charge every turn.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about Karazai. We talked a lot about Krondys. Karazai has the same melee and shooting profiles, except instead of all of their abilities, you lose the Roar, you lose the Wizard, you lose the cool spell. What do you gain in return? Well, you get a -1 attack debuff for enemies in melee, which is insanely strong, especially because it stacks with Honor Guard to get crazy good. Like, reducing a unit from 3 attacks to 1, that's nuts. That's so good. But his Rampage, it sucks. Right? Like, his Rampage just sucks.
Yeah, so I've been playing a lot. I've been playing a good amount of Karazai. He's the one big dragon I do feel you want to double down in his defense and give him Praetors and a Vex. But then he does start getting a little more expensive. His Rampage is not great. It's better in Hordes, right? Like, it feels really good against Hordes. You do all these more damage, but there's not a lot of like Hordes outside Nighthaunt that are going to really punch through Karazai anyway. Like, all the heavy hammers right now in our meta are like Cavalry or just like really juiced up infantry. So he's not amazing there. I really wish he also had Krondy's Rampage. I think that'd be cool with him if, like, you know, he's such a fighter that he could tech into each way that he wants to fight. You like him hitting last because you want the enemy to hit him, and then he gets juiced up +1 or +2 attacks, and then you swing back really hard. And then you just heal it all back with the Vexillor, with Rally. If you want to take Primal, you can even heal him back up with Emerald Lightsworn. But I felt like playing so much Primal with him, I never really needed the Emerald Lightsworn because he debuffs so hard with the -2 attacks. Like, most Cavalry hammers are 3 attacks. So you just make them 1 attack, and then it's like, okay, what are you gonna do? Like, you don't get to do anything against me. You turn some of the best hammers into just super pillow fisted against Karazai. And then that big base could just block your Paladors, could block your long strikes. Like, he's really good at what he does. The problem is that we're in a super heavy magic meta, so he just gets really outshadowed by Krondy. After this magic meta hopefully dies off, I think Karazai just looks significantly better because you can still take him with other magic and prayer tools, because Stormcast don't need magic to win. It's just we just do magic really well right now. That's why he's overshadowed.
I think comparing him to Krondys, it's very obvious to do that, but I think it's wrong. I don't think it's right, because Krondys is a support wizard that has good bulk and good melee, whereas Karazai is just a tank. He's all hammer all the time. You don't play him in the same way. You don't sit in the back waiting for your opponent to hit you and then taking the right charge to minimize the amount of models that get into you. With Karazai, you're trying to pull as much stuff into combat with you as possible, right? Ideally, best case scenario, you charge the 2 hammers on your opponent's list, you debuff one of them with Ancient Master of War and Honor Guard, and then you kill the other one. Like, that's best case scenario. That's what Karazai is trying to do. Whereas Krondys is like playing the support game, sitting back sometimes. He's not as aggressive. They're just, even though they're almost the same model, they're very, very different units. They function very differently.
As y'all know, this is my pet unit, so I've been really trying to make Karazai work, and he has worked in games I've played him. I just don't like the feeling of feeling like I'm trying to force something to work. That's usually how it feels when I play Karazai right now, is I'm forcing something to work, where just because Magic is so strong, Magic just feels like it's just always going to work right now. But I really hope the Magic meta dies so I can bring back out Karazai more reliably. But he's really, people really underestimate him, how tanky he actually is. Like, you tell him everything, like, yeah, I could get Ancient Master of War, and I usually throw Honor Guard at him, and most of your opponents are like, oh, okay, so yeah, he'll really debuff me. But like, once it happens in practice, and you just like make their hammer units just not do anything, like, then they're like, oh, this is really bad.
Yep, especially if you Thundershock one of their units too, like if you have a supporting wizard nearby. So good. The effective health scaling is crazy. And then you heal it all back with the Vexillor. Oh man, it's good.
I tell people all the time, like, you can't really make them +3, 4 save like we used to anymore, and with 6 Praetors, just make them like have a bunch of save stacking, but you just pretty much traded all that for Insight and Healing between Vexillor and Rally. So it mats out the same, really defensively.
Yep.
What about taking both big dragons? Anyone tried that?
Some people have. I'm really not a fan. I like hammers. I like cavalry. I like screens. I like support heroes. I like all these things. It's not for me.
I also feel, it doesn't sound weird, but Karazai for me also feels like he's always works, where Krondy could just like not work. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, Krondy could fail his spells, and then you just got a 500-point wizard that's not doing anything. You're usually taking a Vexillor and Praetors with Krondy, so he's not as tanky. You can't debuff with Krondy. He doesn't get stronger as he's wounded, like Karazai. Where Karazai, like, his main goal is a tank, and that always works because there's no dice rolls involved. Outside, like, a Vex Banner, like, he's always going to have Honor Guard. He's always going to have Ancient Master of War. He's always going to get better as he takes more damage. Like, he just works.
Yeah, he's good. I like him. He's solid B tier. Even right now in the Manifestation meta, I think he is a B tier unit. All right, let's talk about Bastion, who is definitely just a prototype model for the Ruination Chamber with that cloak and the shoulders and the halo and everything. Dude looks like they were experimenting with Ruination Chamber. That much is obvious now.
He's like going into the like clothing stores, and like Ionis is giving him cut eye as he's like trying on all the new gear.
Bastion is good in this edition. I don't think he was good at all in 3rd edition. We vastly overrated him at A tier in our 3rd edition Battletome review. I'm trying not to make the same mistake here. I think I may have overrated him again, though, but that might just be the state of the game. So what makes Bastion good is not his damage, which is, it's okay, right? His shooting attack is okay. He's one of those heroes that brings any Stormcast unit, which we really, really like. And he does it for a reasonable price point at 270. And he also has this neat ability where he can move infantry after deployment. And that is pretty cool. If you're bringing up like 1 or 2 units of prosecutors, you can push them out onto the flanks after you find out who's going to go. Like, you'll know, if you have fewer drops, you'll know who's going first. So you can move accordingly. If you don't have fewer drops, you don't know who your opponent's going to pick. And that gets tough. But let's say you have a low drop list with Bastion and you can reliably know who's going to be going first or second. You can do cool things like move prosecutors out, tag objectives at the end of deployment. They're now your objectives. Then on your turn, you move back. Or, you know, you move onto the flanks because you think your opponent's going to try to score. Take the flanks if you make them go first, based on how they've deployed. And then you can countercharge 3d6 with the prosecutors. Like, there's interesting plays you can do with this. Yep. None of them are great, though. None of them are great plays. And every other infantry unit that you would use this on, you can just use Scions of the Storm and probably get even closer to the enemy than you would with this ability. Like, moving 4 or 5 inches doesn't make the unit worth, leaving on the table. It's got a niche use in blocking like teleports and things like that, right? If you know your opponent has like a deep strike list, like maybe you're playing against Ideneth, you can move up a bunch of infantry units further out and protect your units that you want to protect behind that. But again, if there's any unit you want to protect as Stormcast, you can just put it in reserve. So really, really niche ability. The main use, besides bringing any Stormcast unit, is free all-out attack, which is cool. Have you tried it with Paladors yet?
I haven't. The thing that's great about this all-out attack thing that many people have been pointing out is that it works in the shooting phase as well. So it's sort of an all-phase situation. I believe it works with counterfire as well.
It would if you could get more than one command per phase.
Oh right, yeah, because you can't issue it. Yeah. But yeah, it works in a lot of phases, and I think that's really beneficial. Is it wholly within 12 or within 12?
Wholly within.
Yeah, so difficult with him being so slow to really want to use that on Paladors. And yeah, like I don't really play him, but it's a super powerful ability. Like I think you could sort of create a moving castle, maybe with Dracoths, or maybe with like a Star Drake with Quicksilver, and just sort of be moving up and being this big threat, and always getting your shooting all out attack, and always getting all out attacks across the board when you're fighting. Like I think it's pretty efficient. You just got to build around it and build into it and make sure you're getting the value at it. I think you'd really want to get like a few turns of it.
My issue with Bastion is that he's too expensive to sit back and just buff, whatever shooting unit you bring. But he's not fast enough or durable enough to go forward with your cavalry hammers and, not just get sniped off. And when he does get sniped off, you've lost a lot at 270, and you've lost that all-out attack, which is... and there's just other units that can do any Stormcast in their regiment thing. Like Estrella, we're just going to constantly go back to her. Would you rather bring Bastion, or would you save 50 points and bring Estrella? The choice is Estrella almost every time.
Well, I know one of the jokes we were saying internally was put Bastion on the disc.
Yes, the Deus Arcanum. That does speed him up. That does give him +3 move. Right? I think Deus is 8-inch move. But can't move the turn you're summoned. So the Deus actually slows him down.
Yeah,
Bastion, I'm going to give him the B tier. Right now, he feels worse than that because of all the manifestation stuff going on, which we've talked about a lot in this review. But it just goes to show how much that stuff is impacting the game. I think he's like a low B tier unit after that stuff is cleaned up. I think he's playable. I think you're not going to feel stupid for bringing him, but there are going to be more efficient plays. And there's these neat tricks with prosecutors that you can do. Shouldn't be discounted. They are pretty neat.
Yeah, and you can bring any unit, and he's not a War Master, so that's interesting as well.
Yeah. Unlike Krondis, who, when he dies, your opponent will score 4 victory points off a battle tactic. Bastion, if they go for Bastion, they're not going for other units that are probably more important, and they're not scoring a battle tactic. So you don't feel terrible about him dying.
Mm-hmm.
Neve, Black Talon, and the Black Talons. So there's a lot going on with this Warscroll. There's a bunch of different models. The short version is Neve Black Talon runs and shoots and charges because she's Vanguard Chamber, and then hopefully you roll a 3+, and she fights and then teleports out of combat. Otherwise, if you don't roll that 3+, she fights and then dies because she's only 6 health. And then you're wondering why you spent 340 points on this whole thing. It is cool to have 3 different units for 360. Sorry, in a Stormcast army, they're 360. In a regiment of renown, they're 340.
Right.
Great. It's great. Her damage is just okay. Like, best case scenario, she gets to fight a hero monster, and she does max 21 damage. with crit 2 hits. But in that case, why wouldn't you just use Andrasta? Right? Just use Andrasta
Yeah,
for
exactly.
less. Neve can bring Vanguard units in her regiment, so that's worth noting. If she gets cheap enough, she could be one of these units that brings long strikes and Paladors. If she's the general, she'd have room for her companions, Lorai, and 2 more units. But nothing Neve does is very good. Her shooting is not good. Her melee it's just okay. But then she's just so squishy because you can't reliably get that 3+ teleport out of combat. It's like, just use Paladors and power through and have a guaranteed 14-inch move, which is like teleporting after fighting. It's just so much easier and better to do that.
Yes, I agree.
Now, Lorai has a cool spell. Very cool spell. Which basically makes them a tech piece for shooting, especially against covering fire, right? Because covering fire is -1 hit, but people are still, with priority target, they're still shooting at +1 overall. This spell makes it so that shooting attacks only hit you on 6s, which is really, really cool. But you could just bring the Palisade instead if you really want anti-shooting tech, or just any cheap unit, right? You could just bring any cheap unit, like Griffhounds. They can eat the covering fire. The damage output of the companions, the health, all that stuff isn't really great. I don't understand why they have worse stats than Callus and Toll's companions. They don't have a ward, they don't get the... it's just so much worse than Callus and Toll, and so much more expensive. It's crazy.
Yeah, and they're sort of in that same generation, right? Like they had a show about them, and they, you would sort of assume that they would be kind of similar, and they're just way worse.
Yep. Next up is Vandus Hammerhand. So we've been talking about this control playstyle using the Night Vex lore, using evocators. I think Vandus doesn't fit into it, even, unfortunately. He does give +3 control to warrior chamber units, so like Questers could really benefit from this. If you have Vanquishers, Judicators, if they need control for some reason. It's a really, really good buff, because it works on himself as well, and it works the turn he comes into play, because it doesn't need to be activated in any phase. You could just drop him into play and then buff all the units around him for +3. So potentially adding, 3, 6, 9 control on an objective. He always counts as 5 himself. So he plays the control game pretty okay. His melee damage, again, is okay, right? It's nothing special. And he does this like fight with me thing that the Lord Celestant does and the Dracoth version does, but he has to pick a warrior chamber unit and not an Extremis unit, even though he's riding a Dracoth. And he doesn't get the Quicksilver draft, so does this fight with me ability matter? Not really. He's okay. I really thought he'd be better, but the way list building is shaken out, I don't think so. I think I'm going to leave him in C tier. I'm not going to just drop him to T tier yet, because I still don't know what the control list looks like. I don't know if it's a warrior chamber control list or an evocator foot control list, but that +3 control aura is strong and shouldn't be discounted.
Yeah.
You can also bring Extremis, which is cool. So like you don't have to bring a Lord Celestant or a War Master or any of this stuff. You can keep that stuff out of your general's regiment. That's a neat little bonus you bring.
Imagine, if he let Stormkeep Guard fight.
Ooh, that would be too powerful. You can't have that.
Yeah, they don't get that. It's kind of interesting. Like they don't have access to that, and the Knight Draconis doesn't do it.
Yep. Very strange.
It's like kind of like everything else got it except for them.
We're pretty sure Vandus is going to get a new mod.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he die or something? I don't really follow that, but
he died really, really hard. He's died enough
Oh, yeah?
times that he's going insane.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Okay, so
Not
let's
good.
give him something cool then.
Hopefully we get a
So he's gonna
Ruination.
he's gonna be Ruination, okay.
And our final hero, Andrasta. So, Andrasta has a big glow up, and her War Scroll properly matches what she should be doing, which is finding the biggest thing on the table and cutting it down to size. And I love it. I love what she's doing. She's also bringing any units in the Stormcast army in her regiment. She can cut a Gargant down if you roll hot. She can kill a Mega Gargant herself. use guarded hero, so she can't be shot until she's ready to charge in. When she does finally charge in, she's got a 12-inch move and then a 3d6 charge. She's also negating control debuffs, which not terribly relevant. Like, they exist, right? Especially if you're playing right now, you've probably seen Night Haunt with Lady Olander, and you might think, oh, okay, it would be good to negate these things. No, it doesn't really actually matter. Just kill Lady Olander. I know it's easier said than done, but this buff isn't good enough that you would bring Andrasta for this buff. It's like, it's nice to have if you're bringing her, but it's not something you build.
She's also dropping in, trying to kill something and then dying.
Yeah, that's the big problem with Andrasta, is she's just fragile. 8 health on a 5-up ward is just not durable. And because she's a War Master, she has to be the general, unless you have another War Master, which you probably won't. Unless crazy people running like Krondys, Ionis, Andrasta. You people exist, and I don't understand what you're doing. You're on another level. I don't know. And then because she's so fragile, and because she requires getting into melee to do anything, she doesn't like have any buffs that she hands out or anything. She can't just sit back. She has to engage at some point. After she does engage, she dies pretty quickly, and then your opponent scores Slay the Entourage off that.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say about her is like it's really easy to get caught up in the double damage excitement. But it is worth noting, like, I forget the saying, but like dice average out the more you roll, and Andrasta has like very few actual attacks if you look at her war scroll. So like it doesn't take much to like have a feel bad or a negative sort of a bad couple dice, and all of a sudden like you're not doing enough damage. So it's worth considering. Like that Thangavar, like the shooting one, it slaps against a monster, but that's one dice.
Yep.
You're missing them a lot of the time. And then in combat too, it's 6 damage, against a monster, and 3 rend. But again, there's only 2 attacks. So you're really hoping you get that through, and then you're really hoping that they don't save it.
Oh, I've got the solution here. Just give her +1 attack from blessed weapons and another +1 attack from Gardas. So easy.
In the sky?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Maybe Gardas.
Make her not 340 points.
Okay, yeah, that's the problem here, is that she's 340. For everything she's doing, 340 is on the higher side, and it's not like we need monster hunters right now with long strikes on the table. We're killing every monster in an 18-inch radius, plus whatever movement they get, because they run. We don't need help killing monsters. We don't need a dedicated monster hunter. 340 is too much. 280, let's bring her down to, just a little bit higher than Bastion, and then see how good she is. But she's still viable. Yeah. I don't think she's bad by any means.
No, but 340 is bizarre.
At least she does something appropriate, right? At least she's not just reviving models.
Mm-hmm. She is fun to play with. So that's a thing.
All right, looking at the hero tier list, we've put the Night Vexilor in A tier. In B tier, we've got Gavriel, Karazai, Bastion, Celestin on Stardrake, and Knight Zephyros. In the C tier, we've got Andrasta, Lord Terminos, Gardas, Knight Draconis, Lord Castellant, Lord Celestin on Dracoth, Lord Celestin on Foot, Lord Imperator, and Vandus. And then everything else we view as not viable. Special shout out to the Night Quester and Knight Venator. You are truly terrible, and I wish you didn't exist. Here is our tier list for August 2024. This is before any potential battle scroll changes and knowing how things go. It's going to come out, the battle scroll is going to come out the day after we put this video up. So this is what I think our army looks like this when we have no legends. So for a lot of players out there, if you guys are not using legends units, these are the units you focus on. You want long strikes, you want Krondys, you want Palladors, Questers, Vanquishers, you want a Knight Relictor and a Knight Arcanum in your list. Those are the staples. And then, if you're feeling fancy, you can bring in Karazai, you can bring in some Concussors, bring in some Fulminators, some Storm Drakes. Like these, we have lots of good units to pick from. And here is our full tier list for August 2020. The only S tier unit we have are Vanguard Raptors with long strikes. They are so good that there is virtually no reason you should ever skip using a unit of 6 of them in your list, in your General's Regiment with priority target to give them +1/+1. This combo is so powerful Nothing else even compares, and it has completely warped list building.
Yeah, it's very rare to not use it with them. There are times though, like you will at tournaments especially come up to people who just don't have any of their hammers in their general's regiment. But if that is the case, there's always something else in the GHB, some other buff to use on one of your calves or something. So it's not the end of the world, but it will be, I'd say 70% of the time you're giving that to the Raptors.
I do want to reiterate. I've noticed this a lot, but I got better because I played a lot more. I played a lot of games. Don't go into tournaments and games in general with like a like in your head, like deciding which honor guard you're gonna take. Like take the second to see which one actually is the best for the game you are playing. Because sometimes priority target is usually correct, but sometimes honor guard is correct. Sometimes special assignment is correct. It's really hard to not just instantly be like, oh, I really want priority target because it's really good with long strikes, but like train yourself to be like, is this a best case though?
Yeah, be flexible. There is a default, which is priority target, but be flexible. The other two buffs are very good as well. Section 3, match play. So we use a slightly different ranking system for this section because there are no opportunity costs. You have every battle tactic. So we rank them instead in terms of reliability and ease of use. So S tier as a battle tactic is something you will reliably score in every game. Like, it's going to be a freak accident that causes you to fail it, or your opponent has some like 200 IQ counterplay to stop you from doing it. And that scales down in terms of reliability and ease of use down to A tier, which is, yeah, you'll usually score it in most of your games, all the way down to F tier, which is it's just too niche, you're not going to score it. You can pretty much forget this tactic exists and it won't affect your play. Starting off with the universal tactics, first up is Do Not Waver, which requires fighting with 2 units and having 0 friendly units destroyed this turn. So this sounds easy, right? I'm sure everybody thinks this first time you play this, you're like, oh, this is going to be great. And then you face like covering fire or a counter charge or so many ways this can go wrong. Strike first, strike last really messes with it. Magical intervention messes with it because no unit in your army can be destroyed. Even like a unit of Aether Wings somewhere in the corner. If your opponent manages to snipe that, you failed your tactic. Now, one thing I will point out with this is that it's actually really easy to fight with 2 or more units. In Stormcast in particular, you don't usually multi-charge, right? Like, we don't want to charge in 3 or 4 units. But what we can do is charge 1 unit with a cavalry unit, and then we'll charge in like Griffhounds or something. Cavalry will obliterate whatever they hit, and then the Griffhounds, they don't have to actually do damage, they don't have to roll any attacks, they just have to fight, which means being picked to fight. Since they charged, they get to be picked to fight. So, yeah. Really easy to set this up, but oh man, is there a lot of things that can go wrong with, especially with how we're playing right now, bringing some cheap chaff with Griffhounds.
Yeah, it's not a guaranteed one at all. It's situational, but I'd say it's like I usually kind of look during the game to try and score that one, turn 3 maybe.
Yeah, same. Like turn 2, 3, I could probably score it, depending on your list, of course. But yeah,
there's a lot. I don't score it every game.
It's one of the ones you typically score. It's just not the right one at all times. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. There's
going to be times where your opponent sticks a unit out on the flanks for take the flanks, and it's like, oh, well, there's my Do Not Waver. I'll charge in some Griffhounds and whatever cavalry and kill that unit. Hard part is making 2 charge rolls. David, tell us about Slay the Entourage.
This, honestly, I probably scored this like every game because for 2 reasons. For us, at least, because it's so one, either your opponent has a lot of stuff in their command entourage, the War Master General, whatever you want to call it. So long strikes just eat that up all day, get you an easy slated entourage, or you play the opponent who keeps as much as they can out of their War Master regiment, and they just have like chaff and maybe like some normal foot hero. Well, that's fine for us too, because I could easily, if you want to put chaff in your War Master battalion, then I could easily do 10 wounds through your 5-up or 6-up save. So this is something you're probably always going to score. For us particularly, it's really easy to score. You kind of put your opponent in a situation that no matter what they do with their list building, we're going to score it.
Yeah, what stops it from being S tier is that sometimes opponents will just put like a foot hero as their general and then nothing else in their regiment, and it's very hard to shoot down foot heroes, even with long strikes. You know, it's tough to do that. There's also the issue that it's not always the right choice to kill something in the general's regiment. Just because there is a unit of Aether Wings that you could easily shoot down and score 4 victory points, that doesn't mean it's the right choice to do it at that time. Because when you're playing Stormcast, it's a game of trading hammers. If you have 1 hammer unit left alive when your opponent has 0, you've probably won the game with Stormcast. Like, that's the goal. You trade your hammers for their hammers, and you try to trade up. And if they have hammers in their general's regiment, awesome. That's like the best case scenario, right? But if they don't, if you're just shooting chaff, yeah, you should probably be shooting something else, something more valuable, right? There are reasons to shoot chaff, but ultimately the goal of playing Stormcast is to shoot the enemy hammers that are going to kill your hammers. Or fight, not just shoot, you know what I mean. Corbs, you want to talk about Attack on Two Fronts?
Sure, yeah. This one is a little bit more difficult to do. Sometimes, like, earlier on in the game, it's a bit easier. Like, if you maybe didn't deploy on all the objectives that are within your board, and, maybe you did, like, take their lands, or maybe you did like the flanks one and you're sort of off to the side and there's like an open objective to take easily. But you definitely don't want to try and do this on 2 objectives that are controlled, and you really got to make sure that you wipe whatever the opponent is holding, because one of the objectives that you take that turn has to have been controlled by your opponent. So and most likely they're sitting on it. So yeah, it's an interesting one. It's easy to do late game if they're
Very
not
easy,
on it
yeah.
anymore. So it's a really great one late game to consider. But yeah, it's these fighting ones for us aren't great to use. They're much more situational.
Yeah, you don't want to be dedicating fight resources unless it's going to be like a big swinging play, you know? You'd rather sit back
Yeah.
and just take your trades with long strikes and Krondis and things like that.
Yeah,
Manifestations. Exactly. Yeah, this one's tough. This is also another reason you shouldn't do the Bastion Prosecutor trick, because if you're just sending prosecutors out in deployment phase to take control of objectives, you're giving your opponent attack on 2 fronts for free, basically. Take their land. It's Desecrate. It's better than Desecrate because it can work on your own terrain. So if you're playing like Skaven or something, you can create terrain and then score this tactic on it, and there's nothing your opponent can do to stop it. Pretty great. You will score this every single game, Stormcast. You just drop a unit from reserve or run onto it or translocate onto it. Some armies may have trouble scoring this if there's like a hero face teleport in the opponent's army. Like, we can really block other armies from doing this with counter translocate. They want to take their land and we just teleport 6 Gryph-hounds in range of that piece of terrain, and that might be enough to just stop them from scoring a tactic. But we can't be stopped because we always have the option to translocate first before your opponent would be able to. This is S tier. It's so easy. It's free. It's a struggle to not score it too early because this will get scored at some point, and the longer you hold off on it, the better. But you should also know when to score it early. Like, sometimes it's the right play to take a low turn round 1, don't commit anything, just score an easy, take their land, commit your resources in later turns. Fantastic tactic.
I will just say, like, one warning at some tournaments, depending on like the size of the terrain you're playing with and stuff, there are times where your opponent will redeploy a unit, and if they, just to try and block this from you, and if they roll a 6, you're screwed. Like that does happen. So we want to be very careful about considering that, especially if you're playing against, an enemy that has units of like 10 or 20, and they're kind of just within that 9-inch range where they could, they might not roll it, but they're certainly going to spend the point and try if they want to stop this you from getting this battle tactic. So I've seen that happen. I've done it, and it should be. I used an endless spell in my game this weekend to stop someone from being able to do it against me. So Just
Oh, like you
be
block
aware
their
of it.
redeploy movement with an endless spell.
I did.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I moved into their zone. It was against FAC. They had a unit of 20, whatever those guys are called, and just stopped them from being able to redeploy on. So, and they would have only had to redeploy like a 2 or something to be able to stop it.
Nice.
So, just be very careful that you're really sure that with their 6-inch redeploy, plus it's a 3-inch range, right? That they can't stop it.
Seize the center is a trap. Do not score seize the center unless you're about to win the game in round 4 and 5. Almost always, I think that's the rule of thumb. Putting 2 units into the middle of the board, that sounds easy. That sounds like the easiest tactic ever, right? No combat required, just move into the middle of the board, which is probably what you should be doing anyway, right? Absolutely wrong. It is completely wrong to just move into the middle of the board. What you want to be doing is picking the right moment to move into the middle, and if you just do it too early, your opponent will just collapse on you and kill both of those units, and then score their own, seize the center, and you're not only tied in victory points, but now you're down in actual units and resources. Later rounds, absolutely easy. No dice rolls. You can retreat into it. Very, very easy to do this. Watch out for like counter translocates that they can teleport before you move there. But yeah,
there's some
not
spells too for teleport spells that people could do as well.
This does not apply to Gits player. They will put 30 trolls in the middle of the board and do not care what you do.
And the last universal tactic is take the flanks, which is much easier to do than surround and destroy from 3rd edition. Before, you had to be wholly within 6 inches of the edges. Now it's just within 6, and you had to be wholly within friendly territory. Now, or sorry, wholly outside friendly territory. Now you can just be like outside your territory. So you can have one base of one model in your territory, but within 6 of the edge, and you score this. You know, like it's so much easier. Now, you can't do it with units that teleported that turn, but if you've been listening to this review, you know how easy it is to teleport one turn and then just move into it the following turn. This is a very, very good tactic. Again, it's like take their land. You want to score it. You will score it. Just a matter of when. When's the right time to do it? When's the right time to put units on the flanks that your opponent can't just pick off for free? Sometimes you do want your opponents to come charge in, like bait them in, and then you countercharge the following turn with some cavalry. Really, really good tactic. Very good.
Yeah, and really make sure when you're looking at the mission map that you study it a little bit and really understand like this is that you're not to be wholly within friendly territory. Like you can be within it. You only need to have a little bit of your base sort of outside of it. Because that makes a huge difference of how much easier it is to get to these spots in some of the weird deployment maps.
Yep, it's one of the reasons we rank Gryph-hounds so well, because they can just be deployed on a flank and, you know, run minimum 1 inch, right, and get 10-inch move, and then be just outside the territory and score this. Each Grand Alliance, so Order, Death, Destruction, Chaos, get their own battle tactics. Let's take a look at the ones for Order. David, you want to talk about Reclaim the Realms?
So Reclaim the Realms is really easy for us. It's actually a great turn 1 tactic, usually. Just because we have chaff that we could kind of put in on sides and stuff, and you don't really care if somebody makes a long bond charge and kills 80 points of Gryph-hounds. Like, okay, that's fine. You could do that. Put yourself in bad position. So it's a really good tactic for us because we have Deep Strike, but it's also a really good tactic because it sets you up for take the flanks, could set you up for take their land. It's just a really nice order tactic. Like I think we kind of order really got one of the best tactics, and we just kind of fill into it really easily.
Yeah, I think Death has the same one, but it's you have to be more than 9 inches from enemies rather than more than 6, and that makes it way harder to do, like unbelievably harder. Because enemies can redeploy up to 6 inches, and to ensure that doesn't happen, you want to make sure you're more than 12 inches from all enemies. And that's still doable. You can be more than 12 inches from everyone and still in every major quarter. You have to be 15 inches away. You're just not finding room on the table for that. It's so hard to score the other versions.
I agree. And also to piggyback off what Corb said earlier, I've also done this tactic and also use an endless spell to stop my opponent's redeploys, so they physically couldn't get within 6 of me, regardless if they roll a 6 or not. So don't be afraid to, like, yes, this is an easier tactic, but also think like, oh, how can I also prevent my opponent from scoring it if they needed to?
One thing that I've noticed as a side note about this, because I was often planning to do a turn 1 every game, basically, like it's one of my go-tos, because it's easy to sort of peel off and do flanks thereafter. But one thing I've noticed is if you play against death armies, early game being 12 inches in a quadrant that they may have deployed in is like really difficult to do. Like it just might not happen. So sometimes you will have to wait to do it or not do it at all.
Yeah, but since you can do this with teleporting units, like the Zephyros or Arcanum on Griffcharger, you're going to score this every game.
Yeah, at some point, for sure.
You should have a plan to score this from list building through your every single round of the game. You should think, when am I going to score Reclaim the Realms? When am I going to score Take Their Land? When am I going to score Take the Flanks? Like that should be on your mind in every game you play.
And you don't also have to be like super exaggerated with being in a corner. Like, find the middle of the board. If you have a foot hero, like just inside of that corner, holy, like you're gonna help to get your tactic. Like, you don't have to super exaggerate it and put yourself in bad positions. Like, just make sure you're able to score if that's it.
Yep. And the final battle tactic that we need to consider is Slay the Tyrants, which requires destroying an enemy hero with combat attacks. Now, you don't have to pick an enemy hero, which I think is the best thing about this. If you had to pick a hero, it would be a lot tougher. Opponents would focus like redeploying and defense, everything into that one hero. As long as some hero in the enemy army was destroyed with melee, this is scored. And given how good we are at softening things up and then finishing them off, I think this is a reasonably good tactic for Stormcast. It's just a lot more situational than the other ones. People generally don't always expose their heroes. Some armies just have support heroes and nothing ever goes on the front line. And trying to make some play where you shoot a bunch of screens out of the way and then charge in past them just to score this tactic, like there's going to be an easier tactic for sure, right? You don't want to be in a position where you have to score this one. But this is one of those ones like Do Not Waver where I'm looking for 2 more tactics after I do the other 3 movement ones. This is one of the ones I'm typically looking for. There's usually a hero somewhere that you can kill with melee attacks.
Yeah, this is almost every game.
So looking at our sample list here, we've put together all the ideas in this index review, and we've come up with a number of lists that you guys can take to your games. Some of these lists are an example of the limitations of Stormcast. Some of them are an example of what you can take to competitive lists. And we'll discuss that as we go through them. But this first one here, Mergonk, this is a Warrior Chamber themed list with the Thunderhood host battle formation. Run us through this list and what you were trying to do.
All right, so this is basically my attempt to recreate what was my old Annihilator list. Annihilators have taken a bit of a hit this edition because redeploy can be done at the end of your opponent's movement phase, and you can just like move away from deep striking units. So the 7-inch charge of the Imperator is gone, so the Imperator just moves any deep strikers with them D3 inches. 3 units, and so you might end up 6 inches away, 8 inches away, 7 inches away, and then your opponent replays. That being said, there is still an attempt to do this because the idea is that Annihilators can always land in front of 2 chargeable targets, or you can pin something with another Stormcast unit, and then charge Annihilators in on the next turn. With that in mind, the base of the list is Astrea Soulbright, Vanguard Raptors. This is the most standard loadout you will find for Vanguard Raptors. If you're not taking Astrea, you'll probably take something like Bastion, maybe Gabriel Sureheart. But I needed a wizard. Astrea is a good wizard. She's fast, and she can do some damage against single heroes because of her +2 to charge. And the Annihilators in the list, taken the Annihilator section of this list, is a regiment in the form of the Lord Imperator. 6 a reinforced unit of Annihilators with shields, and 3 Annihilators with meteoric grand hammers. And the idea is you will most likely, because of the change to the Lord Imperator, be landing this regiment from Deep Strike onto the field all at once, and then be moving D3 inches with each of them. I basically tried to go for okay, let's see if we can roll any 6s on the Shield Annihilators. They're this 18 wounds, 2 up save. If something charges them, I can make them fight last. They don't deal a lot of damage, but they're like a good enough distraction. They deal decent damage, and it's a good enough distraction hammer that your opponent will have to commit some resources into them, especially in this edition. And the Annihilators with Meteor Grand Hammers are just your, 10 attacks, -2 rend, 3 damage. Just they mostly kill anything they touch. Rounding it off, I have the Lord Veritant because it's a priest, gives me access to stuff like Translocate and Blessed Weapons if I need it, but also has an Unbind, so that helps. I have 2 units of Gryph-hounds, one in Estrella's regiment, one in the Lord Veritant's regiment, just as screens and things to trigger off the Thunderhead host +1 to hit, because all that is required is that the unit wholly within 12 be not Warrior Chamber. I have 3 prosecutors. Prosecutors are great tactic getters. They're great for sniping off key heroes and trading up. And then Vigilors, because giving +1 to hit to either my Raptors and my Annihilators or prosecutors is just good value. This could have been Vanquishers, but I had 30 extra points, 40 extra points. I was like, might as well upgrade them.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about the enhancements you went with. You got Shock and Awe, and Lord Veritant has Mirror Shield. How much do you think these affect your list building, and how much do you think they're going to play a part in the games you play?
I went for the Mirror Shield because I don't want to have to babysit the Lord Veritant, especially if things are going to be moving in position to help support the Warrior Chamber rule for the +1 to hit. So it protects them against shooting attacks, which I think is pretty relevant.
Sorry, real quick. You know that you can't activate Thunderhead Host with heroes, right?
Yeah, I know. What I mean is, like, I want to move the Gryph-hounds forward and not have to babysit the Lord Veritant.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You don't want to have to keep a unit nearby for guarded hero. Gotcha.
Exactly. Yeah, I just want to be the Lord Veritant should be able to go where it needs to without having to worry about enemy shooting attacks. The second, I chose Shock and Awe because that seemed like the most obvious choice. These kind of lists, they typically you can do this on top of 2. You can drop the Annihilators either top of 2 or top of 1. I would recommend top of 2 once your opponent has moved forward and created some holes for you to where they can't redeploy as effectively because of terrain or whatever, and then you had some time to maybe use your Long Strikes and Vigilors to wipe out some screens that your opponent might have, or their tactic getter units effectively. And then so in this instance, Shock and Awe helps because if you land at the top of a battle round, you essentially have it for 2 whole turns, the -1 to hit around the Lord Imperative. But you could switch this out for Envoy if you wanted to. It's just the timing of Envoy can be so awkward, and ultimately you're just doing it on 9 or 18 wounds of Annihilators. I don't know how worth it that is, but that could be the interesting switch.
Well, what about the Lord Veritant? Because you could be using a Knight Relictor or Lord Relictor here, since they're both cheaper. And I don't think the Knight Relictor can bring prosecutors in his regiment, but you could just stick those in Estrella's regiment if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
So why specifically use the Lord Veritant? Is that a meta call because of all the manifestation stuff that's going on right now?
Essentially, yeah, but that slot is pretty flexible. You could just take out the prosecutors and put it in Estrella's regiment. I didn't, because in this list particularly, I valued the Unbind. And I didn't want to expose prosecutors to an easy battle tactic snipe. But considering I'm already taking Gryph-hounds and Vanquishers, it's not that big a change. And sometimes I think you're right, the Knight Relictor's ability to cut down on someone's wards is, especially for an Annihilator list, I think might be more valuable. So I would say just make a meta call if you're taking this kind of list.
Mm-hmm. And overall, how competitive would you say the Annihilator package is right now?
I would say it's a 3-2. Like previously, you would have heard me said in 3rd edition, Annihilator lists are good, extremely good chances of 4-1, and with some luck, 5-0s. I think this is a 3-2 list, and if you get lucky, you might get a 4-1. I don't think this is 5-0 material.
Right. The consistency is just not there. Deep strike.
The damage is not there. Yeah, the damage is not there.
Yeah.
We had some insane quite frankly, it's a cost issue. I think this entire Imperatant Annihilator package is way too expensive. It was doing things. There's a time where this package is efficient and it isn't, and this is the time where it's not efficient and it's a points issue. If they reduced Annihilators back to 200, Shield Annihilators to 160, Lord Imperatant to maybe 130, I could see playing something like this again.
Yeah, there's also the issue of consistency. Even once it becomes efficient, there's still a lot of risk baked into this. Now, you can get
Yes.
around that by adding it. You can double down on it, basically. Bring in another Lord Imperaton, or you can bring in Gardas to give +1 charge, or you can bring in Gavriel Sureheart. But none of that really feels good. It's just throwing bad money after bad.
Unfortunately, yeah. It's like you're over investing in a package that ultimately just isn't doing much, like for you to invest in it that much. Weirdly enough, like it's sad because the Annihilators and the Lord Imperator were like the self-contained package, I want to say almost. And now it's like if you're gonna do the whole Gabriel thing, you're better off taking other paladins, like Retributors or like Decimators or something.
Even Reclusians. Gavriel doesn't work with Reclusians. They have to be Warrior Chamber, but the same spirit, right? Like if you're going to do the Deep Strike thing with infantry, there's just better choices.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried the Lord Celestant combo with Grand Hammers, giving him the Quicksilver draft and then, getting fight first and just obliterating something that charges you? I feel like that might be, like, once it gets more efficient, I feel like that would be the way to play Annihilators with their current rule.
I haven't considered that. I have considered Gardas with them as a way to get it in and sort of give them the ward and the +1 attack and +1 charge. But Gardas is, oh my god, once again, 200 points. Oof.
And the ward
I don't know.
doesn't even matter that much on only 9 wounds. It's just not that
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's just ultimately you have to realize like anything you're investing into these units, you are investing into a 9 wound unit. So it's like you can take 3 wounds incidentally in this game with so much like incidental mortal wounds just on a one of those D3 mortal wound things, and it's like I don't know. This list has no wards. We don't even have like that Hammers of Sigmar ward anymore. We used to have last edition. So like I don't know how much that investment is worth it. Is worth it.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Maybe this list can serve as a kind of the limitations of what we're talking about here when we discuss what's going on with the infantry, all the cost that we mentioned multiple times in the review, just how expensive it is to run infantry, and I think this list really shows it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's especially apparent with Stormcast infantry in particular. Our point efficiency is very, very bad.
Moving on to our Extremis chamber list. So with this list, again, you'll see the Australia Soulbright with 6 long strikes. That's just going to be in our list. Here, actually, sorry, Corbs, I should let you explain this one. This is your Star Drake list, right?
Yeah, this is very similar to what I started playing with at the beginning of the edition. Switched over to the Star Drake from the Templar. But yeah, Australia must have if you're not taking Krondus, as discussed. 6 Raptors must have. This has a unit of prosecutors. Again, they're good to just have up in the sky to harass, threaten small heroes, or just drop them in, for the realms battle tactic, and then actually have some movement and some, ability to threaten other things that are on the flank, smaller things that are on the flank. Maybe stop your opponent from getting the flanks battle tactic. So that's sort of what they do. And then you got Star Drake with the Quicksilver Drought and Envoy of the Heavens. The Quicksilver Draft is, incredible. Strike first. Defensively or offensively, much of the time you'll probably use it defensively, but that sort of just depends. If it's a late game thing and you haven't been attacked, you may go in with the fulminators that you've brought and choose to use it there so that you can attack with both. You're going to wipe like basically anything with 4 fulminators and that Star Drake. You've got the Praetors to protect the Star Drake, which I think is, can be pretty important, depending on if you have healing or not. In this case, there isn't. So you want those Praetors. And then finally, you've got your Knight Relictor. Spoke about him earlier. It's going to give you that translocation every 2 turns, let's say, because he's got to build it up 1 turn. But realistically, you're using him at some point in the game to ruin someone's day and take their 5-up ward to a 6-up ward. Really, really powerful. And then he's bringing some good boys with him so you can score objectives.
This list is very light on stuff. And the stuff you have is very low health count, so you're really relying on making sure those strike first go the way you want them to. You're very much relying on the Star Drake to be a very good body. You know, you want to make sure that he's not dying too quickly, but also people are focusing damage into him because nothing else really can take a hit.
Yeah, and he's giving his buff to the Fulminators. You're taking primal energies so that you've got even more healing. There's you can make this work, but it's very, very tight on units, absolutely.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the most efficient use of resources of what we can do.
No, not with the Fulminators especially. They can be expensive when you're bringing a Star Drake also.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with the Star Drake, is that you want to take advantage of his buff, but the units that take advantage of his buff is not efficient. Like, you could just straight up swap Fulminators for Paladors here, put them in Astrea's regiment, and I think this list would work better because the Paladors have this like ping pong kind of thing going on where they shoot out, they do a bunch of damage, then they power through and go back in. Whereas the Fulminators, they go in and that's where they are. They're dedicated to that space.
Totally.
And in a list like this, where you don't have a lot of units, I want to try to conserve units as much as possible.
Yeah, I have the last time I played this list, I actually played a variant with Paladors. So just because like I can't do the Fulminators on the 20 wounds in a 10-inch move. I just, having spent 2 months playing with the Paladors now, I just can't do it. It's so annoying.
I think what you'd have to do if you want to make the Fulminators work is you drop the Star Drake for Paladors, and then you have like a double Cavalry long strike setup.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in that setup, the Draculines just work better than Fulminators.
I agree. I think the Draculines, I think for the next year, Draculines are the play. Absolutely.
All right, looking at our next list here, we put together a Vanguard Chamber list, which, you know, it doesn't really look like a Vanguard Chamber list because it's only got 2 Vanguard units and a big old dragon. Why don't you guys run me through this Quandus list?
It's pretty much maximizing the magic in the most efficient way we can. Crondi is going to put out -1 save, Purple Sun -1 save, and really the biggest problem with Stormcast right now is we just are really stretched thin for Rend. Like, it's so hard to get Rend into our army, and Crondi and Morbid just correct that problem. From my personal experience with Crondi, like, it makes Paladors even more deadly because yes, Paladors do a lot of damage on their own. The problem is you're only Rend 1. And when you're only Rend 1, somebody all out defense, so now they're back to a normal save. If you're fighting against something that has a little bit more armor, it's really annoying to try to cut through that. But then, with Crondi, you just have his -1 save Warscroll spell or Purple Sun. So now my Paladors are -2 or 3 Rend. Or now my long strikes are shooting you at -3. And like, okay, it's all that makes up and boosts your damage up so significantly. I know we have Praetors here. What we found in testing is either Praetors or Vexillors with Crondi, not really both. I haven't found a use case for both yet. I think just one or the other. It really depends how bad you want that ward. I've played it with just a Vexillor and relied on some of my screens to essentially just die and then give Crondi the 5+ ward. But if you're worried about him not having a 5+ ward all the time, Praetors are definitely the way to go. Vigilers are really nice with Crondi because he's 3s and 2s, so it pretty much makes Crondi 2s and 2s, and now he's a little more scary in combat. And people really underestimate how much Crondi could bite in combat, is what I've noticed, because of how strong also Roar is. So like if you put him into like infantry or something, like he's Rend 2 base, could go Rend 3 against infantry on his big attack, and then you roar them so they cannot all defense. Like, they're eating all that damage, especially if you're on 2s and 2s. But yeah, it seems a little light on units, but at the same time, you're casting 2 or 3 manifestations a turn. If they don't kill your manifestations, then you're casting all your other spells anyway. So you pretty much make up units because you're just popping out all these manifestations anyway.
Yeah, and the Vigilors can play flanks pretty well. They can just contribute to any kind of combat happening near their side of the table. Paladors are so fast. I think the lack of units, we talked about this in the previous list with Extremis, that feels like you just don't have enough stuff. Paladors really help fix that because they just shoot back after fighting. You try your best to make sure you finish in combat, then you power through, and you've just preserved that resource for a future turn. Your opponent has to spend resources now getting to you, rather than just fighting the thing that just attacked them. It's such a powerful thing. It helps offset the lack of resources that you have when you bring Condits.
Yeah, and when they do die, you're bringing 3 of them back. And I find that maybe you won't. Maybe you'll bring back 3 Raptors or something else late game, but like, it's okay for the Paladors to eventually die. It takes so much energy and effort for your opponent to kill them all. And then you just bring back 3, and they're stuck on the side where they fought you for 3 turns. So it's they're a really strong unit. They make up their weight in gold for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think this list is even disrupted very much if they nerf manifestations into the ground. This list is not relying on spamming manifestations because Krondys has such good spells to cast besides them.
Exactly.
It's just that manifestations are like, there's nothing happening within 18 inches. Okay, I'm just going to make units. That's just a passive thing that you're doing.
Exactly. So this is our 2-drop version. We have been experimenting with a 3-drop version, and usually if you're going 3 drops, you're going to go first. And at least in my games, I played a tournament this weekend. I didn't go first in any of my games. I didn't go second in any of my games, and it didn't matter because I was like, okay, you're gonna make me go first, cool. I'm gonna summon 2 manifestations, and then you're gonna get bomb a turn, and then I'm gonna summon my 3rd manifestation. So you really don't care if you go first or second. I think that's one of the biggest advantages for this list.
Yeah, I think this list could even drop the Knight Relictor for a Knight Arcanum, just so you have that 3rd manifestation summon every single turn.
Oof.
Yeah, I've thought about that too. It's just the ward reduction. I think if there's less ward stuff in the game, I'd just take an extra Arcanum. There's so many things with wards, and all the top armies right now are using wards. Nighthaunt, Lumineth, Trolls, like everything has a ward, and you're gonna draw into one of those, and you're gonna feel really bad you don't have the ward reduction.
For sure. For this damage profile, like Vanguard's Paladors are not high damage. Long strikes are not high damage. They're high accuracy, but they're not high max damage. And same with Krondys. Yeah. So like all 3 of the hammers in this list are not high damage. You're not going to kill 180 zombies. You're not going to punch through, hundreds of wounds of trolls. And that's where the Knight Relictor can come in and offset that. If you were to swap out for, say, Dracolines with a Lord Arcanum to buff them, suddenly you have high volume attackers. Or if you have Judicators with crossbows, if you can find 20 points here somehow. And this is where I start running into the problem with Krondys. This is where I start cutting things like the Praetors and the Vigilors, and I start bringing high volume shooters like Judicators. Or I bring Quester Soulsworn, I think are really, really good with this because they have very good high max damage for only 230 points.
Yeah, we've been trying to really refine this list and flex it down. There's a lot of swaps. The Praetors can come out for the Vexillor, and then you can up the Vigilors to Judicators with Boltstorm crossbows instead. It's also a good list to consider taking the Kronsmine with, which is sort of like a counter to the meta right now in a way, but because Krondys has such a great Warscroll spell, you can kind of go without Morbid Conjuration if you just don't have it or you don't want to use it. One of the main reasons why it is still here, though, is, again, like we talked about even just tonight, was being able to move into combat and that stopping, redeploying, counterfire, and all those things. It's so critical that you kind of end up taking it.
Okay. Our final sample list that we wanted to put together for you guys. If you watched our live stream, you've seen this list. This is my double cavalry Sacrosanct chamber list. This uses, again, Estrella with 6 long strikes. I have the Vanguard Paladors as well as a block of 6 Celestial Evocators on Celestial Dracolines. In this version, I really like running the Arcanum on Griffcharger because he just returns so many Dracolines, and you can really start to leverage them as an aggressive hammer. You want to power through after hitting something. That way you're out of combat. You can then heal or return. This list, again, takes very good use of the Vanguard Paladors because it's so low in resource count because you have 3 reinforced units and then just a bunch of chaff and heroes. It really takes advantage of that power through on the Vanguard Paladors to preserve resources. This is a very, very punishing list if you get it wrong, because there's not really anything... Like, if you're out of position, you get charged first, you're not looking good. You need to be able to pick the engagements the way you want to. And do it right, this feels very, very good. The Arcanum on Griffcharger isn't just returning Dracolines here, he's also scoring a whole bunch of tactics. And then as soon as I need him to be in combat, he's teleporting back in range to start doing the heal return. But he's teleporting around, he's scoring Reclaim the Realms, Take the Flanks, land. The Knight Relictor here could be swapped out for another Knight Arcanum. I think that's something I was going to start playtesting, but then I had a baby, so I haven't been able to play much lately. But that was the next thing I was going to playtest to see if the Knight Relictor could be a Knight Arcanum, and if that would be good or bad. I do like the Relictor here. Reducing boards is very good because there's nothing here that pumps up rend. I am using Morbid Conjuration, but I'm not relying on the Purple Sun to get in because I don't have any +1 cast wizards. So I have to first cast the Purple Sun and then not have it banished, and then I get to move in to get bonus rend. So reducing boards is pretty good. I also don't have the Lord Arcanum on Griffchart on Dracoline, so my Dracolines are not doing exceptional damage. They're just doing good damage. So yeah, it plays kind of like a... It's got 3 big units, and if you can keep them alive as long as possible, take good trades, you should be able to win. Before I stopped playtesting, I was 4-1 with this list, and I really, really liked the way it was shaping up.
Yeah, this is a fun list. I had a very similar list, but I was playing 12 Paladors, 2 units of 6. But when we started looking at this and talking more about this, the utility of the Evocators, a little trick there so they get strike first, and just kind of having variation sort of made me lean over to this list. I think this is really, it can be really strong if played properly.
Oh yeah, the Dracolines are so hard to kill in combat, and the Paladors are so hard to tie down. It just works. It just works.
Yeah, totally.
Putting everything together, let's give our final thoughts on Stormcast Eternals in the index. So I've got some points here I'm going to go over, and if you guys want to add anything, feel free to jump in at any point. I think Stormcast look really good. In terms of external balance, I think we are one of the better armies. I think we're in the top half, probably even in the top 10. I think we're a serious meta threat that people need an answer for. Not as blatantly overpowered as Nighthaunt or Lumineth. We're not as annoying to play against as Ogres or Trolls. Like, we're not just throwing meat. We're not throwing stats at people. We're playing a fair game. We have some neat tricks that we can do. Like, we have really, really good shooting. Arguably the best shooting in the game. Even though other armies can pack more damage, like nothing really compares to long strikes, right? There's nothing out there that can do what long strikes do. We have access to arguably the best control in the game. I'm not sure if it matters yet. I think the edition is still too new. People aren't quite adjusting to it. I don't know how important it is, but it is worth noting that we do have very good control playstyles. We have access to reserves and teleports, which are very powerful abilities. We have very good summoning, and summoning is very good right now. We can also revive a destroyed unit, which apparently is not something every army can do. I thought that would be the case, that every army is going to get something like this. But no, turns out it's quite limited. Not every army can do this. We are one of the armies that's going to score 5 battle tactics every single game. If you put minimum effort into it, if you play around your opponent's counterplay, make sure they can't stop you, you will score 5 tactics every game. And then it's a matter of just denying an enemy tactic or staying ahead, and while staying ahead on primary. And then that's it. The game's yours. Everything in the army is a 3-up save. Most of our screens are a 3-up save. Even the shooting units are a 3-up save, which didn't seem like a big deal when you're using Vanguard Raptors and they only have 6 health per squad. It's not a big deal to have a 3-up save, but when you have, for example, Vigilors or Crossbow Adjudicators, suddenly having 3-up save shooting actually matters. We'll see if that continues to matter. Hopefully it does, but it feels good. And we also have access to strike first. I thought this would be a lot more common. Actually, a lot of armies don't have access to strike first or strike last. And even though we do have limits on what we can strike first with, we are one of the armies that can do that. In terms of weaknesses, they're not... Our strengths aren't obvious, and our weaknesses aren't obvious either. But the biggest one is that while we can do everything, we have a little bit of every single thing in the game, we can't do everything at the same time. We have to specialize. And the way we specialize often leads us into meta lists. I think especially with the index right now, it's not going to be much longer before we figure out like 2 or 3 lists that are the Stormcast lists. And that's never really been a thing for us. That's kind of we've always had tons and tons of archetypes that are viable, but I feel like we have the least amount of viable archetypes this time around. We have really complex list building. We did a whole live stream about how complex it is and how much we're complaining about it. The regiments are so restricted. Our heroes are so expensive. It is not very fun to build lists right now for Stormcast. What do you guys think about that one in particular?
Yeah, I just hate how restricted we are compared to other armies, especially like Death. Like I feel like Death could you take any hero you want, you get any unit in your book. It really, I don't like where Stormcast is right now for list building.
Yeah, I think personally, like, I really like to control priority if I can, so I don't like going too high on drops, which is very difficult to do. And there's a lot of units that we want to take, but we just can't find a way for them to work with the regiment. So we've kind of all been playing very similar lists. Like we're all playing about 30% of the possible army units, and it just kind of works right now. We're kind of cornered into that.
And it's tough to really experiment with anything knowing that the battle tome is coming, and it probably will shake things up so much that all the playtesting we're doing right now pretty much doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Another serious downside with Stormcast is that we're kind of like a mid-range army. We have mostly 10 to 18-inch shooting ranges, and remember that if you drop in more than 9 inches from enemies, they can technically redeploy a 6 and get out of range of your 15-inch range. Which means we need to commit resources, we need to be able to take hits back, and even though we have 3-up saves, we're not as durable as we appear. If you don't set up your wars properly, if you don't position screens properly, you're going to lose key units very quickly, and it's not going to feel good. We have prayers, in theory. In practice, we have translocation, and it's not reliable, unfortunately. We want to be able to use commands in every phase, but we only get 4 command points per round. That's actually a huge limitation. I would love to be able to reroll charges every single turn. I would love to use all-out attack in shooting and combat, and then defense in my opponent's shooting and combat. I would love to magical intervention. I would love to just have a command point every phase, but unfortunately we just don't get that, and that leads us to have to specialize in certain ways. That leads us to find things like +1/+1 on long strikes, and that becomes very, very good because it saves us command points as well. The biggest issue I have with Stormcast, the index at least I should say, is that we're kind of pegged as being this heroic, tough faction, and we actually don't play that way. Like, Finest Hour is supposed to make us feel heroic, charging into the breach, but in reality, we just use it as a +1 to wound buff. If we could use it defensively, if we could use it in the opponent's turn, I think that would be a much cooler narrative. You charge your unit in, and then boom, they're ready to take the hit. That feels pretty heroic to me. A lot of our defensive ability is limited to our turn, and even when we have these defenses active, it feels like it's not enough because there's just not enough health behind it. 10 health on 5 Vanquishers doesn't feel very good. It just feels like every other army in the game. 30 health on Cavalry feels good, but again, it's comparable to what other units are doing. I don't feel like Stormcast are particularly tough, and they should be, right? Based on how the models look, based on how all the narrative works, like, we should be a tougher faction than we are, but it feels like we just don't have enough health to make that work.
I will say, like, the 3-up save across the board has been massive. Because really, a lot of the units, the tech units that we needed to, add buffs or that were just really strong for whatever reason had a 4-up save before in third. And I've noticed that the 3-up, really has helped a lot. And I feel the eliteness But it feels like, again, we just want one more unit, like one more thing. And I think Heaven Sent has helped a lot with that, but maybe not. It hasn't quite been the solution that we would want.
I think the amount of stuff we're bringing feels right. When we have lists like we saw in here, 7 or 8 units, that feels okay for Stormcast. That's the level of eliteness we should be bringing to the table. Problem is, those units don't last long, especially units like our infantry and Dracoths, which should be tougher. They should last more than a
that's
turn.
a huge problem.
Yeah, like I'm fine with units like Paladors, like being this
Mhm.
like hit and run thing. It feels really good. It feels cool. It feels like what a Vanguard chamber unit should do. But then you
Yeah.
look at something like Retributors or Annihilators, they charge in, they do some damage, and they usually just die. It's really hard to
Yeah.
keep them alive after that. And I feel like that's just wrong. That shouldn't be how Stormcast play. It's a flavor complete reversal of
And it's a bit odd, like we've got, Annihilators and now Reclusians, and Prosecutors too, that are just like 3-man units. It's a bit odd that, they're not 4 wounds. Because yeah, it is a great save, but it is a low wound count when you really add it up.
Yeah, and then you see other armies which are like, not only do they have crazy high health counts, they're stacking 5-up wards on top of it, and like, okay, they don't get the 3-up saves we get, but I would much rather have double the wounds and a 5-up ward. I would much rather have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we compete with everything at the top, but we're always like a hair behind. It feels a curve. Like we're always like our armies are always just like it needs one more thing. Just it needs to be ticked in like one direction.
Yeah, in terms of competitive play, Stormcast feel like we're in a good spot. We're taking advantage of the manifestation meta. We have lots of neat tricks like counter translocating to ruin tactics. We have really powerful units. The problems with the index are mostly for internal balance and narrative focus, right? They just don't map onto the narrative properly. But we are strong. Stormcast are a strong army. I'm glad that we predicted that would be the case when we first saw the indexes, and I'm glad that has turned out to be the case.
I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, our army rules are better than they were. It's not much better, but it's better. The global 3-up save is very cool, and I like it. We retain access to the versatility in the sheer volume of units that we have access to, which is cool. And we still play the combined arms, shooting, fighting type game style very well. Probably the best army in the game at that shtick. But there are a lot of issues in the army. Internal balance-wise, there are some very obvious outliers, some things that are clearly better than everything else in the army that kind of goes into that role. I wish that GW had taken the idea of every unit has a role and went deeper into that, because you look at our Warscrolls and every unit has a role, but most of the time there are multiple units in our army that can fill that role, and some of them just don't do it very well, or just don't compare to similar units in the book. Externally, we're not the worst army. We're not the best army. I feel like overall, from an external balance standpoint, we are very middle of the pack, which is a fine place to be. But those places where we are at a disadvantage, the disadvantage feels very, very large. That sort of rock, paper, scissors thing is very, very apparent when you play against certain armies.
Well, let me ask you: do you think some armies are just overtuned, or do you think it's like a design thing?
No, I think that most of this is there are armies that very clearly need adjustment, both up and down. And a lot of that could be done with relatively minor changes. We talk about Night Haunt and how crazy strong they are, and a lot of that comes down to they have one sub-faction that is way too good. They have a cavalry unit that is criminally underpointed. And these are minor changes, right? Ogres are insanely strong, but that's based on a handful of units that need a handful of changes, and they would be fine. So I think that we're in an okay spot. It's not great, but it's not terrible. So, we're not Sylvaneth, so I guess I can't complain. Does that make sense?
Could be worse, yeah. I'm a bit more optimistic. I think our design is lacking, but in terms of power, I think the army is doing just fine.
I have a different take. I think so I'm going to talk about balance in terms of power. I think power, we're fine. We're one of the strong middle of the pack armies, like I would say upper middle strong, and that could be like a dangerous place to be because sometimes Games Workshop doesn't really buff those armies because they see them as like perfectly fine. So if there's things that really need changes in army to be better, that might not happen. But we are strong. But I'm just gonna speak to it from just like a general balance and player perspective. Internal balance in this army is horrible. It's like I'm not even going to consider the legends units because like once we do that, there's like a whole different set of variables. If I just consider what's going to be in the tome, and maybe I'm missing the whole picture because they haven't shown us what new units we're getting for this year yet. Not all of them anyway, but the internal balance is horrible in this book. All the power from we have so many infantry units that in the paladin role, and they're all just like bad because of how slow they are and how they have no delivery systems. All of our cavalry essentially is boiling down to, do you have Vanguard Paladors? Why? Because the internal balance on our cavalry is, with how they've standardized everything in terms of wounds and saves, and like sort of every cavalry rider should have 3 attacks, every mount should have 3 to 4 attacks. They've ruined the internal balance on our cavalry. So it literally just comes down to, once again, there's one cavalry option that's good and the rest are mediocre. When it comes to things like shooting, again, Vanguard Raptors, it's just like Jordan 96 and 97 run or something. It's like they're always the best. It's like there's nothing that's better than them. Why even bother considering any other shooting unit? And our heroes are, again, like they keep doing this every edition. I've been playing Stormcast for three editions. This is my 3rd edition. I'll be playing Stormcast. Every single hero feels like, other than maybe like a handful like Knight Arcanum and Knight Relictor, everything feels way overcosted. Every hero that is not a wizard or priest feels intensely overcosted. And even Ionis feels way too overcosted for being just a 2 priest and a soulburn guy. Krondys and Karazai feel overcosted for, again, having no innate wards when the rest of the monsters in every other index do.
Let me say something on the cost of heroes, because I've been playing Stormcast since 1st edition when points didn't exist. Most Stormcast heroes in 1st and 2nd edition were very cheap. They were like 100 to 140 points. The mounted guys were maybe 180. And generally costs were lower in those editions. But you don't get that like 90-point heroes at the start of an edition anymore. For some reason, they make all this stuff really expensive, way more expensive than it needs to be, and then they just reduce the cost over time. But why do they keep making that mistake? Why don't they just start, why is the Lord Imperator 160? All he does is move units once per game. Shouldn't he be way cheaper? Why are priests and wizards who get consistent value in every hero phase of the game more like cheaper than the Lord Imperator, who does a once per battle thing that doesn't even give you offense or defense, it just gives you mobility. You know?
And it's
Yeah,
not even
Jeremy-
and it's not consistent. It's like just objectively that ability is of way less value now because of the changes to the core game.
Yeah, and I think maybe what happened here was that in 3rd edition, the hero keyword itself became valuable, and it wasn't in previous editions. The only reason to be a hero was to have artifacts and command traits, right? But in 3rd edition, they had like heroic actions, and suddenly hero was like a meaningful keyword. So it feels like, okay, well, we have to tax it because there's command points, there's all this stuff that heroes are doing. Okay, heroes are meaningful. None of that matters in 4th edition. Heroes are like every other unit now, except you need them to bring other units and regiments. Like, heroes are not a good thing. There's no inherent value in having a hero on the battlefield anymore. They only do what their Warscroll does.
Yep, and Jeremy Viscere, by the way, if you find a chance, go listen to his podcast. He talks about this. He talked about this in early 4th edition impressions. And, Jeremy Viscere, for those of you who don't know, is like a pro player from Canada. And he talks about this. He's like, for some reason, and this isn't true of all armies, it isn't true of the vast number of armies, like even Slaves of Darkness suffers from this. They have increased the value of Wizards and Priests massively, especially via the countercast, the counterprey command ability. And then every hero that is not a Wizard or Priest is just insanely overcosted for no reason. And it's like, why would you ever take these things? Like, why on earth would I ever take a Lord Terminus for 170 if I just want to unlock Ruination Chamber units when the Lord Veritant is there for 140? Why would you get...
Why is a Knight Relictor 120 points with the Priest keyword and this amazing ability to reduce wards when the Lord Terminus is 170 and all he does is fight with me, which requires an artifact to be good?
Right. Well, and I think the idea there is that because the Lord Terminus can get the Quicksilver Draught, which allows him to strike first and then double activate Reclusians, like, that is a good package. That's fine.
No, I don't think so, Jack. The reason I say that is because there are armies where they figured out the foot hero problem pretty perfectly, actually. The Auric Runefather, the one who adds +1 attack wholly within 12 to every Fireslayer unit, the one who fights alongside them and gets a 5-up ward while he's next to them, he's 110 or 120 points. So they know what they're doing, because the Rune Master isn't. The Rune Master is 150, but they looked at the unit that only fights alongside his units and is like, cool, yeah, this guy shouldn't cost as much as a Rune Master who's going to pray twice.
I'm not arguing against your point, Mergonk. I agree with you. I'm saying that, like, okay, he is a hero that does a thing. Cool. That thing is not worth a 50-point tax.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, all these heroes, everything that isn't a wizard or priest in a Stormcast army that is currently a hero has no business being above 140. Guarded Steel Soul being 200, just utter insanity.
Is nuts. Yeah. And, like, I can understand why they wanted to make him expensive. His ability is okay. It's way less useful than it was last edition. And he is more expensive for no reason. Like, I don't even think 140 points is a good price point. Like, I think most of our heroes should be between 110 and 120.
Yeah, no. If I had it my way, every hero that is not a wizard or priest would be 120. No more than that.
I think the most egregious example is the price of our mounted heroes. Knight Draconis is almost the price of another Stormdrake Guard unit. The Lord Arcanums on mounts are almost the price of Evocators on mounts. Like, this shouldn't be the case. These are way overcosted. And so, like, I don't understand why other armies have appropriately costed heroes. Not always, right? There's examples everywhere. There's always going to be like last edition Guardian of Souls was 150 points for God knows what reason. But Stormcast, because we have the most heroes, we really get this the worst, and I don't know. It's such a feel bad thing that we have to keep calling so many units bad.
Right, and it's what the really annoying part I find in addition to that is they will fix this eventually. we will be 2 years into this edition, and they will finally realize, oh yeah, all these foot heroes are garbage. We need to bring these out to like 110, and we'll just switch the edition, and they'll go right back
Do
up.
it all over again.
We'll
Yeah,
do it all
and
over
by
again.
then it's too late, right? By
Yeah.
then it's by that point they are trying to correct the issue where, because our battle tome comes out first, 2 years into the edition, we're really struggling because of the inherent power creep that just happens. We know it happens. It's a part of this game. It's a thing that it's just a part of the reality. But like, by that point, you're dropping the point values on these heroes, and you're just bringing them where they should have been to begin with, not correcting the fact that we are fighting this uphill battle.
Yeah. Well, okay. I think we all agree that Stormcast as an army are reasonably strong. We may disagree on how strong we are, but none of us think the army's weak. I think the major criticism is that the index itself as an army, it really is just not inspiring. It's not interesting.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's a design, like, it's a flavor fail. It's like, weirdly enough, when Rob from Honest Wargamer said we were kind of bland last edition, it feels like that.
I can go lower. Like, never doubt just how bad things can get.
Right. I think I tend to be the doom and gloom guy a lot of times. I don't think the army is an A tier army. I think we're B tier, which is fine. It's B tier is okay. I am hoping that we get some love when the battle tome comes out.
I'm gonna say we are A tier, but we are barely in A tier. I think there's a couple of units in this book that are keeping us at A tier, and if somehow James Workshop decide to nerf them, I think we will fall down to B. But I think for now we barely cut it into A tier. If we're not fighting one of the S tier, I have so much meat you can't deal with me, or I'm doing something really, really stupid like summoning 1,000 points of manifestations a turn armies, I think we can actually put up a very good fight and actually even win. But it takes, again, smart generalship. And once again, Stormcast is not the beginner army. Slaves to Darknesses.
It's like a weird finesse army where you have to understand your opponent's army better than they do.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that wraps up this video. Sorry it took us so long to get it done. Some stuff came up, but we are back and making stuff again. So thank you everybody for watching, especially our Patreon supporters. If you think we missed anything or our analysis is lacking in some way, then please feel free to leave a comment down below the video or jump in our Discord server and yell at us in person. We spend all day, every day on there. Too much time, probably. So feel free to come and give us hell for getting something wrong. And consider supporting the gang by becoming a member on YouTube or joining us at patreon.com/thestormkeep. Coming up next on the podcast, I'm working on an AOS lore series called Lore of the Storm. I know there's a lot of other lore channels out there. I feel like I want to focus on Stormcast specific stuff that I'm interested in, like how do conclaves and chambers actually work? What's the difference between a chamber and a storm host? Stuff like that. I feel like people might be interested in. And we're also going to work on our index review. I think we need to scale it back just because of how much work these actually are. I think we're going to probably work on some live streams instead, just have like an open discussion on different factions and what we think about them.
Yeah, I think more frequent live streaming and is the way to go. The meta changes so much anyways.
It feels like by the time we're done putting together one of these videos, there's already a battle scroll out that's going to invalidate, which is
totally.
It just feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put effort into these, I want them to be as timeless as possible, but it's just not matching up to Games Workshop wants to do things. Yeah, I think we need to pivot into some live stream content there. All right, everyone, from everybody at the Stormkeep, thank you very much for watching. Like and subscribe and do all that stuff that other YouTubers tell you to do. And we will see you in the next one.
Thanks, guys.